It's time for an action-packed week of speed, style, and stars. It's the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction. We have jaw-dropping vehicles from rock stars, sports stars, and Hollywood stars. Not to mention some of the most iconic and rare vehicles you will ever see cross the auction block. Pristine classics, precision-crafted customs, exquisite collections, muscle cars for miles, trucks, and supercars. Get ready for horsepower, history, and a whole lot of heart as we kick off another high-octane collector car auction at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. And it's all coming up next on FYI.
Well, they don't call it the Valley of the Sun for nothing. This week, it's hot weather and hot cars at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. No, your eyes don't deceive you. It is fall, October, and we are here in Scottsdale, Arizona, back at Westworld for another Barrett-Jackson collector car auction. We had so much fun in January, we decided to have another one in October, and it's a great one. More than 800 cars on site, ready to go to new owners. Now, I have to tell you, the weather this week, not what we were expecting. It's hot out there, over 100 degrees, but inside here at Westworld, air-conditioned comfort. Great cars to look at, plenty of places you can walk around and see them, and up on the auction block, well, it gets a little warm up there just from the intensity. Now, we had our first day of the auction yesterday, and as I often point out, the second day, well, both the prices and the quality of the cars begin to go up. But more importantly, it's the intensity of the bidders. The cars they're buying today are the cars they came to purchase. This isn't just another buy. This is a battle of wills. They have to keep their hand up, battle somebody to come away with the car they truly want. And as always, we have some of the best folks in the business to guide you through each car, starting with Mike Joy.
Well, thank you, Rick, and hi, everybody. It's a typical Friday at Barrett-Jackson. The docket gets more diverse and broader. We had a Pierce Arrow cross the block a few minutes ago. The quality gets better, the prices get higher, and the buyers get a little more discerning about what they're willing to raise their hand for. As I look over the 800-plus cars in this auction, I'm really drawn to these 1970s and 80s Chevy and GMC pickups. I love the two-tones. Now, those were factory. Those are not customs, and to me, they really stand out in a sea of monochrome pickups today. So I'll be watching as they go across the block. And we're going to get to the block in just a minute, but first, we're going to take you where no man boldly, we're going to take you boldly where no man has gone before with Tyler Hoover.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, I'm with someone who needs no introduction, William Shatner.
Introduce me anyway.
Well, yeah, Bill Shatner, Captain Kirk, T.J. Hooker, Denny Crane, the man. He is back at Barrett-Jackson selling another car, a Jaguar. You were here a few years ago selling an Aston Martin, right?
You know, even you are caught up in the rhythm of this thing. It's like you got to talk fast. Yeah, I got a car. I got a Jaguar being sold here. It's coming up right now. So keep the tempo up and bid on the car.
Absolutely. So, back in Star Trek in 1966 to 69, do you remember what you were driving to the set back then?
I was driving myself crazy because Leonard never picked me up in his car.
I remember he had
Why are we yelling?
I was very loud here on the block, I'm sorry. But there's a lot of cool technology that's found its way into cars from Star Trek. Can you think of a few that you were very surprised to see in a car that were on, say, a set on your Bridge of the Enterprise back in the day?
No, that's back in the day. I love the modern cars. I race cars, I have cars, I'm selling this car reluctantly. I'm involved in the whole technology of how cars have been improving suspension, engines, smaller bore, more power, adjusting your suspension. I mean, everything about cars has been exponentially improved.
Absolutely. absolutely. And you're still a very busy man in your 90s. New show, new episode tonight. It's 7 seasons of The Unexplained tonight at 9 p.m., 8 Central on History.
Wow, listen to you.
And I gotta say, Bill, I have been and always shall be your fan. Live long and prosper.
Crazy, man. And now, to continue the show, we have a car for sale here, and as soon as he's revived, he'll get in the car. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you, Bill. Let's have a look at this Lincoln. Wow.
That's a highlight of the day right there. Well, don't forget, as they mentioned, you can see a new episode of The Unexplained with William Shatner tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on the History Channel. In fact, tonight's episode is called Impossible Ancient Inventions, which will talk about the advanced technology from the ancient past that seems too impossible to be true. So make sure you check out The Unexplained tonight on the History Channel at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, Mike, how do you top that?
Well, I can't top that, so let's put the top down on this 65 Lincoln Continental convertible with, of course, the suicide back doors, as they are called. And actually, these are a lot easier to get in and out of when the doors hinge at the back, getting in and out of that back seat. The top stack goes down, and it's covered by this metal cover, so there's no visible convertible top. And I see that Tyler's pulse has returned almost to normal.
You know, I'm about as big of a Trek fan as I am a car fan, so these are worlds colliding for me here. I almost fainted for real, to be honest. But yeah, Bill Shatner, an amazing guy, an amazing career. And yeah, this Continental is definitely of that era from Star Trek, the original series, aired from 1966 to 69. This 65 Lincoln would have been something the bigwig executives would have been driving back in the day to the Desilu Studios, which Lucille Ball was the one who greenlit Star Trek back in the day. Wouldn't be surprised if she had one of these in her garage.
Now, if I remember what little Star Trek trivia I know of, one of the flags that's used for the Star Trek Enterprise is derived from the Cuban flag because Lucy's husband, Desi Arnaz, emigrated from Cuba.
I believe you're right. Yes, there's a little touches in there. But yeah, the same studio where you see Lucille Ball come in and out. Yeah, there's a great photo of Leonard Nimoy in costume as Spock with his 63 Buick Riviera, a photo that I love printed out for myself.
You're right. Without the efforts of Lucille Ball, the series Star Trek and Gene Roddenberry, that would never have been greenlit and never have shown up on our televisions.
And thank goodness it did. $41,000 for a 1965 Lincoln Continental convertible. And with that, we are going to check in with the fourth member of our team. Here is April Rose.
Thanks, Rick. Yes, I'll be around Barrett-Jackson all over previewing the cars before they go across the block, like this beautiful 1972 Mach 1. Of course, Mach 1 being the speed of sound, and they just look so cool with this blacked out honeycomb grille treatment. You got the sports lamps here, functional ram air hood that just looks so cool. You got the hockey stick stripes all the way down the side and the unmistakable slope of this rear deck. You know it's a late model of the first generation Mustang. Now, all Boss cars were dropped from 72. So this was your performance model. It's got a 302 V8 with C4 automatic transmission, and it rolls on chrome Magnum 500 wheels that just look so perfect. It's finished in its original dark green metallic paint. I mean, only thing that would make it cooler is if it actually went the speed of sound, Rick.
Well, we at April at least can give it a try. Who knows what's possible in this world? All right, up on the block right now, we have a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass Custom Coupe.
So the badging is 442, but this was not born as such. This was a base Cutlass S two-door hardtop that has been upgraded with a 400 cubic inch engine, her shifter there, floor mounted, and a lot of 442 badging. Black over bright blue interior. I think that's a cool looking combination now, but I can tell you it didn't sell that well back in the day. So not sure if the color on this has been changed from its original, but it looks sharp now.
Well, just that fast, it's gone at $23,000 for a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass Custom. There's going to be no shortage of pickup trucks crossing the block over the course of the next 7 hours of our live coverage here on FYI. And right now we got a 1993 Dodge Power Ram 150.
Well, the cars can't talk, so as Steve Magnante, our buddy, often says, we have to give them a voice. I would sure like to know how this really sharp Dodge Power Wagon got all the way here from 1993 with only 430 miles on the clock.
Well, maybe there was some time travel. You know, they went back to get some whales in 1986, and the voyage home brought it back. Maybe brought a truck too. I'm not sure. But yeah, only 432 miles. I need to get over William Shatner here. But an incredible survivor of how one of these left the factory, and a pretty good spec. 5.9-liter V8 under the hood, automatic transmission, a two-wheel drive. But yeah, when's the last time you've seen an absolute time capsule of a stock Dodge Ram 1500, or a 150, I guess what they called it back in '93.
Bonsai blue metallic is the color, and it's very clear that this one has been very nicely kept. Tires all but new. A little bit of buff through on some of the paint here, but factory cassette stereo, tilt wheel, manual vent windows. I'm not sure that's an option.
I just noticed it is four-wheel drive. You see that transfer case down there. So yeah, this thing is really well spec'd out. Four-wheel drive, just we're so used to seeing them lifted and modified that this sort of looks low in stock configuration.
Stock 15-inch steel wheels with poverty caps. All I can imagine is some Dodge dealer must have taken this, thought it was really sharp, and put it in his private collection. And only now does it come out with under 500 miles on the clock. Come on, folks, you can't buy a brand new Dodge pickup today for $30,000 unless you're standing right here.
Well, we had bidders in the skybox, bidders on the stage, and away it goes at $30,000 for what is essentially a brand new 1993 Dodge Power Ram 150. Well, as I mentioned, we are live today with our fall Barrett-Jackson at Scottsdale auction. We're live for 7 hours on FYI, and then tomorrow we come back for 7 more hours starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Time all the way to 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and that will be live on the History Channel. So tell your friends, tell your buddies that there is a fall Barrett-Jackson auction. Plenty of great cars that will be crossing the block over the course of the next 2 days. 1988 Land Rover Defender 90 Custom SUV up on the block.
Now this one is a 1988. Your eyes are not deceiving you. It is very easy to upgrade, to sort of facelift these things to look much newer, which is what has been done here. Modern Land Rover wheels, the modern nose, but under the hood, still that tried and true turbo diesel engine. And I believe, yes, a manual transmission. So you get that old school drivetrain experience, but in a modern looking Land Rover.
Yeah, they've added 16-inch sawtooth-style wheels, a touchscreen stereo, a vintage air system, and diamond-stitched seat covers.
Yeah, these were pretty bare-bone vehicles even back in the 80s when they started to get luxurious. So this one, yeah, nicely upgraded if you come inside and take a look. They padded the dash with the quilting as well. Modern infotainment. Looks like a modern climate control as well. And those quilted seats. Looks great.
And away it goes at $35,000. All right, next up, we're boldly going with William Shatner.
Captain. Hey, everybody. Boy, the rhythm here is incredible. It's like a jazz concert. So here's my car, my beautiful Jaguar convertible, picked out the color of the... And I drove it home, and they said, let's go for a ride. And my wife gets in, and the dogs say, aren't you taking us? And that was the story behind the 8,000 miles only on this car. Every time I took it out, my buddies, the dogs, would say, aren't you taking us? And I would say, there's no room. And the car went back into the garage. So here's a beautiful, practically brand new Jaguar convertible. My baby.
It's a 2016 Jaguar F-Type. Well, that's it. It's a 2016 Jaguar F-Type R convertible. And I have to point out, those dogs he was talking about, they're Dobermans. We're not talking little tiny dogs. That's why they wouldn't fit in this car.
Well, the Type R is all-wheel drive with the big V8. And let's see if the price on this can boldly go where no one's gone before.
Yeah, 550 horsepower on these. And Bill was actually here selling a car previously at Barrett-Jackson. It was an Aston Martin DB7 V12. And this has way more power with less cylinders. He did tell me that he regrets selling the Aston Martin because he loved it so much, had that back seat, but this was the upgrade that he had for many years.
All right, Trekkie, are you bidding on this one?
I should. I mean, the car, you know, William Shatner farted in the seats. What Star Trek fan doesn't want that?
It's always interesting to see what celebrity provenance does to a car. Sometimes I don't think it does an awful lot, but to be honest with you, William Shatner just exceeds everybody's concept of a celebrity. You know, Captain Kirk, the role, and then to actually become an astronaut, to go out and touch space.
Absolutely. To go up in that Blue Origin capsule and be basically an astronaut, I believe it qualifies for him. I know he came down and had just a profound life-altering experience. And in his later years, he's become much more of a philosopher, I would say, than an actor. If you watch a documentary, You Can Call Me Bill, his look upon life and just the way that he looks at things, it's very interesting.
Yeah, well, maybe. I'd had to get down 60. $56,000 out here. $57,000 if you want it. And here, come bang the gavel. Right here. Come here, right over here. I'd had to get down 60. I'd had to get down 56 and 777 and a half. Sold! $56,000. Cody, thank you.
Well, from philosopher to auctioneer, I guess, is the way his career is now going to go. He did a great job up here helping to sell that car. Great price. But once again, there's special celebrities who enter the world, and their cars are truly worth more, and William Shatner is one of those. But when we come back, you got to check this out. A 1959 Cadillac Series 62 sedan, formerly used by boxing champion Muhammad Ali. Barrett-Jackson is truly a family affair. All kinds of folks running around with their kids, their grandkids, enjoying the great cars. And up on the block now, a 1972 Chevy C10 pickup truck.
Well, this consignor, I think, has gone the extra mile. Not only is this a beautiful build, and look under the hood, it is a 6-cylinder. The 250 cubic inch 6. That's the original engine for this truck, backed by a 3-speed turbo-hydromatic. And look at what's included. Here is a binder of all the restoration receipts, and there are lots of them. 85,000 miles on this truck before the restoration. Now it looks brand new.
Yeah, this is an over-the-top restoration, which we're seeing less and less of with these C10s. Most of them have been customized and modified. This is how they left the factory. I love what they've done.
Well, it was in the same family for 50 years and then got renovated, so really nicely done. $25,000 for a 1972 Chevrolet C10 pickup truck, step side. Barrett-Jackson.com is the place to go to for the full list of cars that will be crossing the block today. Or if you want to see the cars that crossed the block yesterday, do a little research and find out what they sold for. Right now, it's a 1986 GMC Sierra 2500 Custom.
This one was subjected to a year-long full frame-off restoration. It has a fresh 454 cubic inch big block V8, 4-speed manual transmission, a 3-inch lift, all-wheel drive. Yes, the odometer's rolled over, but with this restoration, again, this one looks factory fresh.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Other than the slight lift in the wheels, I mean, this sort of looks like what someone would have done in the period in the 80s to their truck when they bought it brand new. You had the old Cal induction aftermarket hood, Yeah, the big tires, and this one is the long bed, which will hold it back a little bit. But yeah, once again, a very nice over-the-top restoration with some light, I'd say, period custom touches.
Well, I like the fact that they've gone back in, put vintage air in there. So, you know, this week especially here in Arizona, it's been especially warm, unseasonably warm. Temperatures over 100 degrees. So having that vintage air in there makes for a very comfortable truck.
Yeah, it's hard to believe air conditioning was an option up until very recently. When I was selling cars, new Chevys in 2007, AC was still an option in the base trucks, which pretty unimaginable today.
Hammered sold at $40,000 for a 1986 GMC Sierra 2500 custom pickup truck to those folks right there. Congratulations. They'll sign the paperwork to pay a 10% buyer's premium. Oh, but look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. Yeah, not just any Ferrari, a LaFerrari that is owned by Sammy Hagar. That's right. And check this out, a Bugatti Chiron. All those cars you see right there will cross the block tomorrow.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Great week here in Scottsdale. It's the fall auction for 2024. And up on the block, well, Mike Joy is standing by with a couple of special guests.
And we're still having a good laugh over William Shatner selling his Jaguar. Craig, if I ever sell a car at Barrett-Jackson, I want Shatner up there, egging the crowd and the auctioneer on. That was quite a moment.
It was a great moment. You know, when he was in Palm Beach, the humor of the things that, well, if it would help, I would certainly throw that in. He was absolutely hilarious. Being up there on the auction block, he is just so natural. And then when we were backstage walking him out, he was sitting there and he was imitating the auctioneer again and the rhythm, and goes, this is such a well-oiled machine. He just loved it.
When we're his age, I hope we're having that much fun. But all right, tell us about today.
Well, today we've got some spectacular cars across the board. The next chunk of the Wrestler collection, all those ZR1s will be coming over the block. The Lehman collection, more cars from that. But you're going to see some great Resto Mod trucks starting to roll over the block. When you walk through the salon, you see the quality. You know, tomorrow will be off the charts, but from Thursday to Friday, it's a huge jump in the quality that you will see and the excitement. Look at the arena already. It is absolutely amazing. As William Shatner said, it's the energy in the room, and it's hard to convey that, but you feel it. It's Scottsdale.
No, I agree. Steve, what we're seeing today in just this, the second hour of the auction, is a whole different event from yesterday.
Absolutely, and again, something for everybody. The folks that came in yesterday had their Barrett-Jackson experience. Price of poker goes up today. The elevated prices, elevated excitement. A lot of people looking at this thing as entertainment. We cannot forget that. Vicariously, they're living through everybody that's bidding and buying and having a great time. So Barrett-Jackson in October is just a snapshot of what you're going to get Pi Squared in January, but it's awesome.
Well, who knows? Maybe someday we'll get to sell the Starship Enterprise.
Who knows? But we are going to sell a great charity car today. That Dark Horse will be coming up this afternoon for Samaritan's Purse. We want to help all the hurricane victims. So they're in our hearts. We're thinking about everyone.
Absolutely, and no better cause to do it, and a great car. That is going to be the highlight of the day. We're all looking forward to it, Rick.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike Joy. We appreciate it and all they're doing as well. And I have to tell you, I've been coming to Barrett-Jackson for a long time. There's some pretty special moments every now and then that happen. And this William Shatner sale is definitely going to be one of the peaks. Did he get into it, handling that gavel, helping to sell the car? You got to remember, that guy is 93 years old. I hope I have half that energy when I'm 93. Up on the block now, a 2013 Bentley Continental. This one is a GT, the V8.
So when they refreshed the Bentley Continental GT about 5 or 6 years in, they gave a different engine option, a smaller engine, a twin-turbo V8, still with over 500 horsepower, so plenty of option. But yeah, this would be the entry-level Bentley, but still would have been knocking on the door of $200,000. Obviously now their depreciation specials, you can get a 10-year-old Bentley for a small fraction of that price. The current bid, only $37,000.
Now, the vehicle history report indicates that this car was in a collision with a parked vehicle with minor damage to the front end. The airbags did not apply. And we looked this car over. It's been very professionally repaired, but certainly that history, which we're very happy the consignor disclosed, is going to hold the number back a bit here. Or will it?
And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $38,000. Pretty nice car for that kind of money. All right, now for something completely different, a 1973 VW. This is a Type 2 23-window microbus, but important to point out, this is a recreation.
Well, I guess one thing they have in common, Bentley is owned by Volkswagen at this point, but certainly not back here in the 1970s. So yeah, this is a 1973, but it has been backdated to the most desirable buses made, the 23 window. So it has the vintage nose with the big VW badge, and you can see all the windows were added up top in a comprehensive restoration in 2022.
Yeah, these are called Clerestory windows. Rail fans will understand what we're talking about here. A lot of passenger cars had them, and they are available in the aftermarket and can be added. Backdating has become a very popular thing to do to Volkswagens and to Porsche 911s to increase their value and their perceived worth in the collector car community. Well, let's get a look here under the hood as I hear the hammer selling, and it's just as clean under there as it is up top.
$50,000, you get all the look of that early 1967 and earlier VW bus. A little bit more modern now that it's been redone. We're going to take a break here in Scottsdale and come right back. Back here at Scottsdale, we got a new #1 seller of the week. This car right here, a 1966 Mustang Custom Convertible. Just rocked the block here for $73,000. Not just the high seller today, the high seller of the week so far. As the day goes on, though, I have a feeling that $73,000, yeah, it's not going to take long probably to top that. Up in the block now, we got a 1956 Ford Victoria Fairlane.
Well, that Mustang was a beauty, Rick. The Magnum 500 replica wheels, larger and wider than the originals, and a lot of cool touches hiding in plain sight. No surprise that's big money right there. This is a Ford Victoria Park Lane, and it's beautifully restored. Brand new glass, gleaming black paint, a rebuilt 312 V8 with a factory 3-speed automatic. And this, Tyler, this looks better than brand new.
You're absolutely right, and these were a big deal for Ford back when they came out in the early to mid-50s. They hung on to the flathead for a little too long, in a lot of people's opinion, and there was huge limitations when it came to power. It was a decades-old power plant. So this new 312 Y-Block that came out a few years earlier and having close to 300 horsepower was a huge deal in an affordable car for the masses that looked like something much more luxurious. And this one, yeah, beautifully restored. Wow.
Re-chromed bumpers, gleaming stainless steel side trim, upgraded wheels and tires, but other than that, a very faithful restoration. Steve Davis.
Trim was restored. That trim is almost unobtainable, very, very difficult to find. One owner. If you're looking for something exceptional to buy, do not miss your opportunity. This car is at $23,000. If someone gave you the car to get in that condition, you wouldn't be close. We're hoping that it gets a little more love. Don't miss your opportunity to buy an incredible automobile.
No, sir. No, sir. Let's have a look at the chassis cam and see if this is just as nice underneath as it is up top. Here it comes rolling slowly across, and yes, everything repainted, refinished, and redone to a high standard here. New gas tank. Wow, beautiful build.
You know, to Steve's point, there's no shortage of parts for those mid-year Chevys, but the mid-year Fords like these, not nearly as much. $25,000 the winning bid on that one. Well, if you would like to test your collector car knowledge and maybe snag a great prize in the process, you're going to want to play the Fantasy Bid brought to you by Dodge. All you have to do is go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that are going to cross the block tomorrow, Saturday, October 12th. The overall winner at the end of all the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions, and remember, this is the last one, will get the grand prize, which is a 2024 Dodge Hornet. Now, if you're really on top of your game this week and you can predict the exact final bid of the 12 Fantasy Bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. We call it the Perfect 12 jackpot, so make sure you register to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 to play, so remember, visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for all of the official rules. Up on the block now, a 1967 Chevy C10 Custom.
Yeah, this is the first of the many custom Chevys you'll see crossing the block today, and this one done up very well. 6-liter LS2 under the hood, and you can see it has been lowered, the nice orange paint job. And if you look in the back, well, the truck bed, it's been raised up considerably, and this is to hide the fuel tank that was relocated when it was lowered, along with the air ride suspension. So we have a kind of a micro bed, I suppose.
I can't get over the paint. It's a candy tangerine, and it is so beautiful. I'd be afraid to go haul anything in this.
I'll tell you what, it's almost a flatbed the way they've got that bed raised right there. Away it goes to a new one, and away we're going to go for a quick commercial break.
Here at Barrett-Jackson, the variety of cars is endless. You can dream up anything and you will see it. Now, what I want to know is, do you prefer cars as they came off the assembly line, original, or a little bit of a custom touch? Do you like custom cars or original?
I prefer original myself.
But what I want to know is, do you prefer them as they were born off the assembly line, completely stock, or custom?
I would say original.
Yeah.
Just because they were built a certain way.
Right? Original, like this one right behind you? Yeah. So are you more of a custom girl, or do you like original?
Original.
Okay, so I gotta ask you, because I think I saw something on your wrist. Can you show it to me?
That is the Barrett-Jackson Sold sticker.
What? What inspired that?
I just live and breathe Barrett-Jackson.
Well, we're building a Bronco right now, which is like amazing,
Yes.
and it's so much fun.
So do you prefer cars original as they were born, or more custom touches?
I love custom.
Yeah?
So yeah, I'd like to go extreme. We kind of went a little off the deep end with this one.
Well, so wait, this one's yours right here?
It is.
Well, there you have it. The people have spoken, and the answer is a little bit of both, which, you know, I kind of have to agree.
Great stuff here in Arizona, especially this week with the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. And right now, how about a creamsicle, a 1969 Chevy C20 Custom.
See, now this is what I was talking about in the open. These two tones are factory. The secondary color all the way down the body side and the roof, duplicated in the wheels. This is just so cool among the sea of monochrome pickups we see today. And better yet, the bed of this truck has been sprayed with a tintable bed liner. So it looks just like the exterior, but it won't get scratched and scraped. I like this a lot.
Well, and you just missed your opportunity to buy it at $21,000. I love that two-tone. And intriguing to think that what else was two-tone back then in 1969. Very common in the 50s, but by the late 60s, not so much. Rolling up now, this is a car that we previewed a little while ago. It's in the 1959 Cadillac Series 62 that was formerly used by boxing champion Muhammad Ali, and he's even signed the glove box.
Well, he picked a great year, 1959, the biggest fins you could get on a Cadillac, and you can see here on the window is a photo with him and his 59 Cadillac. Looks like it was Still the same color, so the same blue may have never been repainted because it does show quite a bit of patina. But yeah, this is Muhammad Ali's Cadillac. Float like a butterfly, sing like a bee. He wanted to float in this Cadillac, right?
This one's been kept in climate control storage the last 22 years. This is the original paint on this car. I do believe the seats have been recovered, but the chrome, the stainless, and the paint are all original. what a piece of history here.
And one of the things that they point out is that the signature, which is on the glove box, has been authenticated by Upper Deck. So it's not a duplicate, it is a real signature for Muhammad Ali. That alone is valuable out there in the real world, and the fact that you've got a car that he used to use, this is pretty special. $34,000 for a 1959 Cadillac Series 2, one of the most iconic cars of all time. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey Rick, right now I'm outside in the pre-staging lanes with all the beautiful sights and sounds. It's just the best music ever, especially from one of these 1970 Super Bee. Now on these you had the choice of the wraparound Bumblebee stripe, or this one has the side C stripes. Of course you see the Super Bee right there, this being a B-body car. You know, that makes sense, and it just looks really cool and fun. Now, Super Bees, they were the answer to the Roadrunner, but they didn't sell as well. So even better, they're more rare. And you had 3 engine options, the 383, the 426, or this one is the 446 pack, and it's got that pistol grip, 4-speed manual finished in Go Mango paint. And you know what? I just want to go all over with this puppy, Rick.
Yeah, that is great looking. And like you say, not as many of those as Roadrunners. All right, up on the block now, a 1960 Austin Healey 3000. This was a Mark I, a BN7.
Triple carburetors on the 3000 Mark I, 2-seater. Now this one without the roll-up windows that came later or the wood dash. So you have side curtains that you have to take out of the trunk and put on as you erect the convertible top. And by the time you're done doing all that, you are soaked. But when the sun's out, what fun driving these. 72-spoke wire wheels with the dual-ear, 2-ear knockoffs. They're beautiful, they're hard to keep in tune, and even harder to keep clean. But just what a gorgeous, purposeful torque monster of a 6-cylinder British sports car.
Yeah, you don't see too many Survivor examples of these because the weather would get in, but this one, yeah, beautifully restored in 2019, and it shows.
Well, this one just sold for $42,000 for a really nice 1960 Healey 3000. Congratulations to those folks. We're going to take a quick break, but coming up, we're going to have up here on the block a 1965 Cobra recreation. This particular one has a 351 cubic inch Cleveland V8 under the hood. Oh, welcome back, and let's take a look at what's about to cross the block with our Meguiar's on deck cam. In this case, it's a 1962 Chevy Impala SS Custom 409 engine, 425 horsepower. We'll see that very soon. But right now, we've got a Ford product up on the block. In this case, a 1970 Mercury Cyclone GT.
Yeah, this one with the N-code 429 cubic inch engine and the GT markings, the blackout taillight panel, the wing that it shared with the Mustang sitting up here on the trunk lid, and the front end styling that can best be described as unique.
Big old gun sight there, target, or sort of like a jet inlet, I suppose. Whatever it is, yeah, it is certainly unique to these Cyclones. But yeah, a beautiful restoration of a special car with that code, the 429 Cyclone GT. Yeah, work your way to the back to see those taillights.
White over burgundy, not quite a Wood Brothers NASCAR theme, and that front air dam that was added, several decades after this one was new, is not what it would have worn in NASCAR competition. Same with the wing on the back, but very nicely detailed under the hood and outside.
Well, you saw the bidders back there in the skybox were motioning, come on, bring the hammer down. Sell this one at $40,000, and that's exactly what happened. Congratulations to them. Sold sticker goes on, and away it goes. And remember, the great thing is these cars stay here throughout most of the auction. The owners are allowed to take them if they want, but most people just leave them, and they leave them on site. So you get to see all the cars that have already sold as well. All right, the 62 Impala we saw on deck is now center stage.
Yeah, this is an Impala SS. And once Cliffy finishes his coffee here, maybe we can get him to pop the hood and we can see the big W Block 409 that lies beneath. So two-door hardtop, top of the line. Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, there it is. Look at those big aftermarket finned valve covers in that very distinctive shape. But that's not why it's called a W block. When Chevrolet was developing big block engines, well, they had a V, a W, an X. They were all coded as they were developed, and it was the W block version that made it into production. This has Edelbrock carburetors, the redo of the old Carter AFB on an aluminum manifold, has its original exhaust manifolds, and it has power steering and power brakes.
Yeah, real fine 409 under the hood and a 4-speed manual for the most amount of fun. Looks like a little bit of older restoration, but still showing very well. You can see the oversized wheel made to look like sort of classic hubcaps, but much larger than stock. Looks great. Listen to Craig.
Now, you can't go wrong here.
Got 33. So check out this trim. You have the polished stainless steel, and then you have the embossed almost engine turn stainless across the taillight panel and all the way down the side. And that's how not only you, but everybody knew that you had bought the top of the line Chevrolet for 1962.
And look how beautiful this interior is. Those bucket seats with the 4-speed in between. There's a tack mounted on the left side of the column right here. Aftermarket, which is something you probably would want to do if you're going to do some stoplight racing in the 1960s. Very period. Other than the wheels, very cool.
So when you bought an Impala, you got triple tail lights, and somebody's had a little fun with these because the outer and the inner were the tail light and brake light, and the backup light, which has been relocated here, was in the middle. Lesser full-size Chevrolets only got 2 tail lights per side.
$42,000 for that 1962 Chevy Impala SS, 425 horsepower with a 4-speed. Altogether, that equals an awful lot of fun. Going up behind it, a car that April Rose previewed for us, a 1972 Mustang Mach 1.
We had one of these the other day, and I was yesterday, and I was talking about the color. I remembered Ember Glow, which was a Mustang color from the 60s, and the one we had was Gold Glow. This one, of course, is a beautiful dark green with silver, and that is a factory, well, not a two-tone combination, but a factory color with factory silver stripes. There's a Marty report included. Kevin Marty's company is authorized by Ford to provide what we'd call birth certificates of how this car was equipped when it left the assembly line. And that accompanies the car, and that's a great bit of provenance when you are trying to verify a car's history.
Yeah, 302 cubic inch V8 under the hood, which is how it left from the factory, accurate to the Marty report. Beautiful Magnum 500 wheels down the side. And yes, once again, probably an older restoration, but still showing very well, something you could drive and enjoy, a very special Mustang.
Now, one great feature here are the tires. They're not the originals that were born on the car, but they are the original type. They probably come from Coker or a similar company. These are Goodyear Polyglass GTs. That's what this car would have worn. And they had bias tires. Radials were not yet fitted to American cars in large numbers. So the Polyglass GTs were bias belted tires. Kind of a cross between a bias and a radial. They're gone now. We don't see them on new cars anymore.
I spent my first couple years in college working at Sears Automotive installing tires as a tire buster. So trust me, I know those tires very, very well. $26,000, the hammer price on that 1972 Mustang Mach 1. Congratulations to those folks. And we are going to take a break from today's auction, but for just a moment, because we're going to come back. There are a lot of great cars left across the block here in Scottsdale.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Plenty of sunshine here in Arizona today. Out on the McGuire staging lane, there you'll see it, the tent right there where all the cars will be coming through in just a moment. That's the last chance for owners and potential bidders to check out their car before it crosses the block and see, is that the one they really want? I always advise people, that's where you want to look at it before it gets to center stage. Here are the last 3 cars that crossed the block. The big sale we've had in that section was that 2024 Chevy Silverado Custom, $65,000. Big money for that one. Up on the block right now, this is a Cobra recreation that we previewed just a little while ago, and it is up there right now.
351 cubic inch Ford engine and fiberglass body. This the most replicated style of Cobra, the 427 street competition. You see the extra inlet for the oil cooler there. Here are the quick lift, the brackets for the quick lift jack, scoop on the hood, the big wide fenders, the wine glass wheels, the side exhaust, single rollover bar protecting only the driver. That's how the Shelby competition cars were. Wind wings have been added here. And now there's a feature here at the back, Victor, that is seldom seen. This was the street rear bumper for the Shelby Cobras, beginning with the 289 and all the way up to the 427. So little competition of street, a little combination of street and competition here.
Yeah, very interesting. Of course, the 351 Cleveland was not something offered in the original Cobras. You got the small block 289 or the 427. So interesting engine choice.
$38,000 for that 351 engine and that Roadster recreation Shelby Cobra. Rolling up behind it, pickup truck time again, 1980 Dodge D100.
Well, this is really cool. Kind of a Little Red Express sort of on steroids without the smokestacks down the side. But drivetrain choice, very cool. A 383, and they got the hood from an old Mopar sort of to match on this one. Kind of a carbon fiber, maybe real, maybe a wrap. I think it's a wrap around the grille to make it extra sporty. And then you've got the sort of rally wheels from, say, a performance Mopar car of the 60s and 70s. Really cool, actually.
You know, this body style stayed in production through about 2 different generations of Chevrolet pickup trucks. It lasted in the showrooms well past its sell-by date. But this is quite cool, and it is a step body pickup with the step here to be able to climb up, load and unload the bed from the side, the fenders separate from the bed, and a step bumper. So pretty cool little custom if you're into Dodge pickups.
Don't miss it.
16, 17, 20.
And it's got the louvered rear glass, sort of an accessory here on the back. And inside, a 4-speed manual to keep up that with that performance motif. A lot of carbon fiber inside as well, modern gauges. This thing was built really well. If this were on a Roadrunner or a normal Mopar car, it would be probably a huge money custom. At 20 grand, you get that experience in a truck. I think it's a great deal right now.
Well, as always, you know, customs are built to the, the person who's built it taste. And you have to find at least 2 other people who are interested in exactly the same thing to make big money off it. Now, this is beautifully done. The question is, do you want a Dodge D100 custom pickup truck? More people are interested in the Chevys and the Fords.
Well, there's still a few people fighting it out there, but yeah, you can see his bumper's been painted to match, but it looks sort of like a farm accessory, but painted to be all sporty. I just love this thing, honestly. It's really cool.
$26,000 to that gentleman right there. He liked that Dodge D100 Custom. All right, great cars crossing the block today, but even better cars crossing the block tomorrow. And here's Craig Jackson with a preview of one of the stars.
This Ferrari GTC4 Coupe is one of just 500 examples that were built, and it is powered by the matching number 4.4-liter V12 engine with the 5-speed manual transmission. The exterior has been repainted from the original gold color to black over the black leather interior. It is equipped with the classic Barani wire wheels. This car has also undergone a recent service, including a tune-up, alignment, and new tires. It has just 30,164 miles on it. Best part, it's selling at no reserve.
And remember, that is just one of the cars we'll see crossing the block on Super Saturday. In fact, all those cars you see right there will be crossing the block, including that yellow Daytona sitting right next to it. No shortage of great Ferraris that are going to be crossing the Barrett-Jackson block on Super Saturday. Right now, a 1966 Olds 442 recreation.
Well, this would be rare if it was a real 442 because they only made 240 442 convertibles that year, Rick.
Well, I'll tell you what, $63,000 right now. That makes it the number 3 sale of the day, and that's for a recreation of a 442. Very nicely done. 1957 Chevy 150 Custom rolling up behind it.
Well, this is the Black Widow paint scheme. This is the paint scheme that they sent a group of cars down to Atlanta, Georgia to be modified for NASCAR racing at a skunk works that was funded by Chevrolet, but not an official racing program. So if you go to any of the tracks around the South, you're going to find everybody very appreciative of this.
Yeah, it certainly does look great. You have that 396 hiding under the hood with a modern aluminum radiator. And yeah, they resisted to do all of the Bel Air gingerbread down the side. Just the 150 look with a lot less, I guess, 1950s bling to get that sort of skunk black and white look down the side. Yeah, take a look down the side and the rear. None of that gingerbread 57 Bel Air thin.
Big, huge US mags and low-profile radial tires. 4-wheel disc brakes have been added here. But otherwise, this is very faithful to the original build, except the paint is not solid black. It's a metallic black and very well done. The interior is a black and silver two-tone that is factory. This is how they came.
Getting a lot of love in the room. It is closing in. It has now become the #1 seller of the day, bypassing that Mustang Custom sold a while ago. We're still on the move.
Well, here you go. Do something unique, and it definitely pays off, because it could have been, the safe choice would have been to make it a Bel Air, do maybe an LS engine, but they sort of did a period piece with that 396. A custom somebody would have built, say, back in the 60s or 70s, other than the wheels. And
hey,
here we go.
Hey, here we go. Looking for 6 digits.
So close.
So close.
There it is. Got it. It's bid to $100,000. Where will it go? Our first 6-figure car of Friday, a 1957 Chevy 150. It's a custom with that 396, the Black Widow paint job, $100,000. Nicely built, nicely sold, nicely bought. We'll come back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. And up on the block right now, we've got a 1970 Nova Custom.
Now, this one is a mild custom, a non-stock dark indigo color and a tan exterior with bucket seats, windows all darkened out, American Racing mags in a much larger size than original. But the Nova in 1970, pretty much underneath the same car as the Camaro. The Camaro front subframe was designed first. The Nova then took it over. So this was a less expensive alternative to the Camaro two-door hardtop.
Yeah, it actually handled very nice. $48,000 for this 1970 Chevy Nova Custom. A little while ago, April Rose previewed this 1970 Dodge Super Bee, and now it's ready to sell.
Well, a shout out to our buddy Steve Mugnante back in West Brookfield, Massachusetts, who I hope is going to be able to join us in January here at Barrett-Jackson. He's a big Mopar fan, and we would always argue about the front end of the 70 Super Bee. Some people love it, others loathe it, but it is certainly distinctive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this one is a very special Super Bee at that. 446 pack, 4-speed manual, and of course that crazy color on it that Mopar was famous for. Is that mango orange? I'm blanking on this one. What is it?
Go Mango?
Go Mango, there it is.
Or Vitamin C Orange, I'm not sure.
Max would know exactly. So there's Vitamin C on the Plymouth, I believe. Okay. Right?
Yeah, well, this one's Go Mango or Go Man Go, depending upon the play of the words.
I'm going to guess that our buddy Steve has done a YouTube video on this car for his YouTube channel, because this car comes from High Octane Classics out of Massachusetts, who works with Steve on his YouTube videos. 446 pack, 4-speed, Big Dana rear end, steel wheels with trim rings, bucket seat, 2-door hardtop, pistol grip shifter, full-length console, Go wing on the back. Yeah, this Super Bee has it all.
Let's get love in the room. We're at $60,000, meaning it's now in the top 5 sales of the day so far here on the second day of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. And that is exactly what it sells for, $60,000 for that 1970 Dodge Super Bee. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm hanging out with this really sweet 91 Ferrari 348. I think the best styling for Ferrari was in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, because these are just so cool. Now, it was styled after the Testarossa, but it's a lot smaller, which means it's more agile. And of course, the unmistakable side strakes right there, they feed air on each side, one to the radiator, the other for the oil cooler. Now, the heart's naturally aspirated 3.4-liter V8. It's got the gated manual. I mean, this is the perfect Ferrari for quick city driving, or, you know, you park it right in your living room so you could admire it, spend that quality time with your car, Rick. You know what I'm talking about?
We can spend quality time in the garage. It doesn't have to be in the living room. We can spend quality time together. I like that. 1970 Chevelle SS 454 Custom, which is up on the block right now.
Beautiful in cranberry. Don't call it carousel red, with the black SS stripes, and just gorgeous. 454 period correct engine instead of the original LS5, so it's been upgraded. 4-speed manual transmission, and this one has bench seats, which were standard. You paid extra for bucket seats. Now, the original Chevy Rally wheels came in 15-inch diameter, and they have been interpreted here in a much larger size.
Yeah, just recently, April and I had the opportunity to drive a completely stock LS5 Chevelle, and it was a really awesome experience. A big, comfy cruiser, but even though it's not the LS6, the LS5 had plenty of power, break the tires loose, rode through the gears. Lots of fun to be had here.
Well, a lot of fun for those folks. $55,000 as the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away it goes for $55K. Up on the block now, something much more modern from the Chevrolet world, a 2020 Corvette, the C8, this one a mid-engine.
Yeah, this is the first C8 Corvette of this Barrett-Jackson. So, of course, a 495 horsepower, 6.2-liter V8, dual clutch, 8-speed automatic. The color is Elkhart Lake Blue. The name comes from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, the home to Road America, as a lot of Corvette colors are named after racetracks. That's something they did back in the 1970s, and it's nice to see it happen again.
Yeah, 2020, the first year of the C8 Corvette. Like Mike said, the base price was about $59,000, a little bit more for the convertible. And in the years since, they sort of ratcheted up the price as they saw demand exceeded the supply. So to new 2024, 2025, the base price is quite a bit more. They were selling for way over MSRP. I think we're getting close to that right now. The Z06 has come to replace it. We've seen the E-Ray, and now the ZR1 has been announced as well, so these have been outclassed by their own successors, I suppose.
This one has the 2LT interior package. Top of the line would have been a 3LT, so it is pretty highly optioned, and it has just 6,600 actual miles. I love this metallic blue.
Yeah, most certainly, and it is a convertible, and it's a full retractable hardtop, a really cool mechanism there for it to all go down. But the one downside is if you want to see the engine, well, you don't get the convertible because it's all hidden under there, sort of like a Porsche Boxer or some others with that hardtop retractable mechanism sort of in the way.
$62,000 for a 2020 Corvette convertible, the C8. Mid-engine, quite a car that one is. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to see a 2019 Dodge Challenger. This is an SRT Hellcat Red Eye, a wide-body custom, 6.2-liter engine, 797 horsepower. You say you like fins? Well, there's no shortage of them here at Barrett-Jackson. Whether it's on a 1957 Chevy or a great big Cadillac, all that great bling from the 1950s. Underneath, on top, great-looking cars. That'll be crossing the block within the next day or so. Meanwhile, right now up on the block, we've got something brand new, a 2024 Toyota Land Cruiser. This is a first edition.
Well, and this proves the point that collector cars do not have to be old or have a lot of patina. A lot of cars come to Barrett-Jackson, and they're the ones you cannot go buy in the showrooms because supply is limited and the waiting list is long. And the redo of the Land Cruiser, first edition, is true. This is an all-new vehicle, 2.4-liter turbocharged 4-cylinder hybrid made into an 8-speed automatic. Everybody wants one. You can't go buy one. You got to come here.
You're certainly going to not walk into a Toyota showroom and see one of these just that you can buy right now. But part of it is because the retro styling they brought back. They retired the Land Cruiser for a couple of years, brought back as a smaller and cheaper vehicle, or more affordable, and of course make it harken back to that vintage styling. But yeah, a modern hybrid drivetrain underneath, turbocharged. Pretty complicated for Toyota, especially if you think back on the older Land Cruisers, how simple they were.
$70,000 for that 2024 Land Cruiser First Edition with all those custom touches. One of the things that Barrett-Jackson does so well is sell cars for a great cause. Here's April Rose.
Barrett-Jackson always does great things for amazing causes, raising over $155 million over the years for charity. And this auction is no different with 2 charity cars. First on Friday, crossing the block around 5:30 local time, is this stunning 2024 Ford Mustang Dark Horse. It's got 500 horsepower with its Coyote 5-liter V8 and finished in a sweet blue ember metallic paint. Now, 100% of the sale of this car will go to Samaritan's Purse, a Christian organization providing spiritual and physical aid to hurting people around the world since 1970. Then on Saturday, around 5:30 as well, the very first fully electric, all-new 2025 Cadillac Escalade IQ VIN number 1 will be crossing the block. 750 horsepower, estimated 460 miles of range, 0 to 60 under 5 seconds. 100% of the hammer price goes directly to the cause. Detroit Children's Fund, a fantastic organization improving schools and teachers so every child in Detroit has the opportunity to have an excellent education. You've got to give it up to Barrett-Jackson, always lending a helping hand to great causes.
And in fact, that Dark Horse will sell for a great cause coming up in just a couple hours here on our Friday coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. 1965 Buick Riviera GS, bringing good money up on the block.
Yeah, this one, here's Steve Davis. Oh, sorry, just missed his comments about this, but Dick Sweeney, noted Buick expert, verified this as an original Grand Sport, and this one's been around the block. It has registration history in Connecticut for about 6 or 7 years, then was relocated to California. And Grand Sport, that's Grand without the D, that was the name Buick used for its higher performance vehicles in the 60s, and then around 1970, it was shortened to just GS.
Well, now it's creeping up into our top number 2 seller of the day. pretty incredible. It's $80,000 currently. Now, to go back to Star Trek, the picture that I have of Leonard Nimoy in full Spock gear, it was with a 63 Buick Riviera. This one a 65, so the headlights in the 65s got hidden away in the sides. My grandpa had one of these. It's one of my dad's earliest memories, seeing those headlights pop out and thinking it was a robot. His dad's car was so cool.
Although solid bidding all the way up to $79,000, and that's what it's hammered sold for a 1965 Buick GS. And I love that front end with those clamshell headlights. Pickup truck time, a 1978 Ford F-250 up on the block.
Wow, this is a big bruiser. When this thing came up and rolled across the block quivered, not the suspension on this truck. This one's been given quite a lift, and a 460 cubic inch V8 with Holley Sniper modern fuel injection. Weld wheels, 35-inch BF Goodrich off-road tires.
Yeah, so a nicely upgraded crate engine under there. And then, yeah, you can see the suspension lift with the heavy-duty Rancho shocks. So this thing really means business as far as having some off-road fun. But it is so clean, I don't think anybody has yet. That frame definitely repainted, redone. Very nice underneath and on top. And the room is certainly loving it. Coming up to $70,000. Here we go.
Yeah, strong money. Now, you got to remember this is a 250. It's normally the 150s, the short beds that bring the big money, but this one nicely done. And as you mentioned, Tyler, underneath it looks immaculate, like it has absolutely been freshly done. Probably hasn't been driven more than a few miles since the build.
Yeah, it's not just spec. Yes, if there was a short bed, it would bring more, but quality can bring a lot as well. As we're seeing, $90,000 for a long bed. This is crazy. This is incredible.
On the right-hand side, you see one of the bidder assistants here at Barrett-Jackson talking with a potential bidder or somebody who was bidding. And like I say, a lot of times you'll see them say, no, I'm out. And then suddenly they go, oh, wait a minute, I'm back in. And it's got Rancho shocks, steering stabilizers, and it's got air conditioning. And as I mentioned, this week's been pretty toasty here in Phoenix or Scottsdale, so having a little air conditioning is nice. But look how clean it is underneath. $85,000. That is the sales price for a 1978 Ford F-250, the big truck with a long bed. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to if you want to see the full list of cars that are crossing the block today. Maybe check out what you might want to potentially buy. And of course, you can always sign up and bid online or bid over the telephone. You don't even have to be here in Scottsdale, although, to be honest with you, it's a lot more fun. 1969 Chevy Nova Custom.
Yeah, I would say this one, is a bit of a sleeper. Sorry, Mike, I didn't see you. Mostly stock looking on the outside, but an LS1 under the hood. So modern LS power on a Nova with a beautiful paint job. This thing looks great.
Now remember, these Novas got their front end, their front subframe from the Camaro, but this doesn't. This has a Chris Alston suspension, front and rear. So a lot of upgrades and some very purposeful fabrication going on there to support this Nova. Very stock appearing on the outside, very modified underneath. Check the width of those rear tires. Those are way bigger, maybe twice as wide as what it was born with.
Yeah, take a look at inside. Mostly stock, nicely upgraded. The gauge is sort of in the stock location. You can see the automatic transmission there on the floor. Nice armrest with, look like period bucket seats, but subtle red stitching there, I believe, in the interior. So just very well done, very subtle, but everything you would want in a custom Chevy.
LS swap under the hood. Automatic transmission on this one, but this one's built to go fast in a straight line. And look at $84,000 going pretty fast skyward is that bid price.
Well, I like the fact that they've not only just updated it with modern disc brakes, they've got big brakes on it. So, you got that big engine, you want big stopping power, and that's what they put on this.
I wish you could see under the hood because it does look very pretty, that LS engine. Maybe we can do a little sneak peek. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Wow, the intake on the LS1. The birth of the LS engine, over 350 horsepower. I imagine this one's been upgraded if it's a crate.
Wow, we just hit $100,000 and still going here for this 69 Nova.
This is my favorite kind of Restomod, a car that looks completely stock, like a sleeper on the outside, but oh boy, has it been upgraded to go just as fast as a very similar modern car would be.
Well, that candy apple red's going to give you a little hint that there's something special about it, but you'd never guess what's under the hood, and more importantly, what that suspension build has been. By the way, they've not ratcheted it down just a notch, back to $100,000. The auctioneer wants to make sure they've got exactly the right bid.
Now, the wheels on it do look good, but I think some period correct oversized wheels, and then chef's kiss. Mwah, perfect, right?
$100,000 for a 1969 Chevy Nova with a big LS1 5.7 liter engine under the hood, and that means it is now tied as the #1 seller of the day with that Chevy 150 custom pickup truck. In fact, we have 2 custom pickup trucks in the top 3 right now. We're going to take a quick break here at the Scottsdale Fall Auction. Come right back to Barrett-Jackson in just a moment. Great day to be in Arizona, great day to be in Scottsdale, where the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction is in full swing, and up on the block right now, another creamsicle, a 1972 Chevy C10 Custom.
Yeah, another one of these beautiful GM two-tone pickups. Fat Fender Garage built this Restomod with a 350 V8, Holley Sniper injection, Flowtech headers, automatic transmission, Dana TrueTrack diff, RideTech suspension, and coilovers, Willwood four-wheel disc brakes. I don't know, Tyler, other than the blue bow tie and the grill, are there any original Chevy parts left in this?
Well, I suppose the cab itself, although you can get all this aftermarket and basically build an all-new truck if you're starting with something, as far as the body, if it's rough. But this one looks absolutely flawless. This is, well, I wouldn't say this is built. This seems like a commissioned piece of art of a custom 72 right here in the perfect color. Yeah, the 350, a great engine choice to cruise in this, lowered just right. I can't think of anything I would change.
Houndstooth upholstery, as seen on the 69 Camaro Indy pace car and then copied in many Chevrolets thereafter. Very, very sharp look, and I just love the two-tone exterior.
Yeah, that orange creamsicle half continues in the inside in a very stock-looking interior, but upgraded just right with the modern gauges in their places. Looks like a modern radio that looks vintage, so everything you want. We would want, like I said.
Yeah, that's a great combination all the way around. Looks great, but great parts underneath, $64,000. All right, here's the question. What's your favorite generation of Pontiac GTO? There's no question that there's some folks that absolutely love the 1970, the restyle after the 1969. And we've got one up on the block right now, a convertible.
Well, my dad had a new 65 GTO. I bought one about 7 years later, so I'm very partial to 65s. But I think this is the prettiest, the 1970 with the Endura front end and a much softer style than 68 or 69. This one is cardinal red with a white top interior. PHS documented, that's Pontiac Historical Services, so that what is in this car is what it was born with, and that is fully documented. Nice presentation.
Yes, absolutely the real deal, a real GTO, not a clone, given a beautiful rotisserie restoration. And yeah, a great spec from new. Whoever built this, whether it be the dealer who decided this color combination or somebody who ordered it, did a great job. And yeah, the restoration certainly shows love.
Another high-octane classic out of Massachusetts, closing in on $50,000. Very sharp, and just as nicely detailed under hood as it is inside. The automatic transmission, in the eyes of some, that may hold it back. You know, I prefer to stir my own with a 4-speed and a clutch pedal, which today is pretty much an anti-theft device. But the automatic sold very well then and now.
And as you saw, very stock inside. The only thing, there was a dummy plate. It looks like they added a few extra gauges in there to where you could see if the car is overheating, have good oil pressure, which I think is kind of important if you're going to have some fun with this 400 cubic inch V8.
Rally 2 wheels, as this would have worn originally. So very nice, faithful presentation of a 70 GTO convertible.
Well, we've got a couple of committed bidders. We got one on the block. We've got one up in the skybox. They're not bumping it up by big numbers, but they seem to, every time it goes up, they're like, yep, put me in for another grand. Away it goes, $55,000 for that 1970 Pontiac GTO, the 400 cubic inch V8, 3-speed automatic transmission. 1964 Corvette, a 327 cubic inch, 365 horsepower engine.
So this is the first Stingray of the sale, and this one a fairly mild spec. Steel wheels with hubcaps, removable hardtop, and I assume a convertible top as well. And I do like that this is a 3-pedal car. It's a 4-speed, so it's going to be a small block, a 327, maybe fairly low horsepower, though the hood is not open, but very nice Sebring silver paint.
Yeah, 1964, the second year of the second generation Corvette, and the 327 was the only engine option. The performance option was fuel injection. 1965, you got a big block, the 396, and then 66, the 427. So yeah, this one is a mild spec, but yeah, the 327 was the only engine to get. Of course, you could have upgrades, but this one more or less outleft the factory.
And I misspoke. This is satin silver. Sebring silver what was a different year Corvette color. And of course, everything about Corvettes is pretty fully documented. They made 2,785 of these that year in satin silver. The NCRS has verified this car. It came off the assembly line November 22nd, 1963, and has been garage kept. It has been owned for the last 20 years by the consignor. And probably the only knock on these early Stingrays is they have 4-wheel drum brakes. Discs didn't come along till 1965.
Well, you have to wonder what will happen to this C2. Being a mild spec, will somebody buy it and rest them on it? At the current bid, you could buy this thing, build it all up, and have a 7-figure potentially vehicle.
I just looked under hood. This is not the base engine. That would have had painted valve covers. This has the cast aluminum valve cover, so it's the upgraded 327.
Right, 365 horsepower under that hood. So, and what I like about it is the fact that it's a lighter engine, that 327. You know, it's not the big block, but this is a great way to get performance without having that heavy front end. $59,000 for a 1964 Corvette with a 327 cubic inch engine underneath the hood. 1966 Nova Custom. We've seen a couple of Novas do very well. Time to see what this one can do. It's an earlier Nova.
Yeah, this is before the generation of Nova that got the Camaro developed front end beginning in 1967. This is a 66. The interiors had a lot of freelancing with the blue and white upholstery. This is a modern take on the original Marina Blue. Metallic blue color.
Holy moly! Whoa. 502 cubic inch V8, and it's framed like it's an art piece with these polished fender covers. Holy smokes, this is just incredible. Look at the way the headers are going out into the fenders themselves, sort of out. It's still going out to the back, but very unique. Just beautiful presentation here.
Yeah, that's pretty drag strip style, as we'll see on our chassis cam as it rolls across. I'd point out details, but a little too fast there. But look how that nice Marina Blue has been carried through to the drive shaft, some of the bracing, rear end, fuel tank there, coilovers in the back. Not what this Nova was born with, not at all.
Boy, what a sleeper look. I mean, from the outside, you would never guess what that engine compartment is going to look like. Plenty of performance and a great style.
Yeah, the interior has been nicely upgraded as well. This is a big-time show car, even though they didn't do much in the body on the outside. Under the hood, and then you can see that dashboard all custom there with the gauges. Just incredible. So much work into this one.
Boy, the more you look at it, the more you like it. $71,000. I think those folks got actually a great deal for that Nova. 1966, big, huge engine, 502 cubic inches underneath the hood. Much more modern, 2019, a Challenger SRT Hellcat. This one's a red-eye wide body custom.
Well, this is said to be one of 6 reindeer editions. Supercharged 6.2 liter, 800 horsepower. Tor Red B Woody, 5-inch Velocity Plus intake. Lots of modifications and improvements on this one.
Yeah, you can see the Hellcat logo has grown some antlers, so there's where that reindeer edition comes from. A wide body, which is special to these, and yeah, stock originally was 707 horsepower when they first came out about 10 years ago, and they just slowly kept dialing it up to the most crazy ones that were over 1,000 horsepower. But this one, yeah, the wide body is certainly special. The color, the spec, an instant classic, I would say.
Yeah, and as our good buddy Steve Magnante would point out, these are the good old days when it comes to horsepower. You know, a long time ago, we've had lots of horsepowered cars, and then it went away, and suddenly we got this era of the 700, 800, 900 horsepower cars from the factory.
And now the replacement is a Charger with a Hurricane twin-turbo engine that I'm not sure Mopar enthusiasts are going to embrace for a while, or the electric version where they simulate the Hemi Hellcat noises through speakers out the back. Might be a tough sell for these old-school Mopar purists, huh?
All I can say is, wait till you drive it. I think all of those concerns are going to melt away. Otherwise, they would never have gone in that direction.
Well, yeah, the Charger, the new Charger, the electric, has, I think, 760 horsepower. 0 to 60 in just over 3 seconds, so very, very quick. $71,000 for a 2019 Challenger SRT Hellcat Red-Eye wide body custom. So much left to go here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Well, this 1991 Ferrari 348, the one that April previewed for us just a little while ago, just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $60,000. And let's call this Ferrari o'clock because we now have another Ferrari right behind it. In this case, it's the 360 Modena F1.
So this car is 2 generations removed from the 348 that just crossed the block. And the 360 was a big advance for Ferrari. Yes, it was still a mid-engine V8, but this accommodated taller drivers than the previous cars. And better yet, the engine could get its full service, including replacement of the cam belts, without dropping the whole rear subframe out of the car, as you had to do on the earlier cars. The fender scoops, recall the 275P or 250P Ferraris that raced at Le Mans in the early 60s, so kind of a retro style, but a much more advanced car than the one it replaced.
Right, the belt service, the timing belt service involved in removing the interior, so just the seats and the back panels to reach it versus dropping it out, way better. So 1999, this will be the first year of the 360 full production. This one does have upgraded 430 wheels of the next generation. You can see pretty much everybody would do the challenge shields in the rear because it looks so much better. They would come from the factory body colored, but the challenge cars or the racing version would have extra for heat dissipation, these little holes in there. And I see what I believe is an aftermarket exhaust, which is pretty much a requirement for these, because from the factory they sound good, but with a Capriso exhaust, that howling V8, high revving V8, I believe this one, yeah, what does it say? 8,500 RPM. Redline just sounds incredible.
Yeah, this could be a Capristo or maybe a Tubi from back in that period. And yes, the Challenge grille for better cooling in the rear. I put my palm on it, and it is toasty. Of course, here in Scottsdale in the 100-degree heat, everything is toasty today.
Well, and you see it has the F1 paddle shift transmission, so you could option it with that or the manual, normal gated manual 3-pedal, but this one has basically a computer or a robot controlling the clutch and the shifts as you shift through yourself. Some people prefer this, some people prefer the old gated manuals. When it comes to prices, the gated do bring a bit more.
All right, folks, we're trying to get in at the last minute, but $58,000, that was the sales price for that 1999 Ferrari 360 Modena F1. Up on the block now, we have a 1959 Volkswagen 23-window microbus, and it's time for some Hagerty Fast Facts on this one. It's the first-gen microbus that was produced between 1951 and 1967. Those Samba windows, well, they were designed specifically for folks who were touring the Swiss Alps, so they got a better view. And less than 10% of VW bus models, they had the 23 windows.
All right, so which has a bigger emblem, the VW Microbus or recent Cadillac Escalades? The jury's out. And no, I didn't bring my ruler. But how about those headlights? They look kind of bug-eyed the way they protrude, but yep, that's the way they came.
Well, and I always wondered from the stock configuration with a bunch of tourists loaded into this thing into the Swiss Alps, how it could climb the mountains. It must have struggled and held up traffic, but that has been addressed with this one. In the back, underneath the luggage tray, is an upgraded engine. Let's see if we can take a look. Yeah, over-bore engine, looks pretty stock, but apparently 150 horsepower on this one, which is a considerable upgrade, probably more than double the horsepower stock of what this had back in the 50s.
Well, in fact, an original 59 would have had about 40 horsepower, so not
triple.
just,
okay.
Yeah, exactly, an awful lot more. When you think about it, it was all about the gearing, though. That was what they were able to do, get those really low gears and use 40 horsepower. But you're right, going up a hill, I used to have a VW van, you know, in 1968, and going up a big hill, it was not a pleasant thing to do.
So the driver sits above the front axle, and he is completely isolated from the folks in the back. This middle seat, part of it flips forward, and these two doors swing out barn door style for easy access to the back seat, and there's still luggage room behind. Now this was the vehicle you did not want to get caught behind on a 2-lane road in New England where I grew up.
Now, we've seen a number of the Samba recreations across the block, the Brazilian buses. This is not a Brazilian bus. So this one is getting more money, more appreciation, more value up here on the block.
The quality of the restoration and the fact that everything on this is virtually new, I think is driving the bidders.
Not only new, but slightly upgraded. You see the LED lights, like I talked about with the engine. If you actually want to use and enjoy it, but have the real deal, this is it. It's really impressive.
We'll forgive the LED tail lights.
Well, they work better. 320 miles on it since it was built, and those folks like it. They just sold it for $93,000. Congratulations. Let's check in with April Rose.
Thanks, Rick. I'm still in the pre-staging lanes. It's a little cooler today, though. It's only 100 degrees. Things are heating up big time, and I want you to see this. We're going back in the day, 1940 Packard 120, and I love these elaborate hood ornaments they have, the goddess of speed. It's just so cool. Of course, this huge skyscraper-looking front grille. You got the pod headlights. Even the turn signals have their own pod, louvered all the way along the hood. And these spotlights, the Packards, they have so many details. It even says Packard right up there on the top, a little bit of Art Deco styling ribbed there along the side. Come on with me, come on down. We have the single pinstripe, just a little detail sculpted fenders back here. And of course, when you're with your family, you got luggage rack right back there. Now take a peek inside. You got 3 on the tree, painted wood dash. Everything looks pretty symmetrical. I mean, this isn't a car you show up in. This is a car you arrive with sophistication. It's a great example of a pre-war car. And now, Rick, I got to ask you, because my producer Fran was telling me that these spotlights at the drive-in back in the day, you'd shine them up on the screen, the movie screen, and they'd kind of chase each other and play, and it was like a fun activity. I don't know if I believe him. Is he messing with me, or is that a real thing?
Hey, it's a little before my time to be shining the spotlights up on the movie screen in the drive-in, but I'm sure more than a few people did that. And by the way, do we call that the Goddess of Speed or the Donut Chaser on the front of that Packard? But it's really a piece of automotive art. $67,000 for a 2020 Ford Mustang Jack Roush Signature Edition. That's the current bid.
Well, where Shelby kind of left off, Jack Roush picked up. Jack started his career at Ford as an engineer, was half of the famed Gap and Roush drag racing team, then turned his attention to IMSA and to NASCAR, and then to modifying production Mustangs, such as this one, a full-on Roush conversion with Jack's signature on the airbox.
$68,000. Congratulations to those folks right there for that 5-liter V8, 775 horsepower. 1970 Chevelle Custom, the most popular year for collectors of the Chevelle.
Wow, there's no mistaking this for a stock automobile. Just even as you look at the front end, the high beam headlights are gone. They've been replaced by air intakes to feed that monstrous small block or big box Chevy that lies beneath. 496 cubic inches. 4-speed automotive, Moser posit traction rear end, MagnaFlow mufflers, billet front spindles and coilovers, Curry rear control arms, steel gray metallic.
Well, I think this is brilliant. Something I haven't seen before with the dual headlight Chevelle, where they delete the secondary lights and make it an intake. Just gorgeous. Of course, they do that with the Hellcat. Maybe that's where they got the idea from. 2014-15 Hellcats, to where they get the headlights as a sneak for the...
First time I saw that was the 1964 Ford Fairlane Thunderbolts.
I did not know that. I wasn't around then, once again, sorry. But,
it's okay.
Yeah, this one, so well done. They didn't go with the cowl hood on this one. They wanted to make it sleek, slippery, everything shaved and smooth that they could. Very well built, pro touring style Chevelle. Beautiful.
That steel gray exterior, and I like the fact that they kept the chrome as well. It's just nice on every level. The quality, the attention, you know, everything under the hood was done right, and this paint. I mean, once again, I'm about 12 feet away from it. Looks perfect.
Can you turn the key and light everything up? Because the gauges in this are just beautiful as well. The LED backing, you can see the vents for the fans as well. Just really well done, incredible custom inside and out and under the hood we saw when we first had it on the block. Wow.
Another one you couldn't build it for that. $65,000 the sale price for this custom 1970 Chevelle. Corvette time. In this case, it's a 1962 Corvette Custom.
Final year for the C1 Corvette with its live rear axle, exposed headlights, which became dual headlights. Now, when this front-end body style debuted in 1958, these headlight bezels were chrome. Everything here was stainless. It got toned down from 1960, 61, and in 62. In 61, these coves could be ordered in a contrasting color. Not so in 62, as they were trying to tone things down. Also, the sloping rear end for 61 and 2 was changed to kind of a advanced look, a sneak peek at what the Stingray would look like 1 year later.
So yes, very, very stock looking on the outside. What makes this one a custom? Well, it doesn't have the correct engine. 327 cubic inch would have been under the hood, which would have carried over into the second generation. 1 year only 62 on the first generation got the 327. This one now has a 350, much more common, much more serviceable, and I imagine quite a bit more horsepower than the 300, the most you could get probably in 62.
The big gauge here is the speedometer. The small one just above the steering column is the tachometer, and that kind of mimics what would happen if you took a big hose clamp and strapped a tachometer onto the steering column. Well, Chevy did it for you right there. There's a trunk lid on this 1962, and it is the last Corvette with an opening trunk, well, for several decades.
So I have a Roman Red 62 at home with the 327 that drive quite a bit. The last time we had a big snow, I took it out in the front yard and did donuts for a YouTube video. Had a lot of fun. You know, it's great power. That axle is sort of limiting in these compared to the next generation to limit the sportiness of it, but it is still a lot of fun to roll your gears with that V8 in front and get that classic Corvette look. And personally, I love the toned down styling of the 62, sort of getting people ready for the next generation. And yeah, it just shows the lines of the car rather than a bunch of chrome and gingerbread. Obviously, I'm wrong when it comes to collectability because the prices on the older ones are much, much higher. But personally, I love the 62s.
Of course, such a massive change between 62 and 63, and Mike mentioned, you get a preview of it in the back end of this car, but what a radical change to that 1963 Stingray.
What weekly TV drama starred the 62 Corvette?
Is that Route 66?
Yes,
there
it
we
was.
go. We'll tell you more about that later, Tyler. $49,000 for a 1962 Corvette.
Okay, so two guys.
Was it a talkie?
Unemployed with an unknown source of funding, have a Corvette, drive it across the country, stopping to help out people along the way just because they were good guys. George Maharis and Martin Milner were the original stars.
Oh, the only star was the 62 Corvette. And that's what we think of today. We forget who else was in it. All right, up on the block right now, we've got a 1990 Corvette ZR1 that is the first car we're going to see today as part of the David Ressler collection. Let's listen to Stephen Craig.
The best Corvettes in the world.
So this starts the collection of the ZR1. So Dave also wore his matching jackets to commemorate that. Each car comes with a matching Ressler shirt to go with the car. This one in the staging lanes right outside, I got pulled out, dropped an injector. So they're going to pay to fix it. It's idling a little rough. I'll bet if you take it out.
122 miles, folks.
Yeah.
These cars are brand new.
I could probably clean it out in a few minutes, but well, they'll pay to take it to the dealership and do it the right way and have the injectors cleaned. The cars have been sitting. If you watch the video, we were all there when they uncovered the cars. They're very low mileage. They've been well taken care of, and I can't say anything else other than it's a great opportunity coming from a great collection. Joseph?
Well, if you were here when we started the show and William Shatner sold his Jaguar up on the block with a great bit of flamboyance, well, Dave Ressler was cut from that same mold. The ZR1, a very special Corvette. The engines in these cars, specially designed by Chevrolet, but not built by General Motors. They were farmed out to Mercury Marine and built in Oklahoma, and then brought to the assembly plant to put in these cars. It's hard to see, but the body on these cars is about 4 inches wider than a stock Corvette, kind of taking after the Turbo 911 versus the standard 911 Porsche. The wheels are wider, just everything about this is more.
It was a $31,000 option to get this on top of what was about a $33,000 car. You essentially doubled the price of a Corvette to get the ZR1.
And when they launched the ZR1, they wanted to show it meant business. So they set speed and endurance records with these ZR1s. And this one, well, it's one of a few that you would never see again because this one just a little over 100 original miles on the odometer. So literally brand new. It's just astounding.
Victor, bring your camera around. Let's show them this window sticker to Rick's point. The base price of this Corvette, $32,000. And the top line on the option list is the ZR1 package. And yes, it nearly doubles the price of the car.
Going back to Dave Ressler, he was a long-time consigner, buyer here, very flamboyant guy, passed away in 2017. These cars have been part of the family collection for all that time. And the family's finally decided it's time to let some of them go. And boy, these are not just your standard run-of-the-mill ZR1, if that's possible. These are blue chip cars, and that one just hammered sold at $45,000.
Now, if that seems a little light, it does to me because there was a time when these cars would cross the auction block and bring 6 figures. However, These are C4 Corvettes, and since then, well, Corvettes have advanced and been developed, and the later generations of ZR1s had more power, more handling, more capability, and that's kind of lowered these in the estimation of collectors compared to the more recent ZR1s. That said, they're still very limited production and very much a supercar of their time.
One up on the block now, there's a 1991 ZR1. That last one had 122 miles on the odometer. This one only has 134 miles on the odometer.
And not a very aggressive color for a Corvette. This is steel blue metallic. And again, base price of the car, $32,500. The ZR1 option, nearly $32,000. Again, nearly doubling the price of the car.
And if you come over to the driver's side, I'll show you what I'm talking about with the Endurance Championship here. They had it, they're so proud of it, they put it on the side. 3 world and 12 international records. I think they averaged something like 175 miles an hour for 24 hours straight, switching drivers on a track. Something astounding like that, just to show how incredible these Corvettes were, how much more special they were than the stock Corvettes. Because, yeah, you look at it and it is subtle. Yes, it is wider and it is way more powerful, but it doesn't look that different from a stock Corvette.
One other difference from the regular Corvette, if I'm not mistaken, the top roof panel does not remove on these. I believe these are coupes only for the added body stiffness, even though it looks like the standard removable roof. Not seeing the latches here.
And that one just sold for $42,000, that ZR1 out of the David Ressler collection. Well, coming up, how about a Ferrari, a 2004 Ferrari 360 Spider, 3.6-liter V8 engine, 6-speed transmission. We'll be right back.
Barrett-Jackson auction, cross the block on Super Saturday, and I want this one. A 1971 Ferrari 365 GTB4, the Daytona. This one repainted in its original fly yellow with a recent polish and detail, black interior, chrome wire wheels, new tires, recent service. Marcel Massini report of its original options and history, and can you believe this has only covered 35,000 actual miles? That's not even 1,000 miles a year. This is achingly gorgeous, Tyler.
Well, Mike, how about a modern icon with lot 753, a 2018 Bugatti Chiron. This one has a W16 in the back, putting out over 1,400 horsepower and its top speed 261 miles per hour. It's one of the fastest cars in the world. What do you have, Rick?
Oh, come on, Tyler. It's Super Saturday. We have to talk super customs, like this 1960 Ford Starliner, a Ford GT-styled engine under the hood, 550 horsepower, a custom chassis underneath, body work that's absolutely perfect. And the nickname for this Starliner? It's Scarliner. All right, April, what have you got?
Not bad, Rick, but check this out. 2019 Ford GT in liquid red. Now it's got over $50,000 in options with that cool carbon fiber aero kit, 20-inch carbon fiber gloss wheels, and get this, it's basically brand new, only 35 actual miles. This is a work of art. This is a street legal race car. It's incredible. One of the great machines you're going to see here crossing the block on Super Saturday.
Back here at Barrett-Jackson, big money on the block right now for another one of those Dave Ressler ZR1s. This is a 40th anniversary edition. Current bid, $100,000.
Yes, not just a ZR1, but a 40th anniversary ZR1. And this one does have the removable body color roof panel on it and the removable glass panel stored beneath the hatch. So everything here, stick shift car, never registered, no miles, over 100 grand.
is. That is now the #1 seller, the top seller of the day so far here on Friday at Barrett-Jackson. The 1993 Corvette ZR1, that 40th anniversary edition, that just sold for $105,000. All right, from one ZR1 to another. This one's a 1994, and this one only has 124 miles on the odometer.
And like all of the other Dave Ressler Corvette ZR1s, it has never been registered. It was shipped to the dealership and put away. Now, along the way, what we see here is a change in the wheels on the ZR1. From the saw blade wheels to these really beautiful 5-spoke wheels. I had a C4 Corvette, got a set of these wheels and put them on it, even though mine was not a ZR1. I just loved the look and, of course, more cooling. Again, a body color roof removable panel, and the glass panel is here beneath the opening hatch. Dark British, what looks like British Racing green over tan. Beautiful presentation.
Now, when it comes to the ZR1s of the C4 Corvettes, the newer they are, the more valuable they are. Better look with those wheels, but also more performance. When they first came out, 375 horsepower. This one, 405 horsepower. They were also slower sellers as the years went on, so it's rarer to find a later ZR1 like this, a 94. It's just brand new in the wrapper, just crazy.
Polar green is the color. Here's that 4-cam 32-valve V8 stuffed under hood. A lot of performance here for $65,000.
Yeah, complicated engine, but powerful engine. 94 Corvette ZR1 out of the Dave Ressler collection. It's about 125 miles on the odometer. And the only question is, at this auction, what kind of ZR1 color do you want to choose? We're going to go from green to yellow. In this case, a year newer, a 1995 ZR1, another one out of the David Ressler collection. This one has less than 75 miles on the odometer.
And this one's my pick of the litter. We'll see if that's the same with everyone else in the room, because it is the color, the final year for the ZR1 with the right ending wheels, brand new in the wrapper, and like I said, that higher horsepower, 405 horsepower. Both tops, the clear top still in the wrapper, the seats still in the wrapper. A brand new ZR1 from the final year.
So what Dave would do when he'd sell his cars is he would wear a sport coat the same color as the car, and then he would take the sport coat off and he'd start trying to get the crowd going with that sport coat. Well, it's not a sport coat, but it's a Ressler Corvette shirt in the same competition yellow as the car. And yes, the lucky bidder will take this home as well.
And you know, the thing I always remember him wearing is a yellow jacket. So for me, this would be the perfect David Ressler car.
And I think I like this out of the entire Ressler collection. Again, I love the later wheels on these ZR1s. Yellow over tan, very tasteful. A lot of performance.
Most definitely. We were in the dark ages when it came to performance, when the C4 came out with that Crossfire fuel injection, barely 200 horsepower. This doubled it, and the performance, otherwise, the tuning, the chassis, the suspension, it's just unreal what they were able to do with these. I believe the active suspension was shared with Ferrari when it came to the engineering, the active suspension that you could active dampen, which was a big deal in 1995.
Yeah, to your point, I mean, you know, we were in the doldrums of horsepower. We were just coming out of it. The 90s were starting to see a resurgence, but even then, this was a strong performance from a car. I mean, when you had more than 400 horsepower. And away it goes, $75,000 for a ZR1 out of the Ressler collection, less than 75 miles on the odometer, more than 400 horsepower for that $30,000 engine package. Coming up, we got a 2005 Lamborghini Gallardo that's going to cross the block. 5-liter V10 engine, 6-speed gated manual transmission. It's going to get everybody's attention when it rolls up, and you will not want to miss it.
Had to get out 6,
Moments ago, a 2020 Ford F-150 Shelby Super Snake pickup truck rolled across the block, 770 horsepower coming out of that 5-liter engine, and it got everybody's attention. $95,000, making it the number 4 sale of the day so far here on Friday at Barrett-Jackson. Seen our fair share of Ferraris today, and we got another one, a 2004. This is a 360s Challenge Stradale Tribute.
So the Ferrari Challenge would have been the race car, not legal for the street. So if you wanted a street legal race engine Ferrari 360, they called it the Challenge Stradale. And you got the race engine, sort of the suspension, much more track focused and basic, but it was street legal. This one is a tribute to that. So it has the Challenge Stradale stripe, but otherwise it looks pretty stock to me. Nice 360 wheels, the yellow. We talked about the 360 being a very important car for Ferrari as far as a mass market car that was easily serviceable, somewhat affordable. Hey, great price here, $55,000.
Yeah, $55,000. You know, the original one of these, a true Stradale, would be like 240 pounds lighter than a normal 360. They have done a number of changes to this one, but overall, it's basically purely a tribute. Don't forget, Barrett-Jackson.com is the place to go to get all of the information that you want about goings-on here at Barrett-Jackson, the full list of cars. And, of course, you want to check it even when the auction isn't going on to find out about the next auction coming up. Right now, we got a 2010 Ferrari California convertible.
So the California came out around this year, I believe, 2010, and it was another car where they were trying to appeal to a broader market of people with a starting price of under $200,000. Sounds expensive, but that was cheap for a Ferrari, and they did a lot of firsts with these. They brought back the front engine V8 for the first time in a very long time. First with a dual clutch rear mounted transmission, so great weight distribution. You got a convertible that was a hard top, so dual tops all built in, and you got a back seat, a very, very small back seat, but yes, you got a back seat. So a lot of practicality with a Ferrari.
So tomorrow we're going to see a Ferrari Daytona crossing the block, which is pretty special. The 365, it is going to be up on the block, and it was a front engine car and kind of almost a front mid-engine, and that's exactly the same style that you've got this. I mean, they've built some great mid-engine cars over the time, but what they've done with this front engine, slide it back just a little bit. Some people call this a front mid-engine concept, so that it's got a little better weight distribution, but they're going back to that same kind of concept.
So you see 2 taillights on the back lit up as the driver is hitting the brakes. Well, why is that? Well, for federal government mandates, you can't have taillights on a portion of the body that moves. And you can see these taillights are mounted on the trunk. So when the trunk is open or the top's pulling back, you rely on these for the brake lights. That's why they had to do both.
I'll tell you what, that one just sold for $80,000. And to your point earlier, I mean, these were cars where, yeah, they were less than $200,000. They were affordable, but they were still close to $200,000. That one just sold for $80,000. It's only got about 42,000 miles on the odometer. Now, this is the car that April previewed just a little while ago, a 1940 Packard 120 convertible. And I have to say, this is truly automotive art on every level. I mean, the 1940 pre-war Packards were just beautifully designed.
Absolutely, yeah. Before 1941 or World War II, Packard really was on the top of their game, and you can see that front grille. It looks sort of like an Art Deco skyscraper that you can see back in the period. In the 120, you had other models. You had straight 6s, straight 8s. This is sort of the last of that Gatsby era, you know, Depression era looking pre-war cars, and they are stunning.
Well, back before World War II, they used to talk about the 3 Ps of luxury. There was Peerless, there was Pierce Arrow, and there was Packard. If you were trying to get a top-notch luxury vehicle, this was the direction you were going to go, because these cars were just beautifully done, beautifully styled, and more importantly, beautifully built. And of course, the slogan back then, ask the man who owns one. Find a Packard owner and ask him whether you should buy one.
And you look at the beautiful interior layer in here. Once again, that sort of Art Deco styling continues. But one thing that's always funny on these pre-war cars, many of them are not just Packard, that dashboard, it looks like wood. It's not. It's a faux finish. It is brushed on to give that sort of wood look, and they did that on the door panels as well. You would have to go with a Bentley or a Rolls-Royce to get real wood, but they wanted to copy that with the Packards, which were slightly lower priced, so they would have this faux finish. You know, nowadays, like in the 80s, they did with the Grand Wagoneer. Well, here it is in the 1940s, some faux wood.
Now, the 120 was designed to be sort of a mid-range model for the Packard company. It had an 8-cylinder engine, and it was really an appeal to go for, let's call it a step down, not the ultimate in luxury, but to entice people to say, well, I want a Packard. I want Packard quality at maybe a slightly lower price point.
Now you see it had a heater added there on the passenger side. I need to look and make sure, but some of these heaters were actually gasoline powered, so they have a little bit of a fuel feed. They would light up and they would burn fuel to give heat into the cabin. I had one in 46 Chrysler that I ripped out because having something burning like in between your passengers' legs and shooting into the cabin, that just seemed crazy, but that's how they heated some of the cars back in the day in the aftermarket. What a beautiful time capsule here.
Boy, this is an absolutely spectacular car for $60,000. I think this is a screaming deal. I know a lot of people don't appreciate the pre-wars quite as much, the pre-war cars, but this one really stands out. A beautiful restoration of a beautiful car. 1937 Ford Custom Convertible rolling up onto the block right now. It's hot rod time.
Yeah, this one is quite a hot rod, powered by a 351 cubic inch small block, 4-barrel carburetors, automatic transmission. But you can see the beautiful body of the 37 Ford lends itself so well to customization. That grille just sloping all the way into the ground with the bumpers off of it. It's just a great look on its own. And that's why these are just idolized by hot rod builders to create this.
I mean, you think about the styling changes with Ford in just 5 years. Think about the Deuce Coupe, the 1932, which has essentially a radiator that is straight up and down and basically flat coming out. And here we are just 5 years later, and you've got this V shape with this beautiful radiator, this design. It's completely different than the look of that 32. Imagine having just 5 years, having such a radical change in automotive design, and that's what was going on back in the 1930s.
I do like that they have the convertible top with this. So many of them, they decide to delete the top and make them a permanent convertible, but this one you can put the top up and drive in all weather, I suppose. Although I doubt this one's seen rain because it looks like it's just been on the show circuit. Really cool how they integrated the tail lights, the brake lights into the bumper. Very subtle there. You go to the interior, once again, just a beautiful custom hot rod. Everything just very subtle, minimalist, which just perfect styling. Yeah, you can see digital gauges right here. Otherwise, a pretty correct looking dashboard. The center console with your stereo. It looks like very comfortable bucket seats. Opened up and you can see the air ride, I believe, right here. Or is it power windows? Power windows. Okay, so power windows have been added, so that is very nice.
Yeah, the other option, if you don't go the convertible route, is just go with what we call a Carson top, which is basically what looks like a convertible top that comes on. And guess what? This candy copper color is getting a lot of love here in the room. It is now tied as the #1 seller of the day. The current bid is $105,000, and it's still going.
Well, here we go, the top seller of the day now, $110,000. It's really easy to see why. Amazing paint job here. Probably half the cost of the car itself is the body or paintwork, or more, considering it's a metal body car. Yes, it is. And that deep paint job. To achieve this, it takes a master.
When you talk to hot rod builders and they'll say, oh, you know, we spent 40,000 hours building a car, or 10,000 hours building a car. You're like, well, what did you spend it on? Well, they'll tell you at least half of that. Half of their time building a car is almost always going to go into the body and paintwork, and the number's still going up, 135, 140.
And that's why Barrett-Jackson is the place to bring your custom. To see something that was built, obviously, unlimited hours, unlimited money probably put into this. And if you want to have it appreciated and you want the right buyers in the room, we're now at $160,000. Only at Barrett-Jackson you see something like this.
At the beginning of our broadcast today, we talked about how this would be a battle of wills, and we have two committed buyers. They have been working this. Remember, we thought it was going to get maybe 100, 105, and they have not been willing to back out. Now it looks like one more bid coming from the block.
But not only is it a total work of art, like I was pointing out, it's a very drivable work of art. Modern conveniences, air conditioning, we put the top up, perfect build.
And we've got a new top seller of the day here on Friday in the fall auction for Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale, $175,000 for a 1937 Ford Custom convertible. What a beauty, and away it goes to a brand new owner. We're going to take a break here in Scottsdale, but we will come back because who knows what else may break the bank. Moments ago here in Scottsdale for the fall auction, this 2013 Dodge Viper GTS crossed the block. V10 engine, 640 horsepower, 6-speed manual transmission. The crowd loved it. It is now the #2 sale of the day, sold for $110,000. I think we're getting into prime time for Friday. Prices, quality, everything going up. And right now we got a 1964 Chevy 2 Nova SS Custom.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Rick. This Nova 2 is nothing like it was when it left the factory. Just an incredible build here. The 327 cubic inch V8 engine has a 5-speed Tremec, so a manual transmission to row the gears. But yeah, the body just unreal on this one. The designer says countless hours of work just in the paint prep, and it most certainly shows. But not only did they do everything pretty, they did the right engine, but they upgraded the braking and the handling as well to match everything else. Just a great build.
Just sold for $70,000 here at Barrett-Jackson for that beautiful 64 Chevy 2 Nova Custom. Mustang time, a 65 Mustang Custom.
Well, this one, they say, is a tribute to the Ken Miles GT350, which Ken Miles, of course, a famous racing driver that worked for Carroll Shelby. They documented his life in Ford versus Ferrari, where he tragically died testing Shelby vehicles. But yeah, this one is a GT350 tribute, but not a GT350 engine. You can look under the hood, you see those stacks, 347 cubic inch, 520 horsepower Roush Performance V8, once again with a 5-speed Tremec transmission. This one has had all of the suspension and brake upgrades as well. You look on the sides, it says GT520, not 350, because of that horsepower.
And underneath it's got a new chassis. Remember, a 65 Mustang would have had basically a chassis that was derived from the Ford Falcon. So this time they put in a new custom chassis underneath. You know, one of the great things about the movie Ford versus Ferrari is the fact that it brought the Ken Miles story to the public. For the most part, the only folks who knew about Ken Miles were those who really paid attention and followed racing back in that era. But having that movie, Ford versus Ferrari, told the story of Ken Miles, yeah, they took a few detours here and there. But the fact that they were able to memorialize what he was able to do for Ford and the ability to test and build a car and help Shelby American make that Ford GT40 and indeed these Shelby Mustangs better than they would have been.
Well, and I certainly think he would have approved a power plant like this in sort of a sleeper build. Other than the 520 on the sides, you wouldn't think that this is anything more than a stock Corvette with some stripes on it. But yeah, serious power plant, serious horsepower, 520 horsepower, and that Tremec 5-speed, perfect. I love the Tremec's as a replacement to the 4-speeds that you would get in these Mustangs, to have that extra highway gear to where it's just not screaming. Fantastic build.
Yeah, this is kind of a what could have been if they'd done this as a convertible. But it's got all the right touches. It's been beautifully built. And once again, not just up above, but down below with that new chassis. It's got a Ford 9-inch rear end. Everything's been done right on this.
Yeah, look at the gauges there. You can see on the steering column on either side they added a tachometer and a clock, kind of subtle period corrected. Looks fantastic.
Ken Miles' son Peter annually presents an award in his father's honor at the Rolex Motorsports reunion in Monterey at Laguna Seca. So he is still somewhat involved. The family's still somewhat involved in the sport.
Yeah, I got a chance to meet him just a couple of years ago. Up on the block now, a 56 Chevy Nomad Custom.
Wow, resplendent in mint green, brand new chrome and stainless, and a 350 V8 under the hood with a 4-speed automatic. So the Nomad came from a Chevy show car that was built on the original Corvette. And the roofline was just so dramatic that it was repeated on the full-size Chevrolet as a 2-door hardtop station wagon. The Nomad persisted for 1955, 6, and 7, and then the name was moved over to the top-of-the-line 4-door wagon through 1961.
Well, I had to look closely, and yeah, I do believe these are real knockoff wheels that were fitted to this. So they changed the hubs to be able to, you know, knock the wheels on and off with a hammer. That's a pretty cool touch. But yeah, this mint green paint is flawless. All the chrome has been redone. So a very high quality restoration with this one with a modern 350 power plant.
Yeah, of course, with uprated discs, both front, well, in the front, I should say, and the drums have been kept in the rear. So it's not over the top in terms of the build, but nicely done. And I love the subtlety of having that mint green color. It's not just a two-tone. It's got that green all the way through.
Well, I went to open the door to show you the inside because it's so pretty. There's no handle. It's got poppers on it. It opens from the inside. Maybe you can see a bit from the window, but it is totally modern from the inside. Modern gauges, AC. What a build.
$75,000, and at that price, it doesn't even make our top 10 of the day. That would take at least $80,000. Let's check in with April.
So back in the day, pickup trucks, they weren't very luxurious until this showed up on the block. 1957 Chevy Cameo. They are just so cool. Now check out along the side, even the wheels are from a Corvette. Those are chrome Corvette rally style wheels. You got the designation written right up here and the Chevy cross flags from Corvette as well. Now what makes this even special, sleek, fancy, sophisticated are these side panels. They were built in the Corvette factory. They're fiberglass, made to look like the Bel Air style of the 57 fins back here. This is just such a sweet truck. Now the heart, a GM Crate ZZ502 V8, custom built 4-speed automatic. Inside, it looks similar to the Bel Air. You know, you got the V-style gauges, bench seat, wood wheel. This is one sweet truck. And you know, if you're not into this, maybe you want something a little more modern. Back here, come on, RJ, all the way in the back, we've got an electric El Camino following it. I mean, Rick, what is this world coming to?
Oh, I think it's coming to electricity. In fact, up at the manufacturer showcase, there's no shortage of modern electric cars, but that El Camino with the conversion to electric, there are some companies that are even starting to build crate electric motors to be able to retrofit into classic cars. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the hobby as the years go along. $65,000 the current bid for this 57 Chevy Bel Air fuel-injected car.
Yeah, here's that original Rochester fuel injection that found its way onto some Corvettes and some full-size Chevrolets.
And this one just sold $65,000 for the 57 Bel Air fuel-injected car. Nice looking car all the way around. Matador red, two-tone interior. Rolling up behind it is a 1969 Ford Bronco Custom that April previewed just a little while ago.
Yeah, a very custom. Power is a built 302 cubic inch V8. Obviously, this one has been lifted, but I like how they sort of went with the Baja style on this one, with that front bumper with the winch built in. Very wide Mickey Thompson mudding tires. The doors have been deleted, which is something that you could do with the Broncos back in the day. You know, put in this kit or put the doors back on. Slight wide body stance. Very cool build.
This is the first of these baby Broncos that we've seen in this year's sale. You can buy a brand new Bronco, you can buy the smaller Bronco Sport, or there are companies like Icon that will build you one of these from all brand new parts. You can have your own brand new 1966-67 Bronco. Just bring about 200 large to the table and be prepared to wait about a year.
Or you can buy one right now at Barrett-Jackson. There's always a great selection of these. It's surprising we're this late into Friday before you got our first baby Bronco. But yeah, look at the suspension setup on this thing. Huge dual Rancho shocks and big red painted springs. The frame nicely restored. This thing is built to have some fun, but I think it's pretty fresh. I doubt it's ever been off-road.
One of the things I like about this car is they point out it's got 7,800 miles on the odometer since the build. So it's not just a fresh build. They've actually driven it a little bit.
Well, I doubt they've driven it much on the highway, because with those big off-road tires and that very short wheelbase, this thing would have a real choppy road ride. Now, off-road, that's a different story. That's where this one was built to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they really went with the safety on this one. This is a pretty over-the-top roll cage for the front and rear passengers. It's all Rhino lined on the inside as well. So, you know, I'm thinking maybe if it was used and enjoyed, it's probably pretty easy to clean up with the choices they made on this one.
Well, that 1969 custom Bronco just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $50,000. Right behind it, we've got a Camaro coming up on the block. Custom's the name of the game this afternoon, and this is a 1968 Camaro RS Custom.
So the RS refers to the Rally Sport package, largely an appearance package, which biggest feature is the hideaway headlamps. So it looks like one grill all the way across. And the consignor's going to help Cliff get the hood up, and it's a good thing because underneath it's all chrome.
Yeah, what a presentation there of the 383 V8. So, yeah, holy smokes, everything chromed out, including all the accessories, the alternator, the air conditioner. The presentation of this, yeah, just absolutely astounding.
Houndstooth upholstery in black and white, automatic transmission with a basket handle shifter, and just gleaming candy apple red paint. V80 spoiler package, four-wheel disc brakes, and larger wheels and tires than it was born with.
Yeah, it's a tri-coat red paint to get that extra signage sheen as far as depth to it that you can really see on the auction block lights. Chip Foose wheels that set it off pretty well as well. Matches the chrome in the engine bay. Very impressive, and an impressive number. We're getting to $80,000 currently.
You know, think about that engine compartment. In many ways, it's over the top, and yet it's simplified as well. And any flaw would show up. That's why that one is so well done. That gentleman just paid $80,000, shook the hand of the bidding assistant, and walked away like, yep, I'm the new owner of that car. Congratulations to him. 6 years earlier, we got a 62 Chevy Bel Air Bubble Top.
This one's a 409 horsepower, 409 cubic inches with dual quads. That's two 4-barrel carburetors, not just one. This one does not have either power steering or power brakes. There's the single small master cylinder. So let's, I figure this one was optioned out to go fast in a straight line.
Yeah, absolutely. Also optioned with the 4-speed manual, so the spec that you would think. And yeah, this one, a beautiful rotisserie restoration on it too, as new. Everything correct, right down to the alternator. Nothing really upgraded on this, and it's a multi-award winner, Hershey Award winner for that reason. So you have a special spec and an over-the-top incredible restoration to as new, or, well, better than new, most likely.
Nice restoration with the tar top battery. Base steel wheels. They were 14-inch by now, with the poverty caps or dog dish hubcaps, if you will. Take your pick. But very nice bodywork. Bel Air being the midline of the two-door hardtop. Now the Biscayne line, the bottom line, did not get a two-door hardtop, just a two-door sedan. So the Bel Air and, of course, the Impala. Now the Bel Air, you got twin tail lights. With an Impala, you'd get 3 on each side.
And I do look inside, and I need to correct myself because there is one modification which would have been a day 2 when they left the showroom. They did add a tack to the column to see when to shift at that 409 when it hit the red line. So yeah, this is a stoplight racer.
Bench seat car, folding bench in the front. Certainly room for 5 or 6 if you're really good friends.
Well, that puts a wrap on our first 3 hours of coverage today here in Scottsdale, but really we're just getting warmed up. 4 more hours of live auction are headed your way on FYI. Welcome to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. Always great to visit Scottsdale, but it's even better when you're surrounded by more than 800 beautiful vehicles. And that's exactly what we have here. So let's get right to the action. And up on the block right now, this is a car we previewed a while ago, a 2004 Ferrari 360 Spider.
Beautiful car, nicely optioned with the 3-piece alloy wheels. However, the vehicle history report notes a front-end collision with another vehicle. Airbags did not deploy. That's usually the sign of a minor impact. And this one looks to have been nicely professionally repaired. Serviced by Ferrari of New England and only 30 miles since.
Right, and to make up for the accident history, I suppose it does have very low mileage, under 10,000 miles, which you would look for in the Ferrari world to be considered low mileage versus other cars. They're very picky when it comes to that, along with options. Rosa Corsa on this one, you can see it does have the Challenge rear grille. Once again, like that other 360, it does look like it does have the upgraded exhaust, which is a requirement. But this one is a Spider, so that top does come down and retracts into a beautiful boot, to where these are great styled convertibles. They look just as good as convertibles or coupes.
And as we've discussed earlier, this 360 was a huge improvement over the 355 in serviceability. The timing belt service, much less expensive because the engine didn't have to come out of the car to get it done.
Well, congratulations to those folks up there, and the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. Away it goes for $80,000. You love Italian exotics, but maybe not a Ferrari. You want something else? How about a Lamborghini? In this case, it's a 2005 Gallardo.
Well, this is the second year of the Gallardo, which was the first real mass-produced Lamborghini under Audi Volkswagen's tutelage. They sort of shared the platform with the Audi R8, and they developed this V10 engine that sounds and feels very Lamborghini. Second year Gallardo is the desirable one to have. They made some improvements from the first year, but what makes this one very desirable and quite rare is it is a 6-speed manual transmission. Most people would option this with an E-gear, a flappy paddle automated manual gearbox. Very few with the gated manual, and they usually sell for a premium.
Now note the Lamborghini shield here on the front cover. Ferrari uses a prancing horse. Lamborghini uses a charging bull, and that's not by accident, because ever since the Miura, which debuted around 1967, every model of Lamborghini has been named for a famous Italian strain of fighting bulls.
Well, Lamborghini cars may not exist if it weren't for Enzo Ferrari being a bit of a jerk to Mr. Lamborghini. He was just building tractors and happy building tractors, but was successful enough to buy a Ferrari. Since he was an engineer, he had some complaints, and he thought, well, I'll just drive over to Enzo Ferrari's house and just let him know what I think of his cars. And Ferrari said, well, you stick to building tractors and I'll stick to building cars. Slammed the door in his face, and he thought, well, I guess I'll build a car. And that's how Lamborghini cars came into existence, and eventually this Gallardo.
And $88,000 is the sale price for that 2005 Lamborghini Gallardo with the V10 engine. Coming up, we're going to go from gasoline to electricity. How about a 1972 Chevy El Camino that has been converted to an electric pickup truck. You see it right here. We'll see it up on the block in just a moment. Well, moments ago, a 1957 Chevy Nomad Custom came across the block. 383, 519 horsepower, built on a custom Art Morrison chassis. Got everybody's attention and sold for $127,000, meaning that is now the #2 sale of the day and of the auction so far this week here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 fall action presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. What a great day we've had so far. A lot of great machinery across the block, like this 1969 Camaro Z28.
Yeah, beautiful looking Fathom Blue with the white stripes and with the Cross Ram dual 4-barrel carburetors, which in a Z28 would not come on the car, it would come in the trunk and be installed by the dealer. And look at all of these extra hoses and plumbing and intake here. That is for the smog control system. Very rare to see on these. You can buy those parts from the aftermarket now, but back in the day, most of us were very quick to remove them from our high-performance cars.
So it has the Cross Ram hood to match as well, 4-speed manual, so the right spec is that. And another very, very nice high-quality restoration here on the Z28. You can see the door on the door mounted. It recently did a rally called the Copper State 400. I guess starts in Scottsdale. You know anything about this, Rick?
Yeah, indeed. I watch it every year. It's a great event. Copper State. They run all around Arizona. It's wonderful. A great collection of cars that they have every year. If you get a chance to do it, it's really well worth it. Costs a little bit of money, but once again, I love the collection of cars. It's a very eclectic collection of cars that come out on the Copper State Rally.
So not only does it have the really nice restoration, but it has the provenance of doing the rally. You know, it has some miles on it to prove that, yeah, you can actually use and enjoy it. It's not some show queen that's been over-restored that you don't want to use. So, very cool.
Yeah, and this one, what's neat is it was actually used in this year's Copper State 1000. So, you know, it's a car that we know runs great right now. Away it goes, $83,000 for a 1969 Camaro Z28. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to get all the information about the auction, especially the full list of cars, so you can see what's going to cross the block today and tomorrow. Up there right now is a 1957 Chevy Cameo Custom. This is the one that April previewed for us a little while ago.
Well, beautiful machine and very much a resto mod without many of the mechanicals it was born with, but it does have the Cameo specific add-on fiberglass fenders surrounding the bed to give this much more of a custom or passenger car look than a standard utilitarian pickup truck.
Yeah, many consider these to be the original luxury pickup truck where they would have had a 9.6 or, you know, a mild V8 in there. Now it's a 502 cubic inch V8, 502 horsepower. You see they got the modern aluminum radiator fit into that beautiful Cameo grille just perfectly. All the touches to make it sort of look like a Bel Air, but yeah, a pickup truck. So a farmer in Kansas, say, got some money, he could get himself a fancy truck in 1957.
So here are the add-on fiberglass fenders, and beneath them are the regular step-side steel fenders surrounding that bed. Note the bumper, it looks very much like what you would find on a Chevy Nomad. Again, trying to take that passenger car vibe and apply it to a workhorse.
Cameo changed everything in the pickup truck styling. It was that fleet side look. But the Cameo itself didn't survive because those fiberglass fenders that Mike just pointed out were expensive to produce. Once they figured out people like that sweep side look, that fleet side look, they just went ahead and said, well, let's make it out of steel and make it easier to build. By the way, there was a Dodge version of this, which was called the swept side. Normally down inside that bumper right there, that's where you'll pull that little panel off, and that's where you would find the spare tire. Not sure if it's still in there, but that's normally, if this truck was a stock, that's where the spare tire would be hidden away.
Yeah, these lend themselves so well to being customized just from how they left the factory, like the beautiful Bel Airs. And yeah, adding the Corvette wheels and lowering it a bit's a nice touch. The beautiful wood bed, and yeah, the fiberglass, a bit fragile. So this would be tough to use as a truck, but yeah, certainly made a statement in 1955 when these came out. I think 55 to 57 was the production for these, and still makes a big statement today. Yeah, they found actually they needed to correct the bidding, so they brought it back down to $52,000 to see if there's see where the bidders were at. They thought they had someone at a higher number, but now they brought it back down and running it up again.
Cameo's not exactly common truck, so the question is it better to keep it exactly stock the way it was born, or customize it, make it more modern? I really love what they've done with this. They've kept the originality on the outside, but made it drivable underneath.
Yeah, quite a battle going on here with someone back and forth, so slowing down the bidding. And when you're at an auction, you definitely don't want to wave at somebody. So sometimes they think that, wife waving at the husband is a bidder and it'll reset everything. Now it's sold.
And sold for $57,000. Rolling up behind it is a car that April briefly previewed. In this case, it's a 1972 El Camino, but this is one that has been converted to an electric pickup.
Well, never have I ever, and I'm a big El Camino fan. And I know that E-rods are becoming very popular, and you can convert just about any stock automobile to an electric power plant, and well, that's what's been done here. They have spared no expense. Torque Trends Torque Box sends the power to the rear differential, and these are net gain Hyper 9 electric motors producing 650 foot-pounds of torque at 9,000 RPM.
Yeah, I think the El Camino is actually a pretty good platform for this, because you do need a place to put the batteries. Yeah, nothing under the hood. Looks like batteries. Looks like the inverter. Looks like the motor going to the back. You can bolt these up to the transmission of a normal car and put it through gears, or you can do, direct drive like a Tesla or a modern electric car. But I would guess that the batteries are in the truck bed, and yeah, maybe more El Camino should become electric. That makes sense.
Yeah, that would make perfect sense. This vehicle attracted a lot of attention from our auction team, and this number just blows me away. $57,000 bid.
Maybe we can peek. Yeah.
Yeah, there's your batteries. There it is. Looking like a fuel tank. That is the battery box in the same place that the fuel tank would occupy. And there's even still room for some cargo underneath that tonneau cover.
Right, in my head I pictured you would open it up and see a bank full of batteries, but now they can keep it pretty compact to where, yeah, this is pretty practical, and they must have mounted it further back to make sense for the weight distribution. But yeah, the battery pack here, and I believe it does have an estimated range of 150 miles. So if you wanted to make it more range, well, you got plenty of room to add more batteries. That's the great thing about electric cars.
I can't believe this.
Closing in on $100,000. The current bid is $95,000. Look at this. Guy up in the skybox is thinking seriously, does he want to bump it up just a little bit more? No. $100,000, the current bid for an electrified 1972 Chevrolet El Camino. That's what it sells for. I think that's going to be a new record for an electrified car here at Barrett-Jackson. That 72 El Camino. He's definitely going to be the only one on his block that has one. That's a very interesting build and a very interesting buy here at Barrett-Jackson.
And the builders just walk off the block, and they are walking on a cloud.
You know, there's different kits you can buy that you can convert them anywhere from $35,000 to $80,000. The software is complicated, so it's better to buy one of those conversion kits. And if you do it right, well, obviously there's people who can appreciate it. And I know that one only has a range of like 150 miles, but who drives their collector car more than 150 miles at a shot? Up on the block right now, we've got a 1963 Ford Galaxy 500 R Code. And let's listen to Steve Davis.
R Code 427, factory original, date coded correct engine. Absolutely rare, rare, rare. And again, thank Cobra, thank racing, thank this for the streets back in the day. R Code 427, dual quad car. Rare, rare, rare.
Absolutely. So when this was new, Ford put out a publication called the AC Miller Performance Parts Catalog. And that's where you'd find things like this engine, that air cleaner, those valve covers. And, you know, we'd look at this stuff and just dream of the car that we could build if we had any money or a driver's license at that time. But gosh, this would be a straight liner, narrow wheels in the narrow tires in the front and big pie crust cheater slicks in the back. Yeah, somebody was going drag racing with this champagne colored beauty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What a spec. They wanted to be subtle and under the radar with a champagne on a gold interior Galaxy, but then that R Code, 425 horsepower, 480 pound-feet of torque with a 4-speed manual. So cool.
Or maybe somebody was just trying to convince their significant other that maybe they wanted to have this really cool car, and by getting the special color, the special interior, everybody came out a winner in this one.
Yeah, take a look inside, and yeah, very stock and just gorgeous on the inside. Sort of that light gold or sort of champagne to match. Yeah, you see the 4-speed manual right there. No tack added to this one, which may have been something probably impurity if you bought that you would do. But yeah, incredible. Big Galaxy 500 with the R Code. What an opportunity.
An R Code simply refers to the designation that Ford gave various engines. They had different letters that were assigned to different engines. So this is an R Code engine that applies to that 427 cubic inch engine with the dual 4-barrel carburetors.
And I guess the touch with the sort of slicks in the rear does sort of pay homage to, yeah, the period. I mean, it is just a faithful restoration to how it would have looked new. And, yeah, clearly the room is loving it as we close into six figures. I see a couple of awards. You got a Good Guys Award winner sticker here on the glass, so it's been shown a bit as well. Somebody's going to have a lot of fun with this car.
These ultra high performance Fords are much rarer than their Chevrolet counterparts. I don't recall the last time I've seen a 63 Galaxy with this engine and this performance potential. Well done.
Wow, they thought they had it sold. They were on the block. The bidder thought they had it. And instead, another $1,000 came in. Now it's up to $92,000. Who's in it to win it? Is it the block? Is it the skybox? Well, $94,000. That was the final sales price to those folks right there. Congratulations. They get a very rare and very desirable 1963 Galaxy 500 XL with that R Code 427 cubic inch engine. Up on the block now, a 1967 Austin Healey 3000 Mark III BJ8 convertible. If you were watching our broadcast yesterday, this is the car that April picked out because it is such a great looking Healey.
Well, that's a lot of alphabet soup, Rick. BJ8 was the version as indicated at the factory, but never in the Healey literature. They would call this just a 3000 Mark III. The Mark III meant that the triple carburetors were now downgraded to just two huge SU carburetors. And if this red warning on the radiator looks brush painted, that's because that's how they did it at the factory. This opalescent green was not a Healey color, this exterior, but it harkens back to a color on a car that Donald Healey brought and toured the U.S. with. This would have had a black vinyl top. This is a green Hearts cloth top, a much improved, and leather seats in a cognac color with green piping. kind of an Italian treatment. The chrome wire
colors
look just gorgeous.
Sorry about that. The color, opaline green, and it has an English Connolly biscuit leather interior. This thing got a 7-year restoration from 2005 to 2012, and an independent appraiser said it's 100-point #1 condition. Mike, do you agree with the chassis cam?
Let's have a look. You're going to see the oil pan of that big Healey Straight 6. Beautiful. 4-speed manual transmission, aluminum case, X frame, drive shaft, and banjo-style rear, fuel tank. Very nice. In the final year for Austin Healey's big roadster in the United States. The Sprite would continue a few years after, but Austin decided not to adapt the 3000 to the new U.S. safety regulations for 1968, and it went away.
Well, this one's going to go away as well for $85,000 for a beautiful 1967 Austin Healey 3000. Away it goes, and away we'll go for just a brief moment, but we promise we're coming back.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Back here in Scottsdale, time to take a look at what's about to cross the block on a Meguiar's on-deck cam. In this case, it's a 1967 Chevelle custom convertible, beautiful resto mod, LS engine. It'll be up on the block in just a moment, but up on the block right now is an absolute blue chip collectible, a 1970 Chevelle SS convertible. It's the first car that we're going to see today from the Lehman family collection.
Yeah, in the late 60s, the SS Supersport designation just got shortened to SS. This one's had a frame-off restoration, has a period-correct 396 cubic inch V8, turbo 400 automatic, and a rebuilt 12-bolt. That's the high-performance rear end with a 331 gear ratio. Now, it's an automatic transmission with a column shifter and a split bench front seat, cranberry red with black stripes, very sharp.
Now, some of you might have noticed the fender badge. It does say SS 454. Well, it has been up-badged. It is a 396. Has the cowl induction as well, the vacuum pod that goes with the engine as far as when it pulls vacuum and opens it up to pull air in when it accelerates. But yeah, up-badged a little bit, but still a very special car. 396, red with the stripes, and a beautiful restoration.
Funny how times change, because back in the 60s when we were going out at night looking for drag races at the local stoplight Grand Prix, we would down badge our cars to show a smaller cubic inch displacement on the fender than what we were packing under the hood.
That's certainly different nowadays, where everybody puts an AMG badge or an M badge on their BMWs and everything else. Yeah, every Charger, Challenger's a Hellcat, put the badge on when it's a V6. So yeah, sign of the times, huh?
Times change.
Owners change too. This one's going from the Lehman family collection to that gentleman right there, $65,000. April Rose, what have you got?
Hey, Rick, things are getting serious now. We got a Batmobile recreation modeled completely after the original version that George Barris built. This is a fiberglass body molded after the same mold he used for the original one. I'm not sure what this is. I think this is a radar antenna up front. You got the aircraft-style windshield, the beacon up there when there's an emergency only, of course. You got the exhaust coming out the back, and I was told, I haven't confirmed it myself, but flames do shoot from the turbine engine in the back, which would be just so cool. I don't know if you could do it across the block. It might be a little dangerous. Now inside, it's got seats from a 64 Thunderbird and that correct style stainless dash, and the speedometer's actually from an Edsel. So you see there is some good things that came from the Edsel. I love all the toggle switches. You got a fire extinguisher, and I think I'm getting a call. Is that, yeah, that's Batman does not want you to scratch his car. Well, very good. Rick, make sure that doesn't happen. Everyone's getting up close to this car. It's very, very cool. And, you know, you're not going to have any emergencies, any problems when Batman shows up.
All right, thanks, April.
All right, so here's a little Batmobile trivia. You know that turbine exhaust that April showed us? Do you know what that was made from?
On the original Batmobile?
Yes.
A paint can.
George Barris told me it was a 5-gallon paint can repurposed.
I remember when they sold it, we sold it here at Barrett-Jackson. You look at it, those are cars were not made to be looked at very closely. Up on the block right now, a 1967 Chevelle, the one that was on our on-deck cam, $80,000 the current bid.
Well, this one is made to be looked at very closely. Gleaming candy apple red paint, saddle, interior, and top. Not the one it was born with. Beautiful Restoman.
Well, it just sold for $80,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. Beautiful paint, beautiful underneath, nicely done. 1957 Chevy Bel Air convertible.
Well, we saw another Bel Air convertible earlier with the Fuelie. This one does not have the Rochester fuel injection, but it does have the 283 V8 under the hood and another over-the-top restoration. Of course, the Fuelies are the most desirable, the rarest ones, but that Rochester fuel injection can be difficult to tune, so I imagine this carbureted version makes it a little more reliable, easier to live with.
Here's a neat little thing that Chevrolet did for 1957. Of course, here's the belt-driven generator. And what's behind it? The power steering pump runs off the same pulley and the same belt. They continued that at least through 1960, which was the one I had.
And it looks like, very stock on the inside as well. The odometer is only showing 79 miles. So is that all that's been driven since the restoration? I would believe it because this looks fresh, brand new.
Yeah, very faithful restoration here. Automatic transmission car with a column shift and a big brake pedal, much wider than the accelerator pedal that is stamped in it. Power brakes.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a matching number.
Yeah, this is a blue chip car as well, and the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away that car goes for $75,000. Another one out of the Lehman family collection. That's why these look so nice. In fact, we'll have one more out of the Lehman family collection. This is a 68 Corvette, a big block, 427, 390 horsepower with just 17,000 miles on the odometer.
Well, first year for the C3 Corvette that followed the Stingray, chrome bumpers front and rear, and only if you had the big block motor did you get this design of hood. You can imagine that as being the spine of the Stingray, but this big faux vented hood only came when you got the 427. So, owners of lesser small block C3s would prowl the junkyards looking for one of these that had a rear end hood hip that they could buy the hood from. And what's your term, up badge? They would up hood their car, I guess.
Well, nothing's been taken off of this one, stolen, thankfully. Yeah, the original beauty rings on the wheels and the wheels themselves. So that's how well preserved this thing is. 18,000 original miles. All important numbers matching 427 as well with low mileage, like Rick said, 18,000 miles. So yeah, one of the finest surviving examples, I'm sure, of a 427 390.
Now note the hardtop here. It is removable. This is a convertible. But the hardtop has been covered in vinyl to look like a coupe with a vinyl roof. But that top is removable.
You can see inside the 4-speed manual transmission with the layout to tell you where reverse is. A very stock, tidy. I would guess the interior is original in this one because, looks really nice, but not over-restored.
Correct looking red line tires on those rally wheels. Disc brakes all around, of course.
On this one, again, sold out of the Lehman family collection, gets a new owner at $62,000 for that 68 with the big block underneath the hood. Well, the Lehman family collection is pretty broad, and we're going to go from a collector classic to a modern classic, a 2012 McLaren MP4 12C.
Well, from the legendary F1 racing team to the street, McLaren had never made a full production car. They had the F1, had a few hundred examples. Then they helped Mercedes build the SLR McLaren in some numbers, a few thousand. But this is the first mass-produced McLaren ever made. 2012 was the first year of the MP412C. Twin-turbo V8 in the back, and a one-year-only thing with the 2012s. There's no button for the door, as you can see. Nothing to open it, not underneath either. You had to swipe it, sort of like an old iPhone, to get it to open. And if your hands were cold, it wouldn't always pop. So for 1 year they had it that way with no buttons, but then in 2013 they actually put in a button to make it easier to open the doors. But this is a serious performer.
Oh yeah, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. And these had 3 drive modes: normal, sport, and track. Beautiful. Note the high-mounted exhaust. I don't know how they got that past the U.S. government folks, but the exhaust exits above the bumper on these McLarens.
Well, McLaren would mount them even higher on the later examples coming out of the top, and they will shoot flames. It is pretty incredible. Yeah, the interior has all the carbon fiber as well. Looks like another 8,500 RPM redline, so very much a high-revving V8 sitting right here with all that carbon fiber.
100,000 bid. Tyler, does this look to you like a factory color or a wrap?
I do believe it is a wrap. Yeah, I can definitely see signs of a little bit of wear on it. Looking for the original color, they've done it wrapped all the way around the doors to where, yeah, this was a very expensive, high-quality wrap job. Pulling back the trim. It was a yellow car, though. It was just a brighter yellow when I pull back in the door trim. So obviously it gets a little more depth and fun. Yeah, but look at that interior, that cockpit. So cool.
See that bidder assistant up on the block working really hard to make sure that her buyer comes away the winner. High fives all the way around. $108,000, meaning that is now the #4 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson, our fall edition in Scottsdale. Coming up, a 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge Ram Air 3, one of less than 5,000 that was made back in 1969. Welcome back to the fall Scottsdale auction for 2024. Had so much fun in January, decided to come back a second time out in the McGuire staging lanes. Plenty of cars, filling it up because there's more than 800 cars that will go across the auction block during our auction time here in the fall. Now, moments ago, a 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost crossed the block. A big 6.6-liter V12 engine, 563 horsepower, but more importantly, all that luxury sold for $150,000. And while that may sound like a lot, the sticker price on that was over $300,000. Up there right now, a 2019 Corvette Z06.
Looking for $100,000 bid on this one. Last year for the C7, not just a Z06, it has the Z07 performance package, the top 3 LZ trim level, carbon fiber, removable roof, black over spice red.
Yeah, the end of the front engine Corvettes, and this one, great power, 650 horsepower, so very potent.
And only 400 actual miles.
$95,000 for that Z06. You mentioned the end of the line of the front engine Corvette. 1970 Chevy K10 custom pickup.
Well, this one has a LS motor in the front. This one, the truck-based 5.3, so a Vortec motor. You can see it's all cleaned up and beautiful in there. But also a four-wheel drive added to this one. Very nicely done, incredible restoration, but yeah, perfectly executed custom. You got the LS check, you got the four-wheel drive, you've got the two-tone that Mike Joy loves. It has everything.
This one wears CST10 badging on the fender. CST standing for Chevrolet Sport Truck, if you believe the factory literature, and we do. A very nice metallic willow green here over Summit white. Sharp truck.
Well, we've seen a huge explosion in popularity with the K5 Blazers of this era, and the trucks have followed their way up because we're talking $70,000, not for a short bed. This is a K10 long bed, so the 8-foot bed, but it's been given such a high quality, nice restoration with everything that you would want, that we're seeing a lot of love in the room. Taking a look inside, it looks like modern AC has been added. Once again, just perfect inside as well. Beautiful restoration.
$72,000 the price for that K10 from 1970. All right, as you all know, we've been missing a very important member of our broadcast team for the last year. Steve Mugnante went through a lot of health problems on his way back, and we're fortunate that he's going to give us a quick preview of a few cars that we're going to see crossing the block very soon. Here's Steve.
The great thing about Barrett-Jackson, there truly is something for everyone. Our friends at High Octane Classics in Auburn, Mass. are bringing no fewer than 16 cars of many descriptions out to Scottsdale to be sold at no reserve. Some of my favorites are these here, 1968 Ford Mustang Fastback, rendered in Highland Green. You might remember this, a car like this from the movie Bullitt with Steve McQueen at the wheel of a Highland Green Mustang Fastback. This one has a 347 small block with 350 horsepower, nothing wrong with that. Torqueless wheels, looking the part. And of course, inside, a 5-speed manual transmission, all about to chase that Dodge Charger through the streets of San Francisco. Something a little more sedate is a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL. Now, if you didn't know, SL stands for Sport Light, and putting a light in the SL is the aluminum hood, aluminum doors, aluminum trunk lid, even the glove box door and radio delete plate are also stamped of aluminum for better power to weight ratio. Beautiful restoration right here, very crisp, and it's a 4-speed. Again, 1955, first year for the 190 SL. Something a little more muscular is a 1970 Pontiac GTO Judge. It's truly a Judge. It's a Ram Air 3-car, functional hood scoops right here, blacked out as they are, very correct restoration. It's an actual Orbit orange car according to the cowl tag, and has the hood tack right here. Nice example, and best of all, it's a 4-speed. So these cars will be at the auction being sold at no reserve, so bid aggressively.
Well, thanks a lot, Steve. A pleasure to see you back on our air, even if it's only briefly here during our fall Barrett-Jackson collector car auction in Scottsdale. Engines are more than just horsepower, they're automotive art these days. And up on the block, an interesting engine in this 65 Corvette. It's a 327 cubic inch Fuelie.
Yeah, 1965 is an interesting year for the Corvette because, yeah, you could get the fuel-injected V8 the last year of it, but also the big block was the option, the 396. But with the big blocks, they decided to phase out the more expensive fuel injection because, well, people thought, well, I'd rather have the bigger engine. So interesting, this one, the end of the line when it comes to Fuelies.
There was a time when the Rochester fuel injection was deemed troublesome, difficult to tune. But there have been experts have come along that can work their magic, and now I wouldn't be afraid to buy one of these, drive it and enjoy it. The tip in, the throttle response, much better than with a carburetor, I believe.
$68,000 what it takes to go to a new owner. Roll it up on the block. Oh, this is something really fun. A Batmobile. This is the one that April Rose previewed for us. Now, not a real Batmobile. This is a recreation.
Well, there was only one real Batmobile, and it was built by Ford as the Lincoln Futura show car. And when it was done on the show car circuit, Ford sold it for $1 to George Barris, and along comes television saying, we need a car for the Caped Crusader. So the shape of this car was already done, and George Barris added, you know, the lights and the turbine exhaust and all those switches and things, and used a Dymo label maker. Don't worry, Tyler, you've never seen one. To make the labels for all the switches, for all the things that Batman and Robin could do there. Pretty cool.
Well, the original Batmobile is one of those iconic Barrett Jackson moments where Barris is there driving across the auction block, multi-million dollars. This one at $100,000 is a bargain in comparison. Holy tribute, Batman. I think it's great.
I agree. A lot of great bits of whimsy in this one.
115. 115.
Everywhere you look. Love the bat phone, where the
115.
receiver there is shaped like a bat. This thing is just too cool for school.
And as you were mentioning, you know, that in the original Batmobile, the exhaust out the back was just a paint can. The detail in this one is actually better than in the original. It's more of what you would have really thought a Batmobile would look like.
Yeah, that exhaust out the back, I don't imagine is functional, just like the original Batmobile. But yeah, they did modify it to shoot flames, which I'm not sure that was existed in the original Batmobile. It was based on a concept car that Barris modified into this crazy, creation here. And yeah, it's one of those enduring things, even though this was a television show where, well before I was born, I immediately know this is the Batmobile. Adam West, just incredible.
So up on the dash is the detectoscope, and there are just all kinds of crime-fighting tools that Batman and Robin would use are here present. And number 2 sale of the day so far. This is a pretty faithful recreation of the original.
It's now the number 1 sale of the day so far. We're at $180,000.
Number 1.
Adam West and Burt Ward live forever in this car.
200. Just be 200. 200. 200.
Now you'll notice we've got multiple bidders. We got somebody on the telephone. We got somebody on the floor. We're at $200,000 for a Batmobile.
You got it. 200,000.
And away it goes for $200,000, a recreation of the Batmobile from Adam West, Burt Ward days.
Holy horsepower, Batman.
Wow, what a sale, and that is now the number 1 sale of the day. It's going to take at least $110,000 if you want to break into the top 5, our Haggerty top 5 sellers. It's going to be $100,000 if you just want to break into the top 10 for the day. We knew Friday was going to be good, but boy, I tell you, it is turning out to be quite a day. I don't know that I would have guessed that the Batmobile recreation would top the charts so far. Up on the block right now, a 1969 GTO Judge. This is a Ram Air 3, the one we previewed just a little while ago.
Interesting combination here because it has the Endura bumper, but not the Hideaway headlights. You save some money by going with the stock Tempest grille and the non-Hideaway headlamps. You might have done that if you lived up in a snowy area and were worried about the headlamp doors opening and closing, driving in winter, but so what? Now this is carousel red. On this GTO.
It is?
Yes, it is. Pontiac called it Carousel Red. Chevrolet called the exact same shade, Hugger Orange.
Well, there went the Batmobile, and here comes the Judge. So yeah, this is a real GTO Judge in that carousel red color that I learned a lot about yesterday. And yeah, this one is a beautiful restoration with all the appropriate graphics. And yeah, that hood-mounted tachometer, just an icon as well.
Where did the name the Judge come from? We might say Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, a very popular sketch comedy TV show where Flip Wilson did a routine called Here Come the Judge. And where did he get it? From a hit song by Pigmeat Markham that is widely considered to be the first successful rap song. You can look it up.
And that's why we keep Mike around, for all that obscure trivia that he's so good at, remembering all that stuff. Because, yeah, for me, it was just the Rowan and Martin Laugh-In show, which we'll have to explain to Tyler later on. Well, the action is fast and furious here on a Friday in Scottsdale. We still have a long way to go, though, so buckle up and continue to ride along with us for the next 3 hours. and welcome to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. Already, it's been a great Friday here in Scottsdale, and we are just warming up. A few moments ago, we saw a Batmobile recreation sell for $200,000, and a 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge Ram Air just rolled off the block. It sold for $85,000. And coming up right now is something that we're not going to see on the block because we're going to see it out in the parking lot. It's a 1962 Silver Eagle Model 1 custom motor coach.
So a Silver Eagle would have been similar to, say, a Trailways coach made for private use. This one with great graphics on it, and it has covered, gosh, I think more miles than all of us put together, but has had a recent and full restoration. Now, this is a twofer. You get lot 452, which is the custom motor coach, and then you also get the dinghy, which was a little Honda that has been kind of repurposed and chop-topped, and it actually drives into and fits in one of the luggage bays under the coach. Pretty cool piece, one of a kind.
And you're totally right, Mike. So this was originally operated by Continental Trailways for many years until 1979. Then over the course of 11 years, it was made into a private coach. So it was completed in 1992. And that's sort of how it looks in the period of the 90s, I suppose. But yeah, a giant 12.1 liter Detroit diesel turbo diesel V8 Allison 4-speed transmission.
And unfortunately, we can't see that little Honda that Mike was just referring to. It was based off a Z600, which was a successor to the N600. Essentially, they've kind of chopped it off on the back and lowered the top, and it literally drives into a compartment on the side of this. It's on the other side of this particular motorhome. There you see it's parked just to the side. Now, from the front, it looks like a normal little Z600. It's not until you see it from the side that you realize, man, that thing's been chopped off. And a lot of people do this with golf carts, other little vehicles, but to do it creatively with this old Honda is very impressive.
Yeah, usually it's a golf cart or a mini moke that fits underneath in the luggage bay of one of these big coaches. There it is. You get a sense of how shortened that little Honda is to fit inside.
Well, the whole package just sold for $33,000 to that gentleman right there. He gets a chance to go off and enjoy both the big motor coach as well as that tiny little Honda. Put a few more miles. I think it's at 35,000 miles since the conversion alone. So it's been used and appreciated. That's a good thing. 1977 Ford F-250 Custom.
So an unusual engine in this one. It has a Cummins turbo diesel, which, you know, Ford would have had their own Power Strokes. I think that name came in after this in the 80s. But yeah, 5.9 liter Cummins under this one. And yeah, unusual configuration. Crew cabs were not common in 1977. And this one is a crew cab and a short bed. Heavily customized, lifted as you can see. But yeah, F-250 Ranger with Cummins diesel power.
Am I getting shorter, or do these trucks keep getting taller? This one went out the door of Ocala Motors in Ocala, Florida for $8,263, and that was just the crew cab. That was before all of this upfitting and modifications had been done. Everett Phillips of Gainesville bought this in January 1977.
That was a pretty pricey truck in its day. I mean, now we've seen trucks that are, you know, coming out of the factory hugely expensive, but for 1977, $8 grand for a pickup truck is solid money.
Yeah, if you want one of these right now, fully loaded up, add a digit to that sale price. More like $83,000 than $8,300.
Well, on the passenger side, you can see the build shape. This one has been repainted, a nice combination of the silver and the maroon two-tone, but it is more of a driver paint job. You can see it is lifted quite a bit to where you can step up inside. The interior has been customized quite a bit, so it does have that bench seat, but still has sort of a bucket, a slope to them. But yeah, manual transmission, the transfer case is in there as well. Take a quick look as it leaves the block.
Yeah, leaving the block because it's just been sold for $44,000 for this 1977 Ford F-250. Right behind it, the first of the cars that our Steve Mugnante previewed for us. This one is a 1968 Mustang, a Bullitt recreation.
Yeah, Highland Green with a 5-speed. The original would have had a 4-speed, but still with a 390 V8, as the original Bullitt movie car would have had. Now, one thing that's missing from your standard production Mustang, there is no Mustang or Pony Corral in the grille. Apparently, Ford didn't want to pay to have their car in the movie. The movie producers really didn't want to pay homage to Ford, so they just took the badging of the Mustang off the car. But we all knew what it was, didn't we?
Yeah, no 390 in this one. This one has a 347 stroker, a very popular conversion with these Mustangs, along with a 5-speed, most likely a Tremec. You have all the modern conveniences with disc brakes, power steering, a digital dash, but yeah, that classic look, the Highland Green Steve McQueen Bullitt car, but with a modern drivetrain underneath.
Ford went and used the Bullitt name under license for not one, but 2 later versions of the Mustang, painted very similar to this.
It's actually 3 of them. Yeah, there was one most recent generation with 4 years ago with the Mustang, but they would even go to the trouble of recreating the exhaust of the 390 as much as possible with the modern Coyotes or the 4.6 liter before it. So it wasn't just an appearance package. They really went as hard as they could with the Bullitt tributes.
Well, a 1968 Ford Mustang Fastback is a solid car, making a Bullitt recreation. You get top money. This one just sold for $65,000, and it included some Bullitt movie memorabilia as well. Barrett-Jackson.com, that's the website you can go to see the full list of cars crossing the block and to get the latest information from Barrett Jackson about all the auctions. So make sure you check it out. A 1970 Pontiac GTO Judge Ram Air 3.
Orbit orange is the color. Boy, you can't miss it with the Judge stripes. Now, when you got the Judge package, it added the stripes, the lettering, the wing. It took away the trim rings on the wheels. These plain wheels are what you got when you got the Judge. It was kind of, on one hand, kind of a nod to the Plymouth Roadrunner, but on the other hand, it was an upgrade over the regular GTO.
And this one has received a full rotisserie restoration of a very, special Judge, not in carousel red, but 4-speed manual on this one as well, so great options. Yeah, the graphics, very wild, very 70s, definitely an icon. Here is another one with that hood-mounted tachometer for extra fun.
So this comes out of Massachusetts. It's one that Steve Magnanti showed us, and this was originally sold in Chicopee Falls, Massachusetts, just north of Springfield. The Judge option added $337 to the price of the GTO hardtop coupe, or about 10% extra on the sticker.
A little earlier, we saw a 69 GTO going across the block, and that front end, which is so different between the 69 and the 70. The 70 has the 2 separate grille sections and the headlights outside of the grille. The 1969, that was a straight across with the headlights inside. Big change. I prefer the 68, 69, but I got to tell you, I also like these 70s.
So Pigmeat Markham, who originated the song, Here Come the Judge, he actually played the Judge on the first season of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In.
$90,000, the final price for that GTO Judge. Let's check in with April.
Hey, Rick, I'm still in the pre-staging lanes here with this. So cool. Original Survivor. 1971 CUDA. You got the quad headlights, 1 year only. Very cool divided front grille aftermarket lights right below it. And I love the gills on this side. They're non-functional, just a little jewelry to spice it up. And of course, now the owner, they would put this pinstripe. This is a vinyl pinstripe right here. And I'm looking at this, and my producer told me this is back in the day, period correct look. It's just a really, really neat ride. Now, CUDA, it's not a nickname for Barracuda. CUDA's it's a performance version of the Barracuda with its own VIN designation. Now, this one's got its matching numbers, 340, 4-speed manual inside. You got the high back bucket seats and the greatest shifter ever made, that pistol grip shifter, and a period correct under dash 8-track player. Now, I was talking to a bidder earlier. He said if he would buy this, he would leave it just as is because, as you know, Rick, they're only original ones.
Absolutely, and I love that one. I especially love the 1971 with those quad headlights. 61 Corvette convertible up on the block.
Last year, you could get contrasting coves in the Corvette. So this one is red over white, and I like that they've added the wide whites to set off those coves. Black interior, stick shift, 4-speed car. Beautiful.
Yeah, 283 cubic inch V8 under the hood. Yeah, the two-tone with the Roman red. So, yeah, last of that two-tone option, the white wall tires of the classic first-generation Corvette. Beautiful.
Away it goes, $73,000 for a 1961 Corvette with a 283 cubic inch V8 engine underneath the hood. Let's stay in the Chevrolet family and go to a 1962 Impala. This one's an SS, a 409, and a convertible.
Well, we've seen a lot of Impalas. They were the top of the line Chevrolet, and if you have your choice, that's the one you want to restore. And this is about the third one we've seen with the 409 W block engine. This one also with dual quads. So look inside, and yes, indeed, this is your 4-speed dual quad Positraction 409, the one the Beach Boys sang about.
Yep, and you see the Day 2 modification of the column-mounted tachometer that we didn't see on the Bel Air. But this one, yeah, another over-the-top restoration of, yeah, the legendary 409. Look at the trim here. You have the machine finished and the chrome trim on both sides. Just the attention to detail when these were new. And I imagine the challenge to restore it to this level is just incredible.
More so, look what the consignor has done here. He has taken pictures of all the significant part numbers and casting numbers that have either raised on the components or stamped into them. So before you bid, you can take a look and decode and decide just how this car was born, and then you're buying what they say it is. That's going the extra mile, and I applaud the consignor for doing that.
So there's an interesting thing on the car card. It says the sale includes the matching numbers engine, which will come on a crate the buyer will plan to ship with the car, which is an interesting thing. If they have the matching numbers engine, why isn't it in the car? It could be that it blew at some point, so there might be some issue with it, can't be rebuilt. But the interesting thing is they're going to provide it to the new buyer.
Well, we've always said, you know, if it's not in the car, put it in the trunk, let the next buyer decide, but keep all of that provenance and originality with the vehicle.
Yeah, how big of a hole in the block or a crack in the block could you fix? And there have been some great lengths done to retain numbers matching the engines. We'll see what was, I guess we'll never know what happened to that engine, but it's great that it's still there.
$90,000 for a 62 Impala SS 409. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $90K. Congratulations to the new buyers. And up on the block now, we've got another pickup truck, a 1968 Chevy C10.
I don't recall anything close to this color in the Chevrolet palette, but it sure is nicely done. This is a 68 Resto Mod. There's a 5.3-liter LS V8 engine, 4-speed automatic overdrive transmission, and this is a GSI machine chassis, not the original modified stock frame with a front and back half by GSI. AccuAir, dual Optima batteries, custom raised bed floor, 22-inch Budnik wheels, a lot of non-stock going on here.
Yeah, you can see to accommodate the lower height, the bed has been modified as well. It's a shallow depth bed for the fuel cell and whatever else is hiding in here. But yeah, only 1,000 miles since a total restoration and build on this one. And yeah, I love the color. Definitely not a stock color, but purple metallic definitely works with the white lower.
When Hallebrand made wheels in this style of magnesium and in 15-inch for the Salt Flat Racers and Indy cars, they were called kidney bean wheels because of the shape of the holes. These are Budniks, they're 22 inchers, but they kind of have that same look.
The closest color that Chevy had back then, I think, was a color called vermilion metallic, which was a little more red than this. This is about as purple as they get. $70,000 for that 68 C10 custom pickup truck with a very modern 5.3 liter V8 engine. All right, from a pickup truck to luxury. How about a Lincoln? This one is a 1966 Lincoln Continental convertible sedan owned by Charlie Puth.
And probably the most beautiful of the full-size convertibles to come out of Detroit. The sweeping lines, the idea that the convertible top stack is completely enclosed underneath this steel boot cover gives us a great line. It has the suicide doors that are hinged at the back. Now, when you do it this way, it makes it much easier to get in and out of the back seat of this car, as opposed to a door that's hinged at the front. You can still do this. There we go.
So a full repaint on this one and an all-new interior. They did make a note, if you look down here, must be something to have to do it because they had to rebuild all the window switches. See, very unique to the Lincoln, and they are all working. So yeah, deep black flawless paint, beautiful redone interior of an iconic suicide door Lincoln Continental convertible.
You know, when Elwood Engel came out with this design in 1961, the Cadillac was still pretty blingy, and this was the exact opposite. It was more elegant than over-the-top style. And you can see as the years went along, Cadillac began to conform to this look. Not quite over the top, not so much style, but more substance. This was a beautiful car, and it really changed the luxury world during the 60s.
I'm not sure about the wide whites on this one because everything is gleaming black. I think a set of red line tires would look pretty sharp and show off the interior here, but again, that's easily changed if you wish.
And back in 1966, very logically, it probably would have come with wide sidewall tires because that is exactly what was expensive, and that's what the fancy cars had, those wide white sidewall tires. $95,000 for a 1966 Lincoln Continental to those folks right there. Well, we've got some pace cars getting ready to head into the block. We'll see these crossing very soon, part of the GM Heritage Condition. There's always so many great things to see and do when we're here in Arizona, including visiting Gila River Resorts and Casinos, the state's largest casino enterprise. At their flagship property, Wild Horse Pass, there's something for everyone. This 4-diamond resort includes more than 450 rooms and 9 restaurants and bars to choose from. They also offer an array of entertainment options, from gaming to concerts to sporting events. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, you do you. Big money on the block right now for a 1969 Mustang Boss 302.
Well, there should be. This is the car that Ford built to homologate to race in the Trans Am Series, which was won by Boss 302s, driven by Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer for famed car owner Bud Moore. Hammered, sold at $123,000. And here's Steve Davis.
As we did yesterday, only the price of poker goes up today with these incredible pace cars. You're buying these directly from General Motors. This is literally automotive history. This is the heritage of America. They have paced some of the greatest races in the world, and no opportunity is ever going to come your way where you can bid on these cars, load it up, and take it home. Again, these are the real deal. These are not replicas. These are not reproductions in any way. They're not made-up cars. These are literally cars that back in the day General Motors would dispose of, but got to thinking this was very, very special cars. They would display them. They would be in various museums. They decided to start letting a few of these go with the incredible partnership that we have with the great General Motors. We are blessed to have these cars. Pay attention. This opportunity only comes around very, very, very few times in a lifetime. And these are all selling. They'll all have a disclaimer we'll tell you about. But these cars are the real deal, and pay attention, all selling. Tanner, let's talk about number one, beautiful 13 Z06 pace car.
Yes, lot number 4.
So the first of the pace cars we're going to see crossing the block, as Steve was just mentioning, actually are being sold by General Motors. This one is a 2013 Corvette Z06. And the thing that Steve was alluding to was the fact that these are sold on a scrap, non-salvageable parts, a scrap title, meaning that most of you and I cannot drive these on the streets. There's nothing wrong with them. They were never hurt. They were simply never meant to be used on the street.
And that's not because there's anything wrong with them. It's because the modifications that were made to these cars for pace car duty were not fully vetted by GM engineering and legal for sale to the public. These cars were designed to pace the races and then go into museums and storage and so forth. So the scrap title cannot be converted to a regular title for street use. Thus, hope you got your own oval track or road course at home on which to enjoy this.
Well, I just asked the driver, and I think that is all the miles that have been put on this thing. Because he said the miles 268. So it is like brand new, other than when Ron Howard drove it on the track back in 2013. The Z06 Corvette, a special vehicle in itself, 505 horsepower V8. So quite a machine with quite a history, and brand new, other than one trip around the track.
So all of these cars paced either the Indianapolis 500, the Daytona 500, or the Brickyard 400. Here's Steve.
The deed. We say no warranties. The only warranties we can make is these are incredible cars, and if you have a racetrack in your backyard, you're going to have one heck of a time. But again, these are collectible piece of history right here.
2-5. Yeah, once again, the 2012 Brickyard 400. That's the race that Jimmy Johnson won. And these are great cars. They're just limited as to what you can do with them. Yesterday we saw a whole series of Monte Carlos, even a Camaro cross the block. But today it's Corvettes.
Here we got the lights on. Now it's ready to pace all the pace cars coming through today. Boy, the strobes are everywhere. Up top, you have the light bar. They've been built into the dual taillights and even down low into the reverse lights. Yeah, there's no missing that for a NASCAR driver when a caution comes out.
All right, see those three gentlemen, three people lined up on the top? They are dealing with phone bidders. Down below, you've got an internet bidder. People far away from us are trying to bid on these cars in addition to the people here in the room, and that one just sold for $85,000. All right, now those have been customized for a very specific purpose, but here at Barrett-Jackson, we've got some really cool customs. Here's Tyler Hoover.
One of the coolest parts of a Barrett-Jackson auction is putting a price on a magnificent custom build that seems priceless. Not just because of the thousands of man-hours that goes into these things, but also the artistry, the creativity. I mean, nobody imagined in 1955 a Nomad would look like this. Oh my goodness. This LS3 has twin superchargers on it, putting out over 1,000 horsepower. I wish we could line this up at a stoplight next to lot 789, a beautiful custom 1959 Chevy Impala. You know it means business when there's a big blower popping out from under the hood, and it has a 502 cubic inch V8. The blower theme continues with lot 771, a 1960 Ford Starliner custom called the Scarliner, but the engine is really special. It has a supercharged 5.4 liter V8 from a 2006 Ford GT. But then there's customs that completely throw the book away, and that's what lot 715, the C10 Slayer, is. It started life as a 65 Chevy pickup truck, but you can see the big blower here under the hood on the LS, over 900 horsepower. But then you go to the pack, and we saw twin superchargers earlier. Now we have twin rear axles, both axles getting all of that power. This thing is absolutely insane. I can't wait to see these cross the block this week at Barrett-Jackson. And if you love customs like me, you don't want to miss the Barrett-Jackson Cup here in January, brought to you by Castrol, that showcases incredible builds like this.
Yeah, that's some amazing machinery out here this week. And right now we got a 2007 Corvette Z06, another one of the pace cars crossing the block.
Another Brickyard 400 pace car with its wheel-in caution lights, $65,000, coming right out of the GM Heritage Collection. Boy, the folks at Whelen Engineering in Chester, Connecticut, they are very inventive. Fellows like Jeff Marsh and his crew in working these strobe lights into the regular parking lights and turn signals and tail lights and headlights. There's a whole lot of electronics and a whole lot of engineering that goes into this, all done by the folks at Whelen in concert with the people at GM and Chevrolet.
Well, a couple of Corvettes have already crossed the block. Now we got a Camaro. Yesterday there was a Camaro that paced the Daytona 500. It brought pretty good money for the day. Now this is a car that paced the Brickyard 400 in 2017, but a famous driver because the honorary driver that day was Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, the ZL1 was a very special Camaro. You got a 650 horsepower V8, 0 to 60 around 3.5 seconds. Now this one has a bit more miles than the last one, actually 10,000 miles on it. So it was used and enjoyed somewhat by someone at GM before into the museum and then turned loose, but still looks brand new.
Currently bid up to $52,000. Now, as we mentioned, this, like the previous pace cars, all being sold on a scrap title. These cars were never in accidents. They were never damaged. Chevrolet just can't warranty them, doesn't want to warranty them, so they have scrap titles. And this one just sold for $52,000.
Cars from General Motors to sell a charity car that its timing couldn't be any better. Cue the video.
Hello to everyone at the Barrett-Jackson auction. I'm Steve Nickel with Samaritan's Purse. On behalf of Franklin Graham, thank you, Mike and Tracy Patterson, for your gracious gift of a 2024 Ford Mustang Dark Horse Coupe to help fuel our relief work. Right now, we're responding to the devastation caused by the hurricanes. Samaritan's Purse has volunteer teams spread out across Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, bringing critical relief and the hope of Jesus Christ. We've already helped hundreds of families, and many more are in need. Thank you for partnering with Samaritan's Purse as we help in Jesus' name.
Please welcome Andrew Evans. He is the Regional Director of Samaritan's Purse.
Thank you so much. My name is Andrew Evans, and it's an honor to represent Samaritan's Purse here today. The sale of this stunning car will help Samaritan's Purse reach thousands of people reeling from these recent hurricanes. The recovery work will go on for months, but we can put hundreds more volunteers to work in these communities through this sale today. Samaritan's Purse volunteers will remove mud and mold, remove debris, and do all we can to get these people back in their homes across the Southeast. Thank you again, Mike and Tracy, for standing with us in our mission to relieve suffering around the world and here in the United States, in Jesus' name.
Also, we want to thank Carl Clement Ford in Decanter, Texas, where they got the vehicle from to allocate it for this great cause. So, Joseph, it's up to you now.
Here we go. We'll find out.
Well, beautiful and rare Mustang Dark Horse. I know folks who wait a long time to get one of these from their Ford dealer. And I live in Western North Carolina, about 45 minutes from the headquarters of Samaritan's Purse. They were soliciting volunteers and donations before the rivers crested. They were on the ground in Old Fort, Swannanoa, Black Mountain, Chimney Rock and Asheville before the floodwaters receded with goods and services and volunteers. They were clearing the way. They were saving lives before the state and federal government got there to help. This is a great organization. It's run lean and mean, and what they do is disaster relief. Rick Hendricks Auto Group and Marcus Spitz's Speedway Motorsports just announced a $2 million donation for hurricane relief, and all that money goes straight to Samaritan's Purse, where it will do the most good.
In fact, this car, when it's sold, every penny of this car will go as well. There is no commission taken out by Barrett-Jackson. The check is written directly to the organization.
And the current bid, $350,000, a long ways away thanks to generous bidders of about a $60,000 new MSRP. But it is a very special Mustang. You see that dark horse on the front, 4th generation Coyote engine, putting out 500 horsepower, a different body kit. This is the first performance variant Mustang offered of this new generation. Different body kit, better handling and braking, great looking machine.
And let me point out, Samaritan's Purse are on the ground, not just in Western North Carolina, but in Tennessee, in Florida, wherever there's a need. And whoever just won this car is donating it back to sell it again.
And we've seen this happen multiple times at Barrett-Jackson. The great people who are the bidders, the people who are part of the family of Barrett-Jackson will do this, where they'll go ahead and buy the car, then donate it back. You see her signing the paperwork right there. They just made a $350,000 donation, which means that in total, this effort to raise money for Samaritan's Purse will bring in over $500,000 in total.
So this one was optioned with the 10-speed automatic transmission. So all the latest technology from Ford. In addition to the handling, you got a better oil and transmission cooler, better braking, better cooling, and yeah, the black painted roof. So sort of a two-tone treatment with that spoiler on the back. I think they knocked it out of the park with the styling when it comes to this new Mustang. And yeah, here we go, 250 grand. Wow.
It's a great car, and it's an even better cause.
And that dark horse has now been sold twice today. The first time for $350,000, the second time for $250,000, $600,000. And we just had another $100,000 thrown in. A total of $700,000 raised for Samaritan's Purse. All going for a great cause, and once again, the Barrett-Jackson family coming through to help the hurricane victims, both in North Carolina and Florida. Coming up in just a moment, well, check this out. Love that look on the hood. It's a 2024 Jeep Gladiator custom pickup truck. We'll call it a Bandit Outlaw Edition, and we'll see it very soon.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. The sun's starting to fade here in Phoenix and Scottsdale. And we're very happy about that because it's been a hot one. $125,000 the price for this 2005 Chevy SSR pickup, one of the ones that was sold out of the GM Heritage Collection.
Yeah, that was a Brickyard 400 pace truck, and that is the most expensive of these pace vehicles so far.
We got another one up on the block. This one's a 2006 Corvette Z06. This one was driven by Jay Leno for the Daytona 500 back in 2006.
Yeah, and this one has a really wild paint job on it as well. Just the yellow fading the red, fading the blue, and in the Z06, so you have the 505 horsepower LS7 under the hood. Would have no problem getting out on a caution or running the pace with that kind of power. And yeah, this is very striking colors on this one.
And I hope you like that red bow tie on the hood, because that is paint. And it is clear coated over. You're not going to remove it. It's not a vinyl decal, as are the Daytona 500 letters on the doors.
Well, $54,000 is the price for that 2006 Corvette Z06 pace car, once driven by Jay Leno. Now, every day before they sell the cars here at Barrett-Jackson, they sell what we call automobile. You see a lot of it right there, and there's some amazing stuff in it. Some of it is very expensive. Some of the things that sold this morning, for example, there was an original vintage Ronald McDonald drive-in statue with the bench. Check this out. You want to sit there with Ronald McDonald? You got your chance. total cost for that this morning was $6,000. This next one is a 1955 Atomic Missile pedal car. I think this is really cool. Made by Murray. Nice restoration, $6,000. An extremely uncommon 1940s Mobil Oil aviation product sign. Single-sided neon, $35,000. Oh, but look at this. A 1931 Texaco Oil restored 10-gallon visible gas pump. A great remnant for the brass era of motoring, $35,000. And there's still more to sell tomorrow as well. And for a lot of people, this is a fun way to get into the hobby. We see some stuff for sale for $35,000, but there's other stuff that sells for $400 or $500. A fun way to get into the automotive hobby. $40,000 the current bid on a 2006 Chevy Corvette Z06 pace car.
Yeah, beautiful Z06 that paced the Allstate 400 at the Brickyard in 2006, sold for $40,000, and they just keep coming. Now, why are there so many pace cars? Because for each of these major races, the participating manufacturer was required to supply 2 pace cars, so there would be an active pace car and a backup in case pace car number 1 had an issue. And also there was usually a third one done identically as a backup to the backup, and also for use in the displays manufacturer's display zone at the racetrack. So there's always 2, sometimes 3 of each one of these actual pace cars, not the pace car edition that was sent to the dealers. These all saw actual track duty at the events listed on the door.
Well, now this one, a 2011, is not a Z06, it is a GS. So you got the wide body treatment like the Z06, but the normal LS engine still had all the handling, all the performance minus the engine with the Z06. And this one, I asked the driver, he said this one only has 400 miles on it. So not only is it a pace car of some significance with the Brickyard 400 in 2011, but yeah, extremely low miles.
This one celebrates the centennial era of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, built beginning 2009, with Ray Haroon winning the first Indy 500, 1909, in 1911. Let's add 100 years, and you know what I mean.
Exactly. $45,000 for that 2011 Corvette GS pace car from the GM Heritage Collection. And with that, we're going to take a quick break as the sun beginning to set here in Scottsdale, Arizona. We'll be back. Back here in Scottsdale for the fall edition of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction from Westworld. Right now, the last of our pace cars are rolling across the block. This one, a 2007 Corvette Z06 that paced the Allstate 400 at the Brickyard.
Yeah, quite a run of these, 9 cars in all, and the hammer prices have ranged from $38,000 to $125,000. All of these will go into collections and maybe get used at private courses. And folks here are getting a brand new car with hardly any miles on it, beautiful graphics, and all of this except the Allstate 400 decal on the door. That is a sticker so that they could change it when the car went to the next event. But all of the gleaming candy apple red and candy blue is paint. It's clear coated. It's gorgeous.
Well, that's $85,000, the sales price on that 2007 Corvette Z06 out of the GM Heritage Collection. Up on the block now, a 2024 Jeep Gladiator custom pickup. And you love that paint scheme. It's the Bandit Outlaw Edition.
There's a company in Florida that was aligned with Burt Reynolds, and they build these Outlaws as a tribute to the Smokey and the Bandit Firebird, which was really the Firebird Special Edition. It was not. There was never a Bandit Edition Firebird, but now there's a Bandit Edition Jeep in several iterations, and it includes the Skoal Bandit logo on the front fender right here in this gold engine turning. The Skoal Bandit was the NASCAR race car team that was owned by Burt Reynolds and Hal Needham, driven by Stanton Barrett, and then later with great success by Harry Gant.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would call the Gold Edition package on the Trans Am the Bandit Edition. It sort of got that nickname, and that's definitely what they've done here. They've added a lot of the gold touches everywhere they can with the wheels, with the trim, and on the dashboard of the Gold Edition Trans Am, they would have had sort of an engine turn finish, which I think they replicated here, and as many pinstripes as possible, which you can see they have added all over this thing. Power plant is still stock, that 3.6-liter Pentastar, but a V6, still a great power plant, very reliable, slight lift, but otherwise stock configuration, just a lot of graphics.
$78,000 the sales price on that Bandit Edition Jeep Gladiator. Let's check in with Craig Jackson for a exotic car that's going to be crossing the block tomorrow.
This 2023 SF90 Stradale has the new plug-in hybrid technology, powered by Ferrari's turbocharged 4-liter engine, generating 769 horsepower alone, coupled to the 217 horsepower of the 3 electric motors. That creates a total of 986 horsepower and propels the SF90 0 to 60 in just 2.5 seconds. This Ferrari is painted in Ferrari's Rosso Corsa Red with the gloss black trim. Check out this beautiful Ferrari, one of many to come.
And speaking of Smokey and the Bandit, we have a 78 Trans Am on the block in the special edition graphic package. And I'm standing here with Burt Reynolds, looking very two-dimensional. All right, here's some real movie trivia for you. What was the Bandit's character's name in the movie? I have no earthly idea, but the consignor has brought this poster that says his name was Bo Darville. Can anybody confirm that?
Interesting. Well, I have some more trivia for you. If you look at this 78 Trans Am, which the one from the movie was the 77, what is missing? What is different? No T-tops, and it has a tan interior instead of a black interior. And if you're going for bonus points, it is missing the CB radio antenna to make it a full, complete Bandit. But having no T-tops is kind of nice because they tend to rattle and leak. I love the no T-top cars.
The special edition Trans Am, black with the gold stripes, came out about 6 months before the movie did. Hal Needham, the producer, convinced Pontiac to loan them a couple of Trans Ams and a couple of Bonnevilles for Sheriff Buford T. Justice. And they promised Burt a Trans Am after the movie was done. Burt came to collect his car. That executive was no longer at Pontiac. He had retired, but eventually Burt got his Trans Am, and well done.
Well, especially when you consider what that movie did for Trans Am sales, it's the least they could do. 1950 Dodge B2 pickup truck. You don't see many of these right here on the block here at Barrett-Jackson.
Yeah, that Trans Am went eastbound and down to a new home, and now, yeah, the 1950 Dodge B2 pickup truck, very original, 218 95 horsepower, flathead inline six with a 3-speed manual transmission. And kind of cool with that two-tone, the cadet red cab in front with the black rear.
Cadet red. Big wide white walls on this, something that few pickups wore in the early 50s. And these wide whites, well, they kind of went out around 1962. That's when the real narrow white walls, white pinstripe walls, and even gold sidewalls began to come into vogue, beginning with Cadillac and then working their way down to lesser cars.
Well, it looks very stock in the inside, a very nice restoration, other than, I guess, sort of a rawhide-looking leather interior. Does have a headliner with a little bit of a stamping to it, so some luxury touches inside, but yeah, this was a basic pickup transportation. Very few of these survived, especially Dodges. You see a lot more Chevys and Fords, not many Dodges of this era.
So here's the question. When does a rare vehicle climb up to the intersection of rare and desirable? I think what's happened here is there just wasn't enough of a market right here in Scottsdale today for this truck. Maybe next time, maybe somewhere.
And oftentimes, people want what they either grew up with, what their father, their grandfather may have had, and if there weren't a lot of Dodge pickup trucks out there for memories, so that impacts the audience going forward. Now, in my world, during my childhood, spent a lot of time in a 1961 Volkswagen Beetle. I'd say just like this, but it wasn't nearly as fancy with the wheel spats in the back or the rack on the top. But this 1961 Beetle, boy, that was our family car for a long time.
So on the hood, you have the VW emblem up at the top, but down here near the latch, you have the Wolfsburg crest. That's something a little different.
Yeah, this one in pea green with the off-white interior, 1,200 cubic inch engine with 40 horsepower. But yeah, on the back they've added a really cool accessory there, the ski rack with some vintage skis mounted to it, along with the roof basket. A really nice touch.
Now, I like what they've done with the exhaust here. The individual tailpipes are joined by this fabricated piece here. Not sure what that helps or what it adds. Oh, but it looks cool. Tiny tail lights with the little shades added here, but those would give way in what, 4 or 5, 6 years to much larger tail lights and a large rear window.
Right, by the mid-60s, they really needed to upgrade those tail lights to something that people could see. A lot of bugs got rear-ended. This one upgraded, though, with small LEDs. Yeah, look at that interior. Wow.
Well, that one just sold for $34,000, and I think that's a pretty nice looking VW for the money. A 1961 Volkswagen Beetle dolled up. Sun is going down here in Arizona. Scottsdale looking forward to some cooler temperatures with the nighttime sky. We'll come back in just a moment for Barrett Jackson.
So even you are caught up in the rhythm of this thing. It's like you got to talk fast. Yeah, I got a car. I got a Jaguar being sold here. There's a beautiful, practically brand new Jaguar convertible. My baby. 50,000, and we got 50,000 here.
There we go. 7 and a half. So
live long and prosper.
Crazy, man. Thank you, everybody. A pleasure to be with you. I'll see you all soon again. Hey, y'all make some noise for William Shatner.
That happened earlier today. Boy, what a great moment that was. William Shatner selling his Jaguar F-Type, and I have to tell you, Tyler Hoover on our crew, a big, huge Star Trek fan. The first chance he'd ever had to meet William Shatner, and he was fainting for a reason on the block.
So for those of you that don't know and don't remember, I was reciting the lines from Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. So Spock is dying in the engine room, and he's going to his friend Captain Kirk, and he's saying, I have been, always shall be your friend. I switched it for fan, and then died because, yeah, my idol, William Shatner, was here selling his Jaguar.
And he was great. And he's 93 years old, and I got to tell you, he had plenty of energy up here on the auction block. $36,000, the current bid for a 1955 Chevy Bel Air. And that's what it sells for. Nice custom job, and away it goes to a new owner for $36,000. But we'll say in the Chevy family for a K5 Blazer Custom from 1990.
Well, and this one's kind of rare in the pantheon of Blazers because it's one of only 160 diesel Blazers that were built that year.
It was much more common in the early Blazers and way more common in the military spec Blazers. Most of them were option. Same with commercial use and Forest Service, fire stations. Yeah, very unusual to see a civilian, which is what I believe this is, a Blazer, especially at the end of the line for the full-size Blazer in 1990. So this one, yeah, it's been given a nice repaint, definitely not in a factory color, but in that two-tone sort of look that you could get with the blue and sort of the orange or copper-ish. Custom bumper, a lift as well. And yeah, that stout, durable 6.2 diesel.
And the interior, beautiful bucket seats, bench in the back, diamond stitched. So this custom was just completely built and redone to someone's taste, someone who had a hankering for a diesel Blazer.
Yeah, they even went to the trouble of standing down and painting the top of the matching color as well, which I think does look fantastic. Got some bumpers on it, as you can see, in the back and the front. You have the step side that also serves as sort of a rock garden to protect the lower part of the Blazer itself, the nice body. Well done.
You know, Mike, this goes to your point of the intersection between rarity and value. It's very rare. Not a lot of these out there. There's only 160 of these built that year. But it's a diesel, and how many people want a diesel SUV from that generation?
Well, the whole idea, Rick, of bringing your car to auction, every consignor's dream is 2 committed bidders who refuse to lose. But if you don't have 2 bidders, you don't have much of an auction, do you?
Exactly. $39,000 for that gentleman right there to take a very unique and unusual diesel Blazer from 1990. A little while ago, April Rose previewed this 1971 Plymouth Cuda as an unrestored survivor.
Well, this one's had a bunch of modifications, you know, some good and some somewhat questionable. It has been treated to a set of Cragar SS mags, fairly narrow in the front. They fit well underneath the wheel wells, but have a look out back here. Here is a much wider set of Cragar S's, and they are just within about 3/4 of an inch of this fender. So there's some stuff going on here that I think could use a bit of attention, but that's the way it was built.
No. You don't want to do that.
What?
David Weiss was looking at this thing and freaking out the first day I was here because it has a lot of those period modifications, and he was like a kid in a candy store seeing how this is everything that someone would have done in the 1970s if they bought this and modified it. The graphics, the wide stance, the big fat rear tires, even the shag in the rear parcel shelf. It is a survivor and a relic of that period, and period modifications with original paint in a special car itself, the Cuda 340. He was geeking out, our resident Mopar expert.
All right, I'm fine with all that. And now that I see these big yellow traction bars attached to the rear springs underneath the rear end, I know that these tires are probably not going to hit those fenders because you're not going to have hardly any suspension travel at all. So, yep, that's the way it was done back in the day. It's not the way we would do it now.
And I think the room is agreeing with David Weiss, yeah, because a normal, unrestored, somewhat patinaed 340 Cuda probably wouldn't be seeing a $61,000 bid, but the fact that it just has all this period charm, and yeah, the inside you can see how well preserved it is as well. It's just a total relic.
Well, the way this one goes for $61,500, that time capsule back to 1971 with the Plymouth Cuda. Now, we have cars that we call rock stars. Well, tomorrow we're going to get a rock star car with a rock star owner. Well, here's the rock star and Craig Jackson.
The LaFerrari is the pinnacle, and LaFerrari means the Ferrari. This was quintessentially the most highly technical Ferrari, one of the quickest Ferraris ever built, and it is one of those cars that will stand the test of time. Out of the 499 made, this car is a one-of-one built for Sammy Hagar.
The first design I made was a yellow car, and it had all these stripes and red things here and black things there, and it was so ugly. When they put it up on the screen, I just went, oh. So I started looking on the walls at Ferrari, at the factory, and they have all these vintage cars of all these, one-offs and things like that. And I saw from the 60s, I think about 1964, there was a one-off car, and it was this color. And I said to her, wow, nothing on this whole wall is this color. It's all red, white, all black. And I said, can we match that and see what it looks like on this? And it's cream. I just fell in love. I said, okay, no other colors. It's just so beautiful and charismatic. And everybody says, why am I selling it? Well, it's so fast, it's so powerful, it's way beyond my skills and abilities. It scares me to death. I think it's shaving years off my life every time I drive this car. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna hit it, but it just does that all night long.
And we're running it up and down the tarmac, and Sammy goes, that's about the hardest I've ever run the car, and I had a blast.
Oh yeah, you can feel them tearing loose.
Sammy Hagar's LaFerrari will be selling at Barrett-Jackson. It's going to be an epic weekend. Never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that'll sell tomorrow here at Barrett-Jackson. And that car had just gone through a refurbishment. It's got a brand new battery in it. It is ready for battle. And tomorrow it'll be battling with the bidders to see who's going to walk away with that thing. It's a very special car, very special ownership, and it'll sell here at Barrett-Jackson. 1984 Chevy K10.
Now this one comes out of MS Classic Cars at Seekonk, Mass. Rather frequent consigner to Barrett-Jackson. Has had a lot of upgrades. It's had a big lift. And again, it's one of those great GM two-tone pickups from the mid-'80s. Black over silver, separated by red pinstripes. Just kind of an iconic look.
Yeah, the restoration was completed a few years ago. Only 500 miles put on since. So yeah, powertrain upgraded with what you would want, the 5.3-liter truck-based LS V8 under the hood, which I think is the perfect application for this. Yeah, the lift is quite taller than average, I would say, probably about a 5-inch lift, but then the right size tires looks like 33 inches. And yeah, just laser straight body, beautiful paint, way nicer than what they would do in the factory.
Spray-in bed liner, so you could actually use this one to haul if you weren't worried about scratching any of the beautiful exterior.
Yeah, I like the interior done as well. They did a bench seat, which is what it would have had from the factory, and they didn't go with leather. They sort of made a suede or velour inserts for extra comfort, so you weren't sticking to the seats. But yeah, you see the four-wheel drive transfer case, that beautiful bench, and the column-mounted shifter. Very stock other than the bench, just well done.
Big lift, though, beyond that. But so many parts of this has been touched. And when you look underneath, it essentially looks all brand new. Done by a company called MS Classics. $53,000 for that 1984 Chevy K10 custom pickup truck. For those folks right there, congratulations to them. Thumbs up. They put the sold sticker on, and away it goes into the night here at Barrett-Jackson. We'll come back, though, because we still have hours to go of our coverage here on FYI.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. We're a 53 Dodge Power Wagon pickup just sold for $40,000. Let's move on to this 55 Chevrolet 5700 heavy-duty stake body truck.
Yeah, we don't need any little pickup trucks here. We got a big honking stake truck, but I love the styling of this 1955 truck, because what they did was they tried to give it the same look as the 1955 cars with these, you know, these eyebrows that come up over the headlamps. It's got, you know, big bulky styling, but very stylish. You got to remember, for a pickup truck or for a truck in its day, this was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, under the hood, a 265 cubic inch V8 with a 4-speed manual. And yeah, they went turquoise to kind of give it that Bel Air look, since the truck sort of resembled Bel Airs just from the factory in 1955. And you see they put the Chevrolet Service on the side like it was maybe a parts delivery vehicle. Then you go inside and they did the two-tone bench to sort of make it resemble, say, a 55 to 57 Bel Air with all that turquoise on the inside. How cool.
This truck hauled grain in Colorado until 1999, and then it went to Oregon for a full restoration.
And that's one of the things I love when you see pickup trucks and trucks that come to auction here at Barrett-Jackson, because you realize the life they led was totally different than the life they have now. I mean, you look at the restoration, the time, the effort, the energy that went in. What a beautiful bed that they put in the back of this right now. The diamond plate, the fresh diamond plate all around. I can guarantee you, in 1998, just before it got sold to the owners up in Oregon who refurbished it, it did not look at all like this. It probably had a really hard, solid life, left out in the rain more than a few times, and now it's stunningly beautiful.
Yeah, for $25,000 or $27,000 now, what a great promotional tool for your business to park out front, to use in parades, that kind of stuff. And they even went far with the bed. You see the diamond plate here around, and then the wood, they actually did a satin clear finish on. It would have been, you know, bare basically plywood that would have been replaced every couple of years with these, with wear and tear. So, yeah, a lot of little touches on a big truck.
Say what, these days, this wood is not inexpensive. These are long planks. I think these are like 12 feet long. Buying these is not inexpensive if you're in the wood department. You know, underneath, it's such a simple frame. Just a simple ladder frame going from one end to the other. Nothing fancy, but it does the job. It gets the cargo area enough support to haul whatever you need. I still don't think we're near the price of what it took to build it, but finally, at least we're out of the 20s.
Well, in Kansas, there's still these all over the place on farms, this sort of junk and haulers, you know. Just as
$41,500 is the hammer price on that Chevrolet stake body. April, what you looking at?
I'm looking at a rolling workout right now, 1953 Buick Riviera. It is beautiful, and her name is Sweet Pea. I think that's an appropriate name. Now, this grill up front, that took 2 grills put together from a Riviera, completely custom fabricated steel body. I love the ghost flames that go throughout the entire body. Of course, the portholes on the side. You got lake pipes underneath, fender skirts, dual antennas, and the Continental kit on the back. Now, her heart, it's a 455 4-barrel Rocket V8 3-speed automatic. And take a peek inside. I love that billet flame steering wheel. You got that huge sort of cue ball look on the shifter. Tons of custom gauges, air ride controls right in the center. This console goes all the way back. The ghost flames in there. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But Mike, I got to know, is this a trailer queen or something that you're going to take out on the road?
I think you drive it, but sparingly. There's got to be a lot of lead and a little bit of filler in that to accommodate all of those 50s hot rod touches. But it sure is beautiful. And just rolling off center stage is this 1972 Camaro SS.
Well, they say it's a Pro Touring build, but it really looks more like a Pro Dragging build because it's got the Pro Touring tires on the back. The look, the build of everything kind of has that small front tires, the wide rear. We've got a shut-off switch in the back, but it's a nice custom build on a 72. And while we see so many of the first generation customs, seeing the second generation is something different and nice to see.
Absolutely, yeah. They deleted the rear seat and added a massive stereo as well. But yeah, to add for that drag racing spec, 496 big block under the hood, and the large cowl hood popping up extra tall to suck air in there. So yeah, good chance this is a 10-second car or somewhere around it. Beautiful.
So that Pro Street Camaro goes to its new owner right there for $55,000. Among those coming up, lot 493 is a 1972 International Scout II Custom that was retrieved from Mexico in 2021 and given a complete restoration.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Well, about the most exciting thing you can do at Barrett-Jackson outside of the auction block is go on the Dodge Thrill Ride. Rick, what are we doing circles in today?
Tyler, we got the Red-Eye Charger Jailbreak. Making 807 horsepower.
Oh, wow, jeez. Let's roll.
You ready?
Yeah. It's a hot one out there.
A little warm
You gotta
out
stay
there,
hydrated. You need a drink?
I'm good. I'm plenty hydrated. All right, Tyler, you ready for this?
I am ready.
Hang on to your water.
Yep, got it. Counter the G-forces here. Whoa. Oh, that's cold. That's cold. I got it on you. I'm sorry. I'm refreshed. Woo! All right. Well, this is the wet t-shirt contest that nobody wanted. I swear it's just water. I wasn't that scared. Back to the block.
You know, water is such a precious commodity out here in the Arizona desert, but then again, so's gasoline and tires. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, where the 2024 fall auction is presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. A Ford Bronco Custom, a 77, just sold for $100,000, and a 67 Mustang GT just crossed the block for $70,000. That brings us to this, a 1948 Chevrolet 3100 custom pickup.
Well, other than the wheels and the slightly lower stance, you wouldn't know that this one's a custom. A pretty faithful restoration on the outside, but all the right touches in the inside on this 48 pickup truck. LS engine under the hood, vintage era, all the modern conveniences, but yeah, you get that classic look in a great color, I feel like.
You know, the post-war styling for pickup trucks coming into place in the late 40s, and check inside that interior. Love the way the gauge is very simple. That panel for the radio up above, although I actually wonder if there really would have been a radio in a 1948 pickup truck back then, if they had something they would have added afterwards or made it to the factory at that point. You were talking about a difference up front. This would likely not have had a chrome grille. It likely would have had an argent colored grille. It would have had a painted grille. Chrome, not something they were going to spend the extra money for what was essentially a work truck. Because you got to remember, back then, people were buying pickup trucks to just drive around in. It wasn't their daily use vehicle for the most part, unless they were in a job where they needed a pickup truck.
Right, and that LS engine, which I was trying to get a peek to see in the photos, is painted to match as well with this sort of a butter, I guess, butter flavor color, right? Maybe I'm getting hungry.
$67,000 is the hammer price for that nicely restored pickup. You can find the results of all of the auction cars and take a look at tomorrow's docket at Barrett-Jackson.com.
Actual miles on the 2008 Ford Shelby GT 500 KR. Here's Kyle Myers.
Back to the block for this 2008 Ford Shelby GT 500 KR.
Well, Shelby came back to Ford in 2007 and came back with a big splash with the GT 500. But this one is even more special because it is the KR, so the king of the road. Shelby Las Vegas would have modified this for extra power up from 500 to, I believe, 540. And you can see the supercharger right here is treated to its own custom intake going in with that 5.4 liter V8 under the hood. This one looks to be in mint condition. Yeah. 1,678 actual miles. Holy moly.
Yeah, and the point you make, at that point, Ford was building the GT 500, and then it would get shipped to Shelby American. They would do the rest of the work to add on all of the additional parts. One of the things I love about the front of this car is the hood. This hood is made to look like the hood from the 1968 Shelby GT 350 and 500, which I think is one of the best looking hoods of a Mustang ever. So I love the fact that they were able to work that styling from the older style Shelby into this new modern Shelby.
Now, as it gets late in the day and the crowd gets a little sparse, there might be a few bargains across the auction block here, and I think this might be one of them. You're getting a virtually brand new Shelby here for $50,000.
I love it. Right here at the back, very subtle. Shelby GT500, tiny little letters right there, KR.
50 grand is the hammer price for that sharp Mustang, and they're the new owners. Out in the McGuire staging lanes, folks are getting a good look at the cars, maybe talking to the consigners, lifting the hood, checking things out, trying to determine what are they going to bid to take one of those dream rides home. Back inside is a special 2019 Chevrolet Corvette convertible. This is described as the Alexander Rossi pace car. That is, it was a parade car for the 103rd Indianapolis 500, and driver Alexander Rossi rode in it. This one was then sold to Ray Skillman Chevrolet in Indianapolis. Ray Skillman, a hot rodder and race car sponsor ever since the early 1950s, and it has just 2,500 miles.
Yeah, earlier we saw a lot of real pace cars that were rolling across the block, and those were being sold on scrap titles. This is what they call the festival cars. So in addition to the actual pace cars that are used at the race, the festival cars are used for a lot of the events, loaned out to VIPs, and most importantly, before the race, there is a parade through downtown Indianapolis, and you put the drivers in them, the drivers wave, they sit on the back, and this is a perfect example. This particular one had Alexander Rossi, who was the winner of the 2016 Indy 500, the 100th running of the race. Remember, he won that race as a rookie just as he was running out of fuel on the last lap, one of the greatest finishes of all time. And he sat in this car, but he didn't drive this car.
Now, to be clear, this car can be titled and registered. It is road ready.
Exactly. That's what makes it so different than those pace cars. This is a real car that you can drive, as a regular vehicle. Like you said, it was sold to somebody else. Now it's being sold here on a regular VIN number.
So it can be tagged and registered, and you get 450 horsepower, 8-speed automatic, so something you could really use and enjoy.
And you get that 450 horsepower for $45,000 at the Hammer. Plenty more cool cars to cross the block here in Scottsdale as folks look them over out there in the staging lanes. EFI injection, dual quad, 6-pack Webers. How do you like your induction? We've got them in all flavors here at Barrett-Jackson, where a pepper green 70 GTO just sold for $37,000. Here is a 71 Chevy C20 custom pickup that I showed you when we opened the show, what seemed like 100 hours ago.
Well, this is the range everybody wants, 67 to 72. Most of the ones, though, we see are the C10s, the half tons. This is the 3/4 ton.
Although it's kind of been down badged, I guess, or up badged, depending on what you want. Yeah, C10 on the fenders, but obviously it's a C20, the long bed. But also C10, C20 would have meant two-wheel drive, so this one's been upgraded to four-wheel drive. I see a side exit exhaust as well, and yeah, it's great two-tone green on silver.
Yeah, we see so many of the two-tones where it's white in that center section and some other color on top. It's nice to see that silver and green. Very unique, very different. And of course, this is the long bed, not the short bed, the most desirable of the C10 short beds. But in this case, we've got this long 8-foot bed, which the people buying it back then appreciated because you could carry that much more.
Whoa, very pretty on the inside. You see that houndstooth green interior, 4-speed. Wood grain. Whoa.
And the Hammer price, $35,000 for that nicely restored Chevy C20. How about something really rare? Rick Jackson takes a look ahead to tomorrow.
We have a 1966 Shelby GT40 Mark II. This is a 50th anniversary edition. This is number 14 of just 20 units. It was commissioned by Shelby America in 2016 to mark the half century since the cars won the 1966 Le Mans. This limited edition is powered by a massive aluminum 496 cubic inch V8 engine coupled to a 5-speed manual transaxle with the exhaust flowing through the coated bundle of snakes exhaust coming out the back through 2 massive polished center outlets in the rear. 330 miles on it. This car is in like new condition.
Now, you can't own the real 1966 Le Mans winner because Rob Kaufman does, but you can own this very faithful replica of it if you're bidding here tomorrow at Barrett-Jackson. All those beautiful cars in the salon will cross the block at no reserve. The 100th anniversary of Chevrolet was celebrated by this 2012 Chevy Corvette Z06 Centennial Edition.
Yeah, they made less than 200 of the Centennial editions back in 2012. So this is a pretty rare bird and very powerful, more than 500 horsepower. So it's got everything you want. I love the ebony black on the outside. I love that ghost stripe that they've got, that matte stripe, as well as the black ebony interior.
All those Centennial cars were carbon flash metallic like that one, which has a new home for $57,000. We previewed this one earlier. It's a 72 International Scout 2 SUV, and of course, it's a custom.
Well, yeah, this one, when you look at it, especially custom, apparently it spent a big chunk of its life down in Mexico, and so it was recovered from Mexico, and somebody has restored it. But what we all want to know about is in the car card, it says it has a mariachi horn. It says it has a mariachi horn. Do you know how to work the horn? Oh, the driver doesn't know how to work the horn. I was hoping we get to hear it because it says some kind of mariachi horn. I think I know what it's going to do, but let's see. Tyler's reaching in, see if he can see. But once again, an awful lot of work's been done. We saw it earlier today.
Found it.
There we go.
Wait a minute. Now you say mariachi horn, I say Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, absolutely, Dukes of Hazzard.
Well, but you have to understand, this one lived its life in Mexico, and it's a horn that you'll find down there. And even as a special homage to its previous life, check out what they've done in the dashboard with that serape cloth that they've put across. But a lot of custom touches, very nicely done. And once again, this is a fairly recent build, only been done in the last couple years.
Yeah, 345 cubic inch V8 under the hood, but yeah, this car could talk. It would have stories to tell. That's a neat touch that they retained the horn that came with the truck when they bought it, and then they restored it to this level. What a great story.
Of course, the International Scout, some say the car that started the SUV craze, the concept of being the Bronco before the Bronco. Now, they weren't selling as many of them when the Bronco came out. Obviously, that's what really got things going. But this is the car that preceded it and said, you know, maybe there's a possibility that this market could run.
Yeah, I like the custom bumpers for the entry and approach and the departure angles to make them a little bit tighter and, of course, tougher. Then on the front, you have a big winch attached to it as well. Custom LED headlights. Looks like an updated aluminum radiator as well. Pretty important for Arizona. And yeah, there's those air horns right there. You can barely see them inside of that grille.
And there is going to be a new International Scout from Volkswagen, which is going to be an electric vehicle. VW has acquired the name, and so the Scout is going to be reborn.
I'm told it's going to be its own brand. It's not going to be sold as a Volkswagen, but will be a separate brand and perhaps even a separate franchise. We'll see.
Yeah, all that life in the deserts of Mexico definitely did the body favors because it looks like it's really straight. Great basis for restoration.
$69,000, mariachi horn and all, sends that International Scout to its new home. There's a beautiful Ford GT in liquid red, just one of the many cars in the salon that will cross the block tomorrow on Super Saturday.
37.8 Cal Helsing, 38 pound, give him the same amount of time. 37 to bid, 8 to buy, all through, not gonna do it. Good, 38 pound, not gonna do it. Now 7 to bid, 8 to buy, yes, no. 7 to bid, 8 to buy, now 38 pound.
Welcome back to Scottsdale. We're at Cranberry Red, 70 El Camino. It's close to being hammer sold, currently bid at $38,000.
Well, as we talked about yesterday, Tyler, Mike, and myself are all members of the El Camino Club, and this 1970s, the one everybody wants.
38 is the hammer price. And up next is a rather rare-looking 1970 Ford Mustang in that grabber orange.
Yeah, this is the color you want, absolutely. Or at least those of us who were Trans Am fans, right? The ones who appreciated Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer driving around in these and winning the championship before, Mark Donohue came along the following year to take it away. This is everybody calls this a fastback, but the reality is this is officially a sports roof. Ford didn't call them fastbacks, they called them sports roofs.
Well, you see that Shaker-esque intake here on the 351 cubic inch V8 underneath. Yeah, the iconic color. When I saw this, I first thought it might be a Twister Special, which is the same color in 1970. It's not, but still a very nice example. Beautiful restoration.
And we are going to see a Twister Special go across the block tomorrow. Twister Special is a car that was sold in the Kansas City area. Basically, they were Mach 1s with a drag pack added to them. So they're pretty special, and we are going to see one of them. The difference you'll see is a little Twister logo that'll be back here. But this looks like a Twister Special. It's just not.
This car was sold new in Canada, in London, Ontario, at Rankin Ford.
Yeah, it looks great with the black, the matte black treatment in between the taillights with the spoiler. And then you have the louvered rear, which was certainly a popular style choice in the 1970s. This has a lot going for it.
You'd call this equipped with spoiler, shaker, and slats, and it sells for $38,000. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills and perhaps snag a great prize, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. April's going to preview one of the cars on which you will be able to predict the price.
That's right. I'm in the Showcase Pavilion right now, surrounded by beautiful trucks, but this is special. 1956 F100. Her name is Blue Shadow because it's absolutely stunning metallic paint. I mean, so many hours went into this build. Look at these door gaps, are perfect. Laser straight body. I love the 20-inch polished wheels right here. And check out this bed. It is perfection, okay? Oak wood, stainless strips. I don't know if I'd want to put anything back there and scratch it up though. Now take a peek inside. You got a tan leather bench, old school steel dash, and original looking gauges. Now the heart, it's got a 5.8 liter Lightning V8, all dressed up in chrome with stack fuel injection, 5-speed manual, and take a look at the firewall. They even went as far as embossing it with the Ford logo right there. And these hinge locks, rollers come down in there. Everything is custom. I mean, this is so clean you could eat off of it. I'm in love. Mike, what do you think?
I think that's pretty sharp, April. Now, that Effie will cross the block this Saturday, tomorrow. So register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Who knows? You could walk away with the grand prize. No, you could drive away with the grand prize, a 2024 Dodge Hornet. April previewed this Buick Riviera Sweet Pea that just hammered sold for $35,000. So its place on the block is taken by this 1969 Chevy Camaro convertible.
Well, for many people, 1969 is the high water mark for the Camaro, the one that everybody loves, just slightly different than the 67 and 68 bodies. And in many ways, this was a one-year body style. Yeah, it's very similar to the 67 and 68. But what it has are those, we'll call them speed lines down the side. Sometimes people refer to them as the eyebrows over the tire. But just that 1 year and a subtle difference, and yet everybody loves the look of this. You know, was it that much different than a 68? Well, in looks it was, but underneath, not a big change. I mean, this first generation of Camaros was 67, 68, 69. This is a part of that. This particular one, a lot of nice little custom touches, but nothing over the top. When you look at it as it drives by, you're not going to know the work that was done to it beyond the fact that you see these great looking wheels. But this red interior, nice spoiler in the back, it presents very, very well.
Rick, can you have a look at the speedometer? This car was delivered to GM of Canada. I'm wondering if it's in kilometers per hour or miles per hour.
No, it says miles per hour. So either it was converted at some point in time, or that's the way it was delivered. Hard to say. Tell you what, though, this interior, absolutely fresh. I'm not sure when the restoration was done, but that interior is sharp. Don't know what the top looks like. And they've added a little carbon fiber touch to the spoiler in the back. That's probably the one thing I would lose. Looks a little out of place on this car.
Well, that one is sold over the internet. You saw the Barrett-Jackson employees there working the keyboard. $42,000 is the hammer price, and the Summit Racing sold sticker will indicate 42K. So as you walk around Barrett-Jackson here in Scottsdale, you can see which cars have already sold and what they have sold for. Very rare is the Ford Skyliner retractable hardtop. Here's a 1957.
Yeah, and here it is in the middle of its party trick happening right now, to where the front sort of quarter section of the roof folds down away into the trunk. A massive hardtop that folds back. Very popular nowadays with a very complicated mechanism, but here it is in 1957. And this one had a recent $80,000 in receipts restoration, and it most certainly shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the great thing about the fact that the roof is in mid-action right now, the consignor has enough confidence to make the point that, you know what, this thing works. It goes up, it goes down, and if I were buying this car, I'd appreciate it. Now, the interesting thing is when you look in the back, see that little metal square thing? That is your official luggage space, because the roof went down and took up much of the luggage area, but they had that one spot in the center. If you had a suitcase and you didn't want it crushed by the top, that's where you put it.
There are yards and yards of wiring involved in this, because unlike most convertible tops where you have a couple of hydraulic rams to raise and lower the top, this is all electric motors doing the work.
I tell you what, up close, I'm looking for flaws, and I don't see any. I mean, I don't know when this restoration was done, but it looks really, really nice. The white paint, almost perfect. The mint paint underneath, the green interior, the dashboard. Everything about this is very, very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. A high-quality restoration. I can take a quick little peek under the hood as well. Couldn't go all the way up, but yeah, totally period correct and incredible. Wow.
And you know, back in the day when these were new, these tops could be problematic. You know, you had to make sure that they were properly working. But these days, most of the people who have them, they don't drive them, they don't use them a lot. As a result, the tops don't wear out.
That man is Jim Wicks, and he's on the phone for a couple of different consignor and buyer customers of his. Somebody bought that one for $68,000. There's the Skyliner, one of the stars of Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson here tomorrow. Many more cars to come here.
Seems like today has just whipped by. We've already had 6 of our 7 hours of live coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. We're in our final hour, but still some great cars left across the block, like this 1956 Chevy 210 two-door Post.
So Chevrolet would call this a two-door sedan, and it would be the base body style in either the 150 or the 210, but not the Bel Air, which didn't get a two-door sedan. It did get a two-door hardtop, as right near the top of the line. Beautiful two-tone. I'm not sure this exactly follows the lines of the Chevrolet two-tone palette with the lower body side and the roof, but it's attractive.
Yeah, I think it looks great, and they started with what you could call a survivor to begin with, a lot of the original parts. So that 265 cubic inch V8 was original to the car, completely rebuilt, along with many of the mechanical components, the transmission, the rear end. They talk about using as much of the car as they could, was still around and still in great shape, so they're able to rebuild and restore it versus having to source different parts. And I suppose it shows, because the quality of this one is pretty high.
And this car is numbers matching, and it is fully documented. And here is a poster that accompanied the car coming to the block with all of that original documentation. And believe me, that provenance, that adds value to a collector car, especially one from the 1950s like this.
Already. Please pay close attention before it rolls off in sales. He had estimated $60,000 for this. It's going to sell for whatever it brings, but great car, a lot of investment opportunity here. Don't say investment much, but this is the kind of car you could never build for that money.
30. Well, I agree with Steve. These are blue chip collectibles, and Victor will show you a little party trick here of a 56 Chevy. Where does the gas go? This little chrome piece here rotates 90 degrees, the tail light is hinged, and there is the gas cap. Now, back in the day, when I had a part-time job after high school or in college, pumping gas, you had to know these things for every car that came up to the pump. There was no self-serve gas back then.
There it goes, $33,000 for a 1956 Chevy 210 two-door Post, beautifully redone. We have a number of great collections crossing the block during our 3 days of on-air auction here at Barrett-Jackson. Mike Joyce found a special one.
Don Redding was a Missouri farm boy who moved to California in the mid-70s. He loved cars, started selling them, and ended up with 2 new car dealerships. Along the way, he started collecting cars, and his collection now includes over 50 magazine cover cars and these beauties. Some he collected just for what they were, and others, like this 32 Chevy Custom Vicky, he bought, improved, and got him to where he wanted him. Well, this huge collection, well, some of it's got to go, because Don says, I want to ease the burden on the next generation of what to do with all these cars. So 8 beauties from his collection are here. One of them could be yours.
Don did a little racing too. In fact, his most recent pit crew, average age, over 80. Boy, those guys had a lot of fun.
Up on the block now, a 63 VW Beetle. And do I have to tell you, this one's a custom?
Really, it looks kind of stock to me.
I don't know. It looks just like the showroom, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. No, obviously, yeah. Wild paint job, but you look underneath that crazy paint, and it has been given the wide body treatment, sort of I don't know, like a Porsche-esque stance, I would say. 1963, that's the year that Herbie was in the film, so this is like, you know, Herbie went hot rod, I suppose.
No, those flares are actually very similar to what they would have come what people were buying back then to replace the fenders with. Very standard.
No, actually, those are full fiberglass fenders that bolt on to the body there.
That's what folks were buying back then, to replace the factory ones with.
Let's see what this Herbie's packing, I suppose. Yeah, really cleaned up air-cooled 4-cylinder. Doesn't look like anything too different there. Just very pretty.
$39,000. 65 Ford Mustang convertible is going to roll up on the block. That's a pretty wild red Volkswagen. This is a much more sedate red Mustang.
Well, this one's had a lot of upgrades and changes. It's been given a roll bar. It's been given modern autometer gauges, a Grant GT steering wheel, tilt column, some mag-type wheels, chrome-plated, and it's been given a heart transplant with a 347 Ford small block.
Yeah, it all looks fantastic. That 347 stroker is a very popular conversion for these, a great power plant. I had a 66 fastback with this and the Tremec 5-speed, and it is a wonderful combination. So I can definitely see why it's popular, why you see so many like this. Interesting, though, they did that tall stacked intake to get the air filter up into the hood and did that sort of a cowl hood. Interesting touch.
So the first of these Mustangs produced from April to September of '64 had the gas cap here that was removable. Too many of them got lost, so beginning in September, they made them with a cable retainer like that so they wouldn't get lost at the gas pump. Away it goes.
Unfortunately, away it goes with the proper gas cap. We're going to take a break here at Barrett-Jackson. I mentioned we are in our final hour of coverage live on FYI. But we still have some great cars that will cross the block.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Back here at Barrett-Jackson, let's take a look at what's about to cross the block on our Meguiar's on-deck cam. In this case, it's a 1966 Ford Bronco Custom SUV, and guess what? It's time for it to roll right up onto the block. Its moment in the sunshine, the moment at center stage, has finally arrived. 1966 Ford Bronco.
Well, this is quite interesting, to use Rick's term, in that you didn't have to bother with getting a perfect prep finish for paint. Because it's not paint. It is pickup truck bed liner, like a Raptor liner, sprayed on this entire Bronco.
Yeah, it makes it tough to where you can scrape up against things and not have to worry about doing any damage. You could also, I guess, file your nails and grate some Parmesan as well. But under the hood, 351 cubic inch V8. The standard lift that you would see on these custom Broncos, about 3 inches or so, with all-season tires to where you can go on the highway. It's a nice build. Yeah, the Rhino lining makes sense, especially if you do want to have some fun with this thing.
I like the Method beadlock wheels, and very kind of a monochrome theme here. Gray inside and out with black trim and bumpers and roll cage.
I love the hood on this thing too. It has the push pins that you would have had, you know, something on a racing Mustang or whatever. But yeah, you go inside and beautiful gray leather interior. Looks like a manual transmission there. 4-speed. There's the transfer case as well. Modern gauges put in their factory positions. I know they sell kits for just about everything as far as wiring, as far as interior upgrades and things to make it more or less a plug-and-play conversion. When you do want to build a custom Bronco, that makes things a lot easier nowadays. Got to say, $35,000, even $36,000, even with the mystery sort of with the body. If it's nice underneath it was Rhino line for a reason, this is quite a bargain in the baby Bronco world. Recent numbers we've seen have been just wild.
I'd be interested to know the difference in cost between doing this Raptor bed finish on the entire truck or prepping it properly for paint and painting it.
Yeah, the custom bumper does look nice. It doesn't stick out too far, so you have a good approach angle for off-roading as well. No winch. Does look like a modern aluminum radiator in there to help with the cooling. That solid front axle is very stock appearing. Single shock, so not a compound shock for some like serious jumping and such. But yeah, probably a stout off-roader.
$44,000 for that custom SUV with the Rhino liner all around. And let's check in with April.
Hey, Rick, I'm still in the showcase pavilion, surrounded by all of these beautiful cars that are going across on Super Saturday. I was told to pick one to talk about, but how do you do that? Look at all these stunning rides. I mean, you got two completely tricked out Camaros and, oh, how you doing? 1965 Buick Riviera. You've seen one of these in the greatest movie ever made, Roadhouse, Patrick Swayze's car. Actually, no, Dalton's personal car. But here we go. The first generation Corvette, 1956, in a really sweet sort of a root beer burgundy paint. She is stunning. She's powered by a 5.7 LS1 6-speed manual, really sweet burgundy and tan interior, vintage air, which you really need here in Arizona. I mean, tomorrow, Super Saturday, is definitely going to be a sight to behold. DeBro?
Absolutely. I mean, the prices, the quality, everything jumps up tomorrow. Right now, 1967 Plymouth GTX is up on the block.
I like this. This is a pretty rare piece. It's built on the Belvedere, which is the Plymouth's midsize car. And the GTX was Plymouth's answer to Pontiac's GTO or Chevy's SS396. They wanted it to be an executive express, and you know, this one with a V8 and a torque flight and with red line tires, you know, and the hood scoops, it certainly looks the part. And these cars had good performance. They just didn't sell that well. This one's had only 2,000 miles since the rebuild in bright red. 440 cubic inches, 375 horsepower. Gas mileage, don't ask, but certainly plenty of drive-away torque. Looks like it's had new glass put in and a very, very good restoration of a seldom-seen car. Now, a year later, Plymouth would start thinking about a budget supercar, and the Roadrunner would be born, but in '67, this was it.
Well, and this one just sold for $35,000. That 1967 Plymouth GTX going to a new owner. Back to the SUVs, the 1987 Jimmy. This one's a custom.
Well, if you call it a Jimmy, that would make it a GMC, but it wears a Chevrolet bow tie grill, so I don't know what it is. They call it a Jimmy. No, here on the fender, it's said to be a Blazer, so I'm guessing either the consignor or whoever took the order misspoke. Rick?
Well, they say it's titled as an 87 GMC V1500, so it's been multi-badged? How would we, not up-badged, down-badged?
It's been cross-badged, yeah, rebadged, I suppose. Yeah, people would think Blazer before Jimmy. It pops in your head, what is that? It's a Blazer. And I guess that would make sense that you would want to swap it to that, but they added all the badges, the K5 Blazer, which I do believe this is an older badge, say from the 1970s. Same with the Cheyenne package, that badge on the back quarter. That would have been an option for, say, a 1970s version of a K5 Blazer. This is an 87 Jimmy, so it would have the fuel-injected 5.7 liter V8, 4-speed automatic. But yeah, there's that Cheyenne badge, which would have been the luxury package, say, in the 70s on a K5 Blazer. But this one, yeah, it is a Jimmy.
Well, it says so. I mean, even the horn button on the steering wheel spells out Chevrolet. So I don't know what it is, but I know that it's nicely done, and so far bid to $39,000.
Maybe it was a Friday afternoon at the factory and they messed up, you know, and left with the wrong badges and they just left it alone. I don't know, but yeah, probably not. The paint job is really nice on this thing. Red little stripe, blue, and then the tan, military tan. Inside, very stock. It sort of shows that later sort of styling with the velour interior. This may be out of the next generation, actually, full-size Chevys, the GMT 400. I'm looking at that seat pattern of the late 80s, early 90s.
Well, whatever it is, it just sold for $42,000. To those folks right there, congratulations. They get themselves a 1987 Blazer / Jimmy. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to find out all the information you want about all these cars. In fact, it would have the VIN number on that car and could help you figure out exactly what it really was and how it was born. Right now, we got a 2009 Cadillac XLR Platinum convertible.
Kind of the difficulty about all the GM divisions is their biggest competition were the other GM divisions. For years and years, Cadillac dealers longed for a car like the Corvette and something that would have that kind of performance, a two-seater that would appeal to people who otherwise would be buying a Corvette at Chevrolet. So the Cadillac XLR was born to fill that need. Supply quickly exceeded demand.
Yeah, I was a salesman at a Chevy store in college when these came out, and yeah, they were a tough sell. We had an XLR-V, which was the North Star engine with the supercharger. Really cool, but incredibly expensive for what it was, knocking on the door of $100,000. And it was a leftover for us from the previous year. And I remember the dealership owner, Joe Self, who retired down to Arizona eventually. I think he just took it and brought it home, and I never saw it again. He just sort of gave up on selling it.
So that makes this a very rare piece indeed. This one came out of Classic Chevrolet in Atlanta in this ruby red metallic paint. And here we are at $40,000. So I would say, unless this thing has a lot of miles on the clock, this could be a little bit of a bargain.
So there were some key differences between the Corvette shared platform and this. The North Star engine I mentioned, but also the retractable hardtop. Did you find the miles, Mike? What is it?
9,800.
Holy moly, yeah, quite a bargain. You get a brand new XLR for a fraction probably of its original MSRP, especially if you adjust for inflation. But yeah, you got the retractable hardtop, which was a great thing on these, all-weather driving. And yeah, the looks were quite a bit different. I think it's a great looking car, personally.
And if I'm not mistaken, this was one of the first General Motors cars to have LED taillights, which now, gosh, you know, everybody has, but back then, not so much.
And I'm seeing the Platinum badge, which would have added to the MSRP quite a bit if it's the real deal. Oh yeah, with that wooden interior, I do believe it is.
Well, $43,000, that's the price for a 2009 Cadillac XLR, and as Tyler pointed out, it has the Platinum package, so it was pretty special. And away it goes, and we're going to take a quick break here at Barrett-Jackson. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, remember this is the fall auction. We always come here in January, but this year we decided to have a second one, coming back for fall in October, and so far it's been great. More than 800 cars in total will cross the block, like this 2007 Bentley Continental GTC. It's got some new owners for $54,000. And we've seen quite a few of the modern generation Shelbys. Another one of the 2007 Shelby GT500 40th anniversary convertibles is up on the block.
Oh, the 40th anniversary was sent off to Shelby in Las Vegas for some power upgrades. So up from 500 all the way up to 600 horsepower. Thanks to a few tricks with the supercharger and the intake. You can see it also was given special wheels that I think look really sharp, honestly, multi-piece wheels. The roll bar to sort of harken back to the older GT500s. That may have come from actually the factory, the roll bar. But yeah, the touches were really neat, but 100 horsepower bump upgrade on this.
Yeah, that's a pretty big increase. They didn't call it a roll bar, they called it a style bar. And it's padded, and of course, you know, liability is the reason you don't call it a roll bar, but sure looks the part. Again, look at how little clearance there is from the fender to the tire, but in that case, that's okay, because with the independent rear suspension, that tire isn't going to come straight up and get into the fender.
Shelby American in Las Vegas haven't converted with the 40th anniversary package. Very expensive to do at the time. These cars were one of the most anticipated cars of all times when they launched back in the day. 500 horsepower is unheard of. Now it's not so much, but absolutely one of the most collectible, one of the very first GT500s after Ford and Shelby got back together with the 40th anniversary package in the ultra desirable color combination.
I'm right here.
Well, ultra desirable to Steve Davis because he loves black, but it does look fantastic. So they would spend a lot of money, probably close to the purchase price, to have actual Shelby American in Las Vegas sort of wave their wand on it, their own special styling touches, because they were the normal factory production GT500s, but then when they were sent off to Shelby for more tuning, for more styling, this one has a special aero kit, looks like real carbon fiber, which was something in 2007, lower air dam on the sides, added a lot to these GT500s.
Note the gauge pod atop the dash. That is specific to the Shelbys. Lesser Mustangs would not have that. And that roll bar or style bar, if you will, also includes the third brake light up high. Of course, when the top is up, you're not going to look at that one. You'll look at the one just below the rear spoiler at the edge of the trunk lid.
Well, that one just got a new owner, $47,000 for that 40th anniversary convertible. We've talked a lot about the great cars coming up on the auction block tomorrow for a Super Saturday, and one of them, in my mind, is one of the absolute blue chip collectibles. And Craig has more about that.
We have a 1971 Ferrari 365 GTB4, or as they're known, the Daytona Coupe. This Daytona is powered by the original 4.4-liter V12 engine paired to the 5-speed manual transmission with matching numbers. It has been repainted in its original fly yellow with a recent polish and full detail. It has a black interior and is riding on these beautiful Barani wire wheels. It is 34,277 miles on it as it sits. You see the seats inside, very original. This is just a beautiful car.
Yeah, there you see it, because that car, very special. Not a lot of those out there, and that is the real deal. Of course, there are plenty of other great Ferraris that are here as well, but to my mind, that is one of the iconic Ferraris of all time. 2005 Bentley Continental GT up on the block.
Beautiful car in dark sapphire blue with a saffron or light tan interior. I think the hammer falls all too soon.
Well, it just depends upon who you are. If you're the buyer, you thought it was, well, maybe you could have hammered a little bit earlier, but $40,000, really solid money for that one. 1953 Chevy 3100 5-window pickup truck.
Boy, this one's had a lot of upgrades, and is it pretty. Chromed wheels with baby moon hubcaps, actually the original Chevrolet hubcaps, with the wheels chromed, the grille, the bumpers, all chromed, all added. The two-tone that it probably would not have worn from the factory, but certainly looks very attractive. And this one's been upgraded to a 12-volt electrical system.
Yeah, other than the 12-volt, it is pretty factory under the hood. 235 cubic inch 6-cylinder, 4-speed manual, and 4-wheel drums for the braking. So, yeah, old school experience with the modern electricals. And yeah, the paint job certainly not something you'd see probably from the factory on a Chevy of this era, but it does look fantastic.
Now note that the windshield is in two pieces. with a seam down the center and a bar down the center to separate these two flat panes of glass. Why? Well, making curved windshields was a lot more expensive. So trucks into the 50s had two-piece windshields of flat glass, something that went away for most car lines around 1950 or so.
So wouldn't that make it a 7-window technically? We're not counting the side windows on the 5 windows?
Well, you never count the windshield when you're counting windows because every car or truck has a windshield.
You're right.
But I agree with you, Tyler. I've always been confused about the math on that one.
Well, this being a 5-window, 2 side windows, a rear window, and the 2 corner windows, I think that adds up to 5. Those corner windows were sold as a safety feature because it helped minimize the blind spot in traffic.
Well, coming up, a 1956 Volkswagen Karmann Ghia. This one's special. It's what they refer to as a low light. What's a low light? Well, stick around. We'll tell you in a minute. Back here in Scottsdale, up on the block right now, a 1956 VW Karmann Ghia Custom.
And they just sold a 50th anniversary Mustang. The 60th anniversary is coming out this fall. But here's a beautiful Karmann Ghia. You know, kind of like the Mustang versus the Falcon, isn't it a little hard to believe that this beautiful Ghia-designed beauty rides on the same floor pan as the lowly VW Bug?
Well, this one's even more special with the styling because it is a low light. So you see those Karmann Ghia lovers, you notice the extra little air inlets in the front. That is one way to tell if it's a low light. And then you go to the rear, and it should have some extra tail lights, I believe. Yeah, they do look different, I think.
Yeah, later years in the Karmann Ghia, the headlights move up just a little. They're just a little higher on the end of those front fenders, so they refer to these as the low lights.
Metallic blue over red vinyl. Very interesting presentation on these early ones. There were actually 2 different Karmann Ghia body styles. Daniel Suarez has restored one of each as part of his collection. The other quite a bit rarer and a little more avant-garde, but this is just a classic beauty.
Yeah, classic. With one of those lowlights, it means it's one of the earliest versions of the Karmann Ghia, which the same with the Beetle World. The older they are, the more desirable they are. They're just a lot prettier. And this one, yeah, you look inside, all the details, it just looks fantastic.
Away it goes for $50,000 for that 1957 Karmann Ghia lowlight. All right, each auction, we send April Rose out to talk to folks, to get the true pulse of the Barrett-Jackson crowd.
Here at Barrett-Jackson, the variety of cars is endless. You can dream up anything and you will see it. Now, what I want to know is, do you prefer cars as they came off the assembly line, original, or a little bit of a custom touch? Do you like custom cars or original?
I prefer original myself.
But what I want to know is, do you prefer them as they were born off the assembly line, completely stock, or custom?
I would say original.
Yeah.
Just because they were built a certain way.
Right? Original, like this one right behind you? Yeah. So are you more of a custom girl, or do you like original?
Original.
Okay, so I gotta ask you, because I think I saw something on your wrist. Can you show it to me?
That is the Barrett-Jackson sold sticker.
What inspired that?
I just live and breathe Barrett-Jackson.
Well, we're building a Bronco right now, which is like amazing,
Yes?
and it's so much fun.
So do you prefer cars original if they were born, or more custom touches?
I love custom.
Yeah?
So yeah, I'd like to go extreme. We kind of went a little off the deep end with this one.
Well, so wait, this one's yours right here?
It is.
Well, there you have it. The people have spoken, and the answer is a little bit of both, which, you know, I kind of have to agree.
Thank you, April. 36,000 bid for this 57 Ford Thunderbird convertible with the porthole removable hardtop.
You know, I think I'd probably call myself a rebuilt salvage, honestly. It's been a rough life.
I don't to know. I like cars that have that original look, but I want them to perform. Period speed equipment gets me excited.
Yeah, but this is a beautiful example of the last year of the Baby Bird. In 1958, they went to the Square Bird, added the back seats. They thought that that would do better, and it did sell a lot better. Even though this is the iconic body style, and you think vintage Thunderbird, they weren't. They were okay sellers, but big sales improvement in 58.
Way it goes, $40,000 for that 1957 Ford Thunderbird, 312 cubic inches, 245 horsepower. Well, we're almost out of time from our coverage here on Friday, but we are coming back just a little bit more. So let's recap our top sellers from today's action here at Barrett-Jackson. Number 3 sale of the day, 1937 Ford Custom 351 cubic inch engine, 3-speed automatic transmission. I love the candy copper color. It sold for $175,000. But it was beat by Batman. Check this out. A Batmobile recreation, officially a 1978. But I tell you what, it looked great and everybody loved it to the tune of $200,000. But the number 1 sale of the auction was this 2024 Mustang Dark Horse. It was being sold to help Samaritan's Purse, which is helping hurricane victims in the Southeast. And I tell you what, it sold not once, but twice. Those folks donated it back. It sold for a total of $600,000. Somebody else threw in another $100,000. They ended up raising a total of $700,000 to help hurricane victims. Another example of great work done here at Barrett-Jackson. Let's check in with Mike Joy.
Well, let's talk to the fellows who put it together. Craig Jackson, Steve Davis. My favorite action charity, Samaritan's Purse. You folks always do a great job raising money for charity, but gosh, I think today takes the cake.
Yeah, having the car donated back, Mrs. Mousy carrying on the tradition of her husband, Greg, and then having Joe Riley buy it, and then the gentleman who originally donated the car throwing another $100 in on top of it at the end. I got to thank our bidders for what they do. I think right now we all need to come together and help the people that have been ravaged by these hurricanes. You know, it's up to all of us. You know, you see what's happening there, and they need help now.
And just a wonderful display of generosity by the Barrett-Jackson customers and by your company. But let's talk about the day. You know, it was kind of like a roller coaster ride today. Started out kind of slow, climbed the hill, and then, whoa, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it started out hitting that first 100,000 on that 150 Chevrolet, and then it kept going. Then the Batmobile I thought was phenomenal. You know, a full replica Batmobile bringing 200,000. Steve, what were your thoughts?
Well, again, with that 37 Ford custom convertible bought, that was really the one, like 130-ish, something like that. Then we had that 57 Nomad, both customs. Then we had that 70 Bronco, all 6. Once we started getting into that 6-figure territory, it's just, you know, all bets are off. But great day, great diversity. Again, the charity moment is really the takeaway for me, for all of us. But the auction overall, incredible excitement, always wild cards. You never know what's going to bring the money. You never know where that lottery is going to get picked by the winning seller. And great day overall, just fantastic. Can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Scottsdale 2.0.
All right, now we've been showing the salon cars all day. Is there one in particular you just can't wait to see what it's going to do? I'll start with you, Steve.
Well, I know what Craig's is, and I want to rain on his parade, but I think, again, charity in my mind, and we have an incredible consignment, and Craig can talk about that, but I think selling that first EV is going to be a manufacturer's moment because of everything that's going on in the manufacturer's world. And I know GM's anxious to get that sold, and we're anxious to do a great job for them. And it's going to go to an incredible cause as well. So I'm looking forward to that, as well as all my other babies. I can't pick one.
Craig, one car.
Well, I got to pick the LaFerrari because it's been a long time coming here. And Sammy coming here, being very patient, spending the money to fix the car. Ferrari working to get him a high voltage battery and a low voltage battery. And he has been very patient, spent the money. Everybody that I know is interested in the car. now's the time.
All right.
That's all I have to say.
Quickly, the Sunliner with the 5.4 Ford GT powered Custom is going to rock the house.
The C10 Custom, the six-wheeler, that is phenomenal. I did a piece today talking to the builders of it. What I love is it can go out and be tracked. It can be driven on the street. Took it to Hoonigan. They were showing them how to drift it. What a piece of machinery. We have some of the coolest custom trucks, and I can't believe I'm saying that, Steve, but just from full-on customs, resto mods, four-wheel drives, slammers, you name it, we have it. It's going across the block tomorrow.
All right, Super Saturday. Should be fun.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Well, we're still finishing up Fantastic Friday, and right now we get a 1979 Chevy C10 pickup.
Yeah, nice little C10 short bed right here of the square body. This one been lowered quite a bit. Current bid only $25,000, which I think it's quite a buy at this moment considering how nice the paint is. The spray-in bed liner. V8 under the hood, very stock looking on the inside, but yeah, a very 80s color on this 1979 with a 350 cubic inch V8 under the hood. So those wheels, they're custom 20-inch wheels, which I do think look nice. They sort of have a somewhat retro vibe to them, so I think that sets it off really well. And yeah, the Cheyenne package, when new in 1979, so would have had the more luxurious trimmed interior, which it looks like this one retains.
Well, there it goes for $30,000 for that 1979 C10 custom pickup truck. Wide variety of stuff that we see across the block here, from, you know, something in the 1970s to a 2004 Mercedes-Benz SL55 AMG Roadster.
Well, second year for this styling cycle, and the AMG kit here applied, and this is full on 5.5 liter AMG hand-built engine, super power, everything. The AMG styling front and rear, aftermarket wheels have been added.
Correct, yeah, you get that supercharged V8 under the hood, an amazing engine, but it would have had twin-spoke AMG wheels, which would have filled out the fenders a lot better. It was a very popular wheel to get stolen off the car. I wonder if that's happened with this, and they sourced the aftermarkets, because the rears, they would have been staggered, so it would have filled out the rears much better. So if I were buying this one, that would be the first thing that I do, go out and find those beautiful twin-spoke AMG wheels. But the mileage on this one, 79,000 miles, so it's pretty low. It does have a minor damage reported on the Carfax, so that'll set it back a little bit as well. And I can kind of tell from the nose on that minor on the Carfax, and it's one way if you're looking at a car yourself, even without the history reports, you can tell one headlight has been replaced entirely, bright clear, and the other side has a little bit of a fade to it. You can polish up the other headlight to make it match, but yeah, we're not at a huge price right now. $16,000 gets you a supercharged AMG, a real AMG.
Quad exhaust and that lower rear valence, that's part of the AMG package, and there's the badge that everybody wants to seems to want to put on their SL, whether it's an AMG version or not.
I was going to point out we've got an internet bidder involved in this who's pretty much been involved the entire time. Seems to be pretty committed to trying to pull this one off.
Well, this seems like a bargain to me at $16,500.
I think so. You find the wheels, maybe polish up the headlight, replace it to put it right. Yeah, quite a bargain for the miles and what it is.
Well, there they go. They just bought it for $16,500 right here in the room. Time to see our final car that's going to cross the block during our second day of coverage for this fall Barrett-Jackson collector car auction. And it turns out it's a 1955 Oldsmobile Holiday 88.
This is a two-door sedan, so the base body style, and again, this is the factory two-tone, even with this big sweep back here. That's wow, that's pretty bold. The big Continental kit has been added here to put the spare tire outside the trunk. So a lot of special styling touches. The dual side mount spotlights, pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. For the last car for Friday, it is a very, very nice restoration. Maybe a bit older of a restoration. I do see a few nicks, a few small scratches, but still that Rocket V8 under the hood. And yeah, the two-tone interior to match probably isn't what you would have seen from the factory, but certainly matches the outside with the red and white. The chrome looking fantastic. Great car to end on.
Well, that wraps up today's coverage here in Scottsdale, but we are far from done this week. We're going to take a deep breath and reset for Super Saturday. Now, if you thought it was good today, trust me, it's going to be even better tomorrow. We kick things off at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and we stay with you for 7 straight hours on the History Channel. You do not want to miss it. So, for Mike Joy, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for riding along with us. We will see you on Super Saturday.